After Lin Fan and the others went off to rest, Yi Ningshuang returned to her own quarters. There she drew a jade talisman from her storage pouch and began to contact her master Gunachi. Yi Ningshuang sent a message through the talisman. Master, your disciple has an extremely urgent matter to report. Please respond when you receive this. Not long after Yi Ningshuang received her master's reply. Ningshuang, you little girl, have finally sent me a transmission. Why did you ignore the messages I sent you before? Have your wings grown hard since you left, and you no longer intend to pay heed to your master? Clearly Gunachi was somewhat angered by her disciple failing to respond. Yi Ningshuang replied, Master, you wrong your disciple. How could I possibly intend to ignore you? Gunachi answered, then what exactly is going on? If you do not explain it clearly, just wait until you return and see how I deal with you. Yi Ningshuang said, Master, if I had not happened to be rescued by someone, I would never be able to return. Gunachi exclaimed, What? What exactly happened? Is there actually someone in Qingyun County who dares lay a hand on you? Do they truly think my Yunxiu sect has no one? Clearly upon hearing that her precious disciple had almost come to harm, Gunachi was furious. Yi Ningshuang then recounted in detail how she had been seized and taken to Huoyin's sect, and how Luo Cong had intended to harm her. Gunachi roared, outrageous. Huoyin's sect actually dared to lay hands on you, and that Luo Cong even dared to use you to cultivate demonic arts. Do they truly take my Yunxiu sect for mere clay to be kneaded at will? She continued, Ningshuang, do not panic. I will immediately summon the disciples and declare war on Huoyin's sect. Yi Ningshuang quickly replied, there is no need to declare war. Huoyin's sect already no longer exists. Gunachi was stunned. Huoyin's sect no longer exists. You mean someone has wiped them out? Upon learning this, Gunachi found it hard to believe. Huoyin's sect was a force on par with her Yunxiu sect. How could such a sect simply be eradicated just like that? Yi Ningshuang said, Yes, Master, Huoyin's sect has been destroyed. I just said that I happened to be rescued. She then recounted the entire sequence of events to Gunachi from beginning to end, including the annihilation of the 3 great clans of Chongning City. By the time Gunachi finished listening to Yi Ningshuang's account, she was completely stunned. She had never imagined that her little disciple's fortune would be so astounding. Rescued by a Zifu realm powerhouse, and now even residing in that expert's home. More importantly, the emergence of a Zifu realm powerhouse in Qingyun County would utterly reshape the county's balance of power. One has to admit the Mu family's luck is truly remarkable. In the end, only 2 young ladies remained, and even they managed to catch the eye of a Zifu realm expert. Thinking of this, Gunachi could not help feeling a little envious. Yi Ningshuang said, Master, I have good news for you. This Zifu realm senior intends to establish a clan, and at present there are not many people within it. You understand what I mean, don't you? Gunachi asked in a slightly hurried voice, Ningshuang, is what you say true? Yi Ningshuang replied, Of course it is true. Would I ever joke about something like this? Gunachi responded, Good, good, good. Tomorrow I will bring your 3 senior sisters over. You must behave well while you are there, and must not offend this senior. That is enough for now. Oh, I will not chat with you any longer. I need to find your 3 senior sisters and explain this matter to them in detail. At this moment, Gunachi was extremely excited. Such an excellent opportunity was something she absolutely had to grasp. As long as this senior took a liking to any one of her disciples, the status of Yunxiu sect within Qingyun County would become unshakable. On the other side, upon seeing her master's reaction, Yi Ningshuang was full of confusion. Her original intention had been to match her master with Lin Fan, yet her master was instead thinking of matching her 3 senior sisters. She consoled herself, it is fine. Whether it is master or senior sisters, as long as the match succeeds, it means the same thing for me. They can all become my backing. Moreover, her 3 senior sisters were also very beautiful. She was certain the senior would like them. If it truly did not work out, then master could step forward. Haha, I truly am a clever girl, she thought. Forget it, I will not cultivate tonight. Time to sleep. After muttering to herself for a while, Yi Ningshuang lay down and fell asleep. In Chongning City, under the same night sky, undercurrents were likewise surging. With the 3 great clans destroyed, 5 clans, each possessing a Qi-Si early-stage expert, had gathered together. These 5 were the Duan clan, the Pei clan, the Zhang clan, the Chen clan, and the Wu clan. Each clan's strongest expert was only at the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, noticeably weaker than the former 4 great clans. Now that the 4 great clans had been wiped out, the future of Chongning City was bound to fall into their hands. Of course, Lin Fan and the City Lord's mansion were exceptions. However, they were not overly worried about Lin Fan. In their minds, a Zifu realm powerhouse would certainly not care about the trifling gains of Chongning City. At this moment, Duan clan head Duan Shiyuan spoke up. Everyone, that senior is currently living in the former Mu family estate. Should we go pay our respects tomorrow? Pei clan head Pei Yuanzhong nodded. Of course we must pay a visit. I simply do not know whether this senior is easy to speak with or not. They were deeply afraid of Lin Fan. The destruction of the 3 great clans earlier that day had been personally witnessed by them. They genuinely feared that Lin Fan might decide to deal with them in the same way. Wu clan head Wu Xiangming, however, held a different view. Everyone, in fact, we can rest easier on this point. Judging from the senior's actions today, he is clearly not someone who slaughters innocents indiscriminately. Otherwise, the city lord would definitely not be alive. Qin clan head Qin Yongji nodded, agreeing with Wu Xiangming's assessment. In the end, only Zhang clan head Zhang Tianhua had yet to express an opinion, and the other four all turned their gazes toward him. Zhang Tianhua finally spoke. Since everyone has already decided, tomorrow we shall visit the senior together. He then added, everyone, I believe our 5 clans should unite and collectively pledge ourselves to this scene. With a Zifu realm powerhouse as our backing, our development will be greatly aided. Although we will have to offer up some resources to him every year after pledging ourselves, the benefits we reap under his protection will surely far surpass what we gain now. Wu Xiaoming spoke up directly, Patriarch Zhang, I support your idea. The remaining 3 clan heads also expressed their support one after another. A Zifu realm powerhouse had appeared with great difficulty. They were determined to seize this chance. Qin Yongji frowned slightly. My only concern now is whether this senior will be willing to accept us. Pei Yuanzhong replied. Regardless of the outcome, we must at least give it a try. Pei Yuanzhong continued. If we attempt it, there is at least a 50% chance the senior will accept us. If we do not try, then we will have no chance at all. Very well, then it is settled. Tomorrow we shall visit the senior together. Once everything had been agreed upon, the meeting came to an end. On Zhou Jinyan's side, because the prefect Bai Yuanming was in seclusion, he passed the news to Bai Yuancheng, the city lord of Qingyan City. When Bai Yuancheng received this message, he was naturally greatly astonished. After understanding the cause of the incident, he instructed Zhou Jinyan that under no circumstances could they offend Lin Fan, and that all of Lin Fan's requests had to be fulfilled without omission. After that, Bai Yuancheng convened a family council of elders overnight. At this moment, everyone was talking at once. Such an emergency meeting was only held when great matters arose. As Bai Yuancheng, the great elder, took his seat, the hall finally fell silent. Great elder, it is so late. What matter requires everyone to be summoned? The one speaking was Bai Yuanqi, the Bai family's second elder, whose cultivation had reached the late Qixi realm. Fellow elders of the family, I have just received a message from the city lord of Chongning City. A cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm has appeared in Chongning City. At present, the Huiyun sect and the remaining 3 great families of Chongning City have all been annihilated. I would like to hear what views everyone has. What? Such a thing actually happened? Can this news be true? The elders were shaken by this report, staring at Bai Yuancheng with faces full of disbelief. I have confirmed it repeatedly. This news is genuine, Bai Yuancheng said with firm certainty. After the confirmation, the atmosphere in the hall grew extremely heavy. The appearance of a Purple Mansion realm expert was no trivial matter for the entire Qingyan prefecture. Great elder, do we know why this Purple Mansion realm powerhouse struck against these 4 great forces? It was Bai Yuanqi who continued to ask. If this expert had attacked the 4 great powers for no reason at all, it would not bode well for the Bai family. In such circumstances, their family head as the prefect would naturally have to step forward to mediate and give an accounting to the various forces within Qingyan prefecture. Yet if during such mediation they inadvertently offended this Purple Mansion realm expert, it would spell disaster for the Bai family. However, if there was a vendetta involved, then it would have nothing to do with them. Those who offend a Purple Mansion realm cultivator and are killed can only be said to deserve their fate. Is it not still related to the annihilation of the Mu family a year ago? Bai Yuancheng said helplessly. Great elder, this matter is actually connected to the destroyed Mu family. Yet I know a bit about the Mu family. They had no dealings at all with any Purple Mansion realm expert, Bai Yuanqi said in utter puzzlement. Previously they indeed had no connection. But who told the Mu family head to have 2 excellent daughters? Back then, after the Mu family was exterminated, the Mu family's eldest and second young ladies managed to escape. Now these 2 young ladies have become the concubines of that Purple Mansion realm expert. At this point, Bai Yuancheng could not help feeling somewhat helpless. So many people had besieged them, yet they still allowed 2 young women at the early Kaiyuan realm to escape. Now they had brought a Purple Mansion realm expert down upon Qingyan prefecture. One could only say that those 4 great powers were utterly useless and had invited their own doom. The elders of the Bai family were also left depressed by the origins of this affair. Originally, the Bai family's strength allowed them to dominate Qingyan prefecture with a single hand covering the sky. But now that a Purple Mansion realm cultivator had appeared, they no longer dared to be so high profile. Unless their family head could break through to the Purple Mansion realm, they would not even be qualified to stand on equal footing with him. Yet the 4 great powers' maneuver this time had completely shattered that situation. Alright, let us discuss how this matter should be handled. Bai Yuanqing's words pulled everyone back to their senses. Great elder, do we know whether this Purple Mansion realm expert intends to settle in Qingyan prefecture? If he plans to settle here, we must surely cultivate good relations with him. Whether or not our family head breaks through in the future, befriending a Purple Mansion realm expert is nothing but beneficial to us. If he is only staying here temporarily, then we can simply send people to deliver some gifts. We support the second elder's view. The others chimed in one after another. Very well, we shall proceed according to the second elder's proposal. Bai Yuanqing had never considered offending the other party. It is just that we have yet to determine how to cultivate good relations with him. After all, he is at the Purple Mansion realm. Ordinary offerings will surely not catch his eye. At these words, the hall once again fell silent. After all, this was a Purple Mansion cultivator. He was not someone one could befriend just because one wished to. Great Elder, I believe the only way to truly forge a bond is through marriage. Look, the fact that he has accepted the two Mu sisters already shows that he has such a need. In this world, some powerhouses had flocks of wives and concubines while others remained solitary, for each person's aspirations were different. From Lin Fan's actions, however, he clearly belonged in their eyes to the former category. I support the third elder's view. Marriage is the most suitable option. Moreover, this Purple Mansion expert personally took action for the sake of the Mu sisters, which clearly shows that he holds them in high regard. From another angle, it is possible that this Purple Mansion cultivator has yet to establish any formal power. Otherwise, to deal with those four great forces, he would not even need to act personally. Sending a few subordinates would suffice. Therefore, before he transforms into the head of some colossal power, now is the best time for marriage alliances. Once offspring are born, our bond will become even more unbreakable. Seeing that all the elders supported forming a marriage alliance, Bai Yuanqing felt somewhat moved. In that case, whom do you all think would be the most suitable candidate for this marriage? Of course, it must be the eldest young lady, Bai Yuanqing replied without the slightest hesitation. Only the eldest young lady is truly suitable. If we send someone of low standing in the family to marry that Purple Mansion cultivator, will think we are belittling him. At that time, our good intentions might instead bring about a blunder. Hearing that the eldest young lady was to be sent, Bai Yuanqing hesitated. This was his elder brother's most cherished daughter of Earth grade lower aptitude. At the age of 23, she had already reached the early Qi realm. There was no doubt she had the potential to become a Purple Mansion cultivator in the future. This is not a decision I can make on my own. I must seek my elder brother's approval. Second uncle, I agree to this matter. There is no need to consult my father. As this voice sounded, a beautiful young woman in pink pushed open the door and walked in from outside. The newcomer was none other than the eldest young lady they had been speaking of by Qingyan. Earlier, having heard the commotion and learning that her second uncle had summoned all the elders to a meeting, curiosity led her to come and see. The meeting hall had no isolating formation, so their discussions naturally could not escape her ears. Qingyan, you have truly decided. Bai Yuanqing looked at her in astonishment. He knew that this niece of his normally disdained those so-called young talents, so her sudden change of heart left him somewhat perplexed. Second uncle, for the sake of the family's development, a measure of sacrifice is necessary. I believe father will also agree with my decision. Besides, the other party is a Purple Mansion realm expert. If I can become his concubine, I will hardly be at a loss. It is true that I have the potential to become a Purple Mansion cultivator, but a genius who has not yet grown is nothing at all. Second uncle, you know well that many people are unwilling to see me rise. Over these years, I have evaded many assassination attempts. Future assassinations will also be inevitable. No one can guarantee that an accident will not occur one day. But if I become this Purple Mansion cultivator's wife or concubine, my chances of stepping into the Purple Mansion realm will greatly increase. Bai Qingyan poured out her thoughts in one breath. On the surface, the Bai family could dominate Qingyun Prefecture with a single hand, but beyond Qingyun Prefecture in the entire Zhao Kingdom, they were merely a second-rate power, and they had no shortage of political enemies. Those enemies all had their eyes on the prefect's position in Qingyun Prefecture. For Qi realm powers, this was a fat piece of meat. If the Bai family had a Purple Mansion realm in law, those forces would have to weigh their choices far more carefully. Qingyan, since your heart is already set, I shall not dissuade you further. Yet this matter remains unconfirmed. We must first ascertain the intentions of this nascent soul cultivator before proceeding. Should he remain in Qingyun Commandery, we may then consider the marriage alliance. Bai Yuanqing turned his gaze toward Bai Yuanqi. Second elder, tomorrow you shall personally deliver a token of respect to Chongning City to pay homage to this senior expert. Very well. Bai Qingyan could no longer contain herself. Uncle, I wish to accompany you. I am quite curious about the man who may soon become my husband. Bai Yuanqing pondered for a moment, then gave a slow nod. Very well. Under the second elder's escort, no mishap shall occur. Remember, speak only when necessary upon arrival. Rest assured, uncle. I know precisely how to comport myself. Good. If there is nothing further, the meeting is adjourned. Beyond the Bai family, other well-informed factions across Qingyun Commandery, having learned of the news, likewise began making quiet preparations. In the Shunshao realm, Lin Fan and his companions tallied their spoils, a total of 5. 6 million yellow rank spirit stones, a mere 320 azure rank spirit stones, and assorted yellow rank spirit herbs, pills, cultivation manuals, and weapons, collectively valued at approximately 1 million yellow rank spirit stones. This represented the accumulated wealth of 4 major sects over several centuries. The Huiyun sect contributed the largest share, nearly half the total, though certain estates and spirit stone veins remained unaccounted for. All told, the haul proved exceedingly rewarding. The following day, Lin Fan departed the Xinxiao realm not only with Mu Shixue and Mu Xiu, but also with 30 maidservants led by Li Han. These women had been his earliest attendants. Now nurtured by Lin Fan's abundant resources, all had reached the peak of the opening heaven realm. Li Han, aided by an exceptional grade breakthrough pill, had successfully ascended to the Qi Si realm. It was not that Lin Fan withheld such pills from others. Having mastered their refinement, he could produce them effortlessly, and the Xinxiao realm lacked neither rare herbs nor alchemical ingredients. Rather, these cultivators had only recently broken through and required time to consolidate their newfound strength. When Lin Fan's party arrived at the artificial lake within the estate, they found Yi Ningshuang practicing swordplay. Mu Xiu, watching, felt an irresistible urge to test her skill. "Husband, may I spar with Miss Yi?" "Go ahead." With Lin Fan's assent, Mu Xiu soared forward, landing gracefully before Yi Ningshuang. "Miss Yi, might we exchange techniques?" "Delighted." Yi Ningshuang accepted cheerfully. "But I beg senior sister Mu's mercy." "Fear not. We shall contest only martial artistry, nothing else." As a Qi Si realm cultivator, Mu Xiu refused to overwhelm her opponent with sheer force. It would rob the duel of all meaning. "Senior sister Mu, take care. I am about to strike." "Well met." Mu Xiu drew her longsword, and the ensuing clash ended in perfect parity. Indeed, Yi Ningshuang possessed extraordinary talent. Her sword art had matured to near perfection. Had Mu Xiu not cultivated a higher-tier sword manual, she might well have lost the match on technique alone. "Enough, Miss Yi. Let us conclude here. Your swordsmanship is truly formidable." Seeing Yi Ningshuang panting heavily, Mu Xiu graciously ended the bout. "Senior sister Mu, please do not flatter me. I gave my absolute all while you fought with effortless grace, clearly holding back. Thus it is undoubtedly your sword art that reigns supreme." Hearing this, Mu Xiu smiled faintly and shook her head. "Miss Yi, such words are misplaced. My realm surpasses yours. Even restrained, I retain inherent advantages. Reflexes, perception, every facet of cultivation. The Qi Si realm bestows superiority. You shall understand fully once you ascend yourself. The Qi Si realm. Not in the near term. At least 2 or 3 years remain before such a breakthrough becomes plausible." Yi Ningshuang murmured to herself, well aware of the gulf separating her current state from that lofty threshold. She then followed Mu Xiu to Lin Fan's side and bowed respectfully. "Honored senior, I greet you." Lin Fan smiled and waved gently. "Miss Yi, no formalities are needed." "Thank you, honored senior." With that, Yi Ningshuang stood quietly beside them, composed and obedient. Though mildly surprised by the appearance of Li Han and her retinue, Yi Ningshuang felt no true astonishment. A nascent soul expert would naturally command personal attendance. They must have arrived overnight. Xiao Han, after breakfast, arranged for staff to recruit young women within the city. A manor of this scale cannot function without proper stewardship. Select those who are both youthful and possess promising aptitude. Later, I shall impart foundational cultivation manuals to them. Understood, master. Hearing Lin Fan intend to transmit cultivation manuals to his servants, Yi Ningshuang was deeply startled. In other clans, such knowledge was strictly forbidden to retainers, except perhaps for death-bound retainers raised from childhood, utterly loyal blades wielded in shadows for tasks too delicate for the clan's public face. Naturally, many wandering cultivators also pledged allegiance to such clans in exchange for cultivation resources, spirit stones, pills, but never core manuals or martial techniques. Those were the lifeblood of the lineage, jealously guarded and never shared beyond bloodline or oath. Scarcely had Lin Fan finished breakfast when a servant hurried in. "Master, the heads of 5 families from Chongning City, the Duan Pei, Wu Chun, and Zhang clans, have come to pay their respects." "Husband, these are 5 families whose patriarchs each stand at the early stage of the Qi Si realm," Mu Shixue explained softly, knowing Lin Fan was unfamiliar with them. "How intriguing. Bring them in." To establish himself here, Lin Fan knew such meetings were inevitable. Pei Yuanzhong Wu Xiangming Qin Yongji Zhang Tianhua and Duan Shiyuan pay homage to the honored senior. The 5 knelt low in unison. Lin Fan lifted a hand. "Rise. Pray tell, what brings you to me?" Zhang Tianhua stepped forward. He had been chosen as their spokesperson. "Honored senior, we seek to pledge our fealty to you and humbly request acceptance as your vassal faction. We shall render half our annual revenues to your estate. Though such sums may seem trivial to you, we stand ready to assist in matters requiring local discretion and influence." Lin Fan understood once his nascent soul cultivation became known, allegiance would inevitably follow. Such was the weight of a nascent soul master in the 100 Kingdoms. He had not expected it so swiftly. These clans indeed possessed keen political instinct. After a while, Lin Fan spoke up. You all must think carefully. Once you pledge your loyalty, you cannot betray me. I believe you have seen my capabilities. The consequences of betrayal will be the same as those faced by the three major families. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, they did not feel fear, but rather joy, for if Lin Fan had said such a thing, it surely meant he agreed to accept them. As for betrayal, only a fool would betray. Coming back to their senses, they hurriedly bowed to Lin Fan again. We pay our respects to the head of the family. Good. Then today I will accept your loyalty. Seeing Lin Fan accepting them, the five were overjoyed, saying, We thank you, head of the family. Then Zhang Tianhua took out a jade box from his storage bag. Head of the family, this is 5 low-grade mysterious spiritual herbs jointly contributed by our 5 families. We hope you will accept it. This is your heartfelt offering, then I shall accept it. Hearing this, Li Han stepped forward to take the jade box. Lin Fan did not despise the 5 low-grade mysterious spiritual herbs. For these 5 families, gathering these 5 herbs was already quite impressive. If they were to buy them with high-grade spirit stones, it would require at least 300 pieces. It may not seem like many, but even combined, the 5 families could only gather so many high-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones could not buy low-grade mysterious herbs. Since you have pledged your loyalty to me, I must show my appreciation. Then Lin Fan took out a jade vial. Inside are 5 high-grade breakthrough pills. Each of you will receive one as a gift from me. Upon hearing about the high-grade breakthrough pills, the 5 were momentarily stunned. They knew just how precious these pills were. The Baobao Pavilion in Chongning City only provided one every 2 years. Although it was sold for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is a normal price, they could not buy it. If it were at an auction, the highest bidder would win, and usually this pill would end up either in the hands of the city lord's mansion or the previous 4 major families, leaving them with no chance at all. What? Why are you all still in shock? Do you think it's too little, eh? Lin Fan's voice immediately snapped the 5 back to reality. No, head of the family. How could we think it's too little? We are just too excited. We never even dared to think about this level of pills before. Saying this, Zhang Tianhua trembled as he accepted the pill handed to him by Li Han. This pill was incredibly precious to them. One pill equated to an additional master at the Qi-Si realm within their family. Achieving the Qi-Si realm through self-cultivation from the completion of the opening Yuan realm was exceedingly difficult. Each of their families had been passed down for at least 200 years, and currently only they had managed to break through to the Qi-Si realm thanks to the considerable resources gathered by their entire family. Now, among the warriors who had reached the completion of the opening Yuan realm, each family had at least 10, but if these individuals lacked opportunities, they might never break into the Qi-Si realm, even in their lifetime. However, with just one high-grade breakthrough pill, they could easily break through to the Qi-Si realm. It was clear how significant the breakthrough pill was to them, and this was why they were so excited. At this moment, standing beside Lin Fan, Yi Ningxue looked at the vial of pills with envy. She wanted this kind of pill, just one would allow her to break through to the Qi-Si realm. Although their Yunxiu sect had opportunities to obtain breakthrough pills, it would take 5 or 6 years to acquire one. The last one they obtained was 2 years ago, and it was given to her senior sister by her master. To get the next one, they would probably have to wait another 3 or 4 years. Alchemists were indeed too scarce, and high-quality alchemists were even rarer. Thus, in regions like Qingyun Prefecture, where there were no purple palaces, the resources allocated by the Baobao Pavilion were not abundant. The areas with the most resource allocation were still the royal cities of each nation. Alright, you don't need to be overly excited. Since you have chosen to pledge loyalty to me, I will not let you suffer. There are more benefits to come. Upon hearing that there were more benefits, the 5 perked up their hearts, filled with anticipation, while Yi Ningxue looked at Lin Fan curiously from the side. Xiaohan, you tell them. Sure, head of the family. This matter has already been discussed among everyone in the Xinxiao realm. Last night, they were all deliberating that once Lin Fan revealed his strength at the Purple Palace realm, some forces would come to pledge loyalty. For those who pledged loyalty, what kind of benefits should be given? After everyone's discussion, a conclusion had been reached. They did not expect that someone would come to pledge loyalty so quickly, which made it quite timely. Everyone, our head of the family, sees that your cultivation is not easy, so he has decided that as long as you work diligently, when the head of the family is satisfied, each of your families can come to me every year to exchange for 2 high-grade pills and 50 superior pills. More importantly, you can request whatever pills you need. As for the prices, each high-grade pill costs 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each superior pill costs 200 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to the pills, you can purchase 1,000 pounds of high-grade spiritual rice each year at market prices. Upon hearing about such numerous benefits, they all gasped in shock, but soon they became ecstatic, feeling incredibly fortunate for their choice to ally with Lin Fan. If this news were to spread, who knows how many Qi-Si realm forces would go wild. This was 2 high-grade pills each year and not limited to a single type. If they could exchange for 2 breakthrough pills each year, their families would be able to produce 10 Chi-Si realm warriors in just 5 years. Besides, they could also choose pills that would rapidly increase their cultivation level, allowing them to quickly strengthen their own powers. The high-grade spiritual rice, needless to say, had great effects for those at the Chi-Si realm, and the people in the Shenxiao realm were able to rapidly enhance their strength thanks, in large part, to the high-grade spiritual rice. At this moment, Yi Ningxue, looking at Lin Fan, had shining eyes. She could no longer restrain herself and asked, "Senior, are you an alchemist?" In Yi Ningxue's view, only an alchemist would be willing to offer so many pills for sale. "Miss Yi, you are correct. My husband is indeed an alchemist, and a high-grade one at that." Mu Shixue did not mention that Lin Fan was a top-grade alchemist at the mysterious level, and there was also a top-grade alchemist, Su Qingyuan, in their family. Given Lin Fan's current strength, it was not suitable to reveal his identity as a top-grade alchemist. Otherwise, other forces at the Purple Palace realm and even those at the Divine Platform realm would focus on him. After all, top-grade mysterious pills were effective even for those at the Divine Platform realm. "Heavens, Senior, you are actually a top-tier, yellow-level alchemist. That's truly impressive." At this moment, Yi Ningxue admired Lin Fan even more. At this moment, she also made up her mind. "I must urge the master to come quickly next time. If the news of the senior being a top-tier yellow-level alchemist spreads, countless forces will definitely come to seek marriage in the future. Even those from the Zifu realm won't be exceptions. At that time, Yunshio's sect will be insignificant in front of these forces." The heads of the 5 great families were completely thrilled at this moment, as they never expected to ally with an alchemist. This was an enormous opportunity for them. Just the 2 top-tier pills each year could allow them to develop rapidly, not to mention the 50 superior pills. With these pills, the strength of the younger generation in the family could also be quickly enhanced. If they performed well in the future, there might even be additional rewards. Thinking of these benefits, the 5 became more proactive. "Master, is there anything we can assist with next?" Seeing the performance of the 5, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. "There are indeed some matters. My estate is currently unmanaged and I need to recruit some staff. I have entrusted this task to Li Han, as she is the chief steward of my estate. Next, I need you to assist Li Han in handling this matter well. These individuals can be considered local tyrants in Chongning City, and it is most suitable to entrust such matters to them. Rest assured, Master, we will certainly cooperate well with Steward Li. If there are no further matters, you may leave for now." "Yes, Master, we take our leave." After the 5 left the estate, they gathered again. The first to speak was Zhang Tianhua. "Everyone with the pills provided by the Master, we are about to rise. Next, I hope everyone will not let personal interests harm our common benefit. At the same time, we must unite and work diligently for the Master. We absolutely cannot allow any mistakes to occur." Wu Xiangming nodded in agreement. "Master Zhang, you are right. We must unite." Once the identity of the Master as a top-tier yellow-level alchemist spreads, countless forces will surely come to ally with the Master. These forces will be our colleagues in the future, but they will also be our competitors. We are too weak as a single family and cannot compete with those forces, so we must unite. The other 3 exchanged glances and then nodded firmly. "All right, we also support the union." Thus, the 5 great families officially united from this moment onward. Everyone, the next task is to complete what the Master has assigned. This task is quite simple for us, but it must be done perfectly to leave a good impression on the Master. "All right, I will personally oversee this matter." After the 5 discussed, they dispersed. Not long after they left, a maid came to report to Lin Fan. "Master, the second elder Bai Yuanqi of the Bai family from Qingyun City, along with the Bai family's young lady, Bai Qingyan, have come to pay their respects." Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, not expecting another visitor. It was still the Bai family from Qingyun City, the family of the county governor. "Interesting, please bring them in." Yi Ningxue was also a bit surprised, not expecting Bai Qingyan to come as well. The 2 were good friends. "What is my good sister doing here? Is it for a marriage alliance?" "That possibility is quite high. You're just not sure if it is voluntary or forced. However, based on what I know about her, the chances of it being voluntary are greater." Although this sister of hers was proud, she looked down on the young talents of Qingyun County. But she still admired strong individuals from the Zifu realm. "My master, why haven't you come yet? If my sister seizes the opportunity, you will have no advantage." At this moment, Yi Ningxue was anxious, feeling that her master was too inefficient. Soon the maid brought the 2 into the living room. Bai Qingyan noticed Yi Ningxue at first glance, which made her eyes flash with surprise. "Why is my sister Yi Ningxue here? Is it also for the marriage alliance?" Bai Qingyan was somewhat puzzled. However, now was not the time to discuss their relationship. The 2 walked respectfully not far from Lin Fan and bowed. Bai Yuanqi and Bai Qingyan pay their respects to the senior. "There is no need for such formalities. Please take a seat." "Thank you, senior." After the 2 sat down, Lin Fan smiled and said, "I wonder why the 2 of you traveled such a long distance to visit. It is indeed quite far from Qingyan City, over 10,000 miles away. Luckily both of them are at the Qi realm, so it doesn't take too long for them to get here. Returning to the senior, our family's elder heard that a strong individual from the Zifu realm has come to our Qingyan County and was overjoyed. Unfortunately, the master is in closed-door cultivation and the elder is busy with official duties, so they specifically asked me to bring a small gift to present to the senior. As he spoke, Bai Yuanqi took out a jade box. Senior, inside this box is a top-quality yellow-level spiritual herb Xianbing orchid, as well as more than 10 unidentified spiritual herb seeds obtained by the master, and I hope the senior can accept them. Since it is a gift, Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. He gestured for Li Han to accept the gift. Elder Bai, it's not just a simple gift, is it? Lin Fan continued to inquire. Senior, do not misunderstand, this is also a custom of the court. As long as there is a strong individual from the Zifu realm residing, it must be reported to the court, and we hope the senior can understand. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's fine, I know this custom. I will stay here for a short time, and once I find a suitable family residence I will leave. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was looking for a family residence, Bai Yuanqi's eyes brightened. Is the senior going to establish a family? Indeed. Lin Fan did not hide it, as it was indeed time to bring the family to the forefront. Upon receiving a definite answer, Bai Yuanqi felt reassured. Since Lin Fan intended to establish a family, it was certain that he would need to take a wife and concubines in the early stages. Thus the Bai family seeking a marriage alliance with Lin Fan should not be a problem. Moreover, their young lady possessed low-grade, earth-level qualifications. Such high qualifications naturally made her the first choice for a marriage alliance. Next, it would depend on the capabilities of their young lady. Then he congratulated Lin Fan, saying, "In advance, I wish the senior success in establishing a powerful family that will shake the 100 nations. Then I shall borrow your good fortune." Lin Fan smiled and replied. Even though the 100 nations were merely a beginner's village in Lin Fan's eyes, the other party did not have that perspective. Lin Fan naturally would not blame him. At this moment, Bai Qingyan knew it was time for her to make her move. She stepped forward and respectfully said, "Senior, may I ask if Qingyan could stay here for a while? Ning Shuang and I are good sisters. We haven't seen each other for a long time. This is a great opportunity for us to catch up." After finishing her words, Bai Qingyan subtly gestured to Yi Ning Shuang, hoping she would help speak. Seeing this, Yi Ning Shuang did not hesitate. After all, they were good sisters, and she naturally wanted to help. "Senior, what Qingyan said is true. We are indeed good sisters. It has been a long time since we last met, and it's a perfect occasion for us to chat. I hope the senior can grant this request." Lin Fan looked at the two in surprise, not expecting them to be such close sisters. However, thinking about the fact that both came from the top forces in Qingyan County, it made sense for them to be sisters. At that moment, Lin Fan used the system to probe Bai Yuanqi and Bai Qingyan. Soon their information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name: Bai Yuanqi, age 126. Qualification: high-grade mystic. Strength: late stage, Qi realm. Identity: second elder of the Bai family in Qingyan County. Name: Bai Qingyan. Age: 23. Qualification: low-grade earth. Strength: early stage, Qi realm. Identity: young lady of the Bai family in Qingyan County. Favorability: 65. Bai Yuanqi's qualifications were average, but he was surprised that Bai Qingyan's qualifications actually reached low-grade earth. Moreover, her favorability has reached 65, and this is only their first meeting. No wonder she wants to state it must be specifically for me. At this moment, Lin Fan roughly understood their intentions, but he still maintained an impassive facade. Since Miss Bai wishes to stay here to accompany her good sister, I naturally will not refuse. Upon hearing Lin Fan's agreement, Bai Qingyan let out a sigh of relief and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Qingyan thanks the senior for granting this. After saying this, she stepped aside. Since she had stayed, she would have plenty of opportunities. As for the marriage alliance, there was no rush. Seeing that Bai Qingyan had stayed, Bai Yuanqi felt very pleased. Since that was the case, he also found no reason to linger here any longer. He then proposed to take his leave to Lin Fan. "Senior, there are matters in my family that require my attention, so I shall take my leave." "Alright, since there are family matters, I won't keep you any longer." After Bai Yuanqi left, the scene became quiet. At this moment, Yi Ning Shuang wanted to find a moment to chat with Bai Qingyan alone, but she didn't know how to start. Lin Fan glanced at Yi Ning Shuang, who appeared hesitant, and said calmly, "Missy, you need not worry, feel free to speak your mind." Replying to the senior, Ning Shuang has not seen Qingyan for a long time, so she wishes to have a private chat with her. Yi Ning Shuang responded truthfully, "I thought there was something important. A reunion of sisters should be a good time to chat. There is nothing pressing here. You two can stroll around the estate." "Yes, thank you very much, senior." As she spoke, Yi Ning Shuang took Bai Qingyan's hand, preparing to leave. "Senior, then Qingyan shall take her leave. Go ahead, or if you need anything you can tell the maidservants in the estate." "Understood, senior." Once Bai Qingyan and Yi Ning Shuang left, Mu Shishua spoke up. "Husband, what do you think Bai Qingyan's purpose for staying is?" If it were just to catch up with Yining Shuang, I wouldn't believe it. Sister, what purpose could she have other than wanting to form a marriage alliance with you, husband? As she spoke, Mu Shiyu looked at Lin Fan. Husband, do you agree with what I said? That is likely her intention. Lin Fan was not foolish. He could clearly see what was obvious. Husband, what do you plan to do? Mu Shiyu asked curiously. Sister, what is there to ask? Of course one must accept the gift that comes to the door. After this initial step, other forces will surely begin to follow suit. Once we take control of Qingyun County, the forces willing to form a marriage alliance with us are bound to become vassals of the Lin family. It won't be long before the forces of Qingyun County will align themselves with us, the Lin family. Securing Qingyun County will greatly benefit the Lin family's future development, although we do not expect these individuals to accomplish much. However, they can help with mining and searching for spirit herb seeds. These small tasks can be left to them. In the end, we only need to focus on improving our strength. Once my strength has grown, we can gradually devour the surrounding territories. Hearing Mu Shiyu's analysis, Lin Fan was quite astonished. He did not expect Mu Shiyu to have such unique insights. You are right, Shiyu, I share the same sentiment. With that, Lin Fan chose not to elaborate further, as Mu Shiyu had already expressed everything that needed to be said. Husband, let us return to the divine cloud realm. We must strive to conceive a child soon. Mu Shiyu urged. Now Lu Iran and the others had both given birth to their second child, and the later arrivals, such as Shen Ruotang, were also pregnant. Now only the two of them remained. If Lin Fan were to take concubines at that time, it would likely be postponed further. Alright, let us return to the divine cloud realm first. For such a request, Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. Meanwhile, Yining Shuang and Bai Qingyan arrived at the pavilion by the artificial lake and sat down. At this moment, Bai Qingyan spoke. Ning Shuang, thank you for earlier. Yining Shuang smiled and waved her hand. Qingyan, you don't need to be so formal with me. We are good sisters, and I must help with this little favor. Moreover, even if I hadn't intervened, the senior would not have refused your request. In fact, the senior is quite easy to get along with, provided one is not an enemy of his. Yining Shuang had witnessed Lin Fan's ruthlessness towards enemies firsthand. By the way, Qingyan, how did you come here and even decide to stay? I don't believe you came just to catch up with me. I guess you want to become the senior's woman, right? After saying this, Yining Shuang looked at Bai Qingyan with a teasing smile. Seeing Yining Shuang pinpoint her intention so directly, Bai Qingyan was not flustered but a bit surprised. Ning Shuang, have I been that obvious? We are good sisters. How could I not know you? I suppose you did it willingly, right? Yining Shuang asked with a smile. She knew Bai Qingyan's status in the Bai family, and there would certainly be no one forcing her to do such a thing. Regarding this question, Bai Qingyan had no intention of hiding. Ning Shuang, I truly volunteered for the marriage alliance. Not just for myself, but also for the family. After making this decision, I still felt quite anxious. After all, I did not know what kind of person the senior was. Now that I have met the senior, I am no longer worried. After speaking, she revealed an expectant expression. Qingyan, are you still not being honest with me? Yining Shuang did not believe Bai Qingyan's words at all. Ning Shuang, how could I be dishonest? Bai Qingyan asked somewhat nervously. I already know you. You were definitely worried that your elder's appearance wouldn't meet your aesthetic standards, or were afraid that they would be too old, hence your anxiety. Now that you've seen your elder's handsome and dashing appearance, I bet you can hardly contain your excitement. What does your elder's character have to do with it? Moreover, you've only met your elder once. How could you possibly know their character? At this point, Yining Shuang shot her a knowing glance. Haha, so you noticed that. Bai Qingyan felt somewhat. She indeed had concerns regarding this matter. After all, she previously only knew that Lin Fan was at the Purple Mansion stage, but she had no idea about his age or looks. Now that she had met Lin Fan, he was indeed beyond reproach. Regardless, she felt she had gained something. What a pity. I wonder how those young talents in Qingyun County will feel when they learn you are getting married. Originally feeling a bit awkward, Bai Qingyan shook her head upon hearing this. These people won't be grieving, they'll just be a bit disappointed. After all, beautiful women are everywhere, and those young masters aren't lacking in beautiful companions. The reason they pursue me so fervently is merely because of my family background. Bai Qingyan saw through this matter very clearly. Before Lin Fan showed up, her Bai family was the #1 family in Qingyun County with support from the court. If someone were to marry her, it would elevate the influence of their family as well. This was also the reason why those young masters were so obsessed with her. It wasn't that Bai Qingyan looked down on such people. In fact, what she was doing now was not much different from them. She simply did not like them. She was only interested in the strong. Those people's qualifications were not even comparable to hers, so how could she possibly look up to them? By the way, Ning Shuang, how did you end up here? Bai Qingyan asked curiously. Me? I'm just quite unlucky. If it weren't for the timely arrival of my elders, I would definitely be in a very miserable state right now. Speaking of which, Yining Shuang felt a chill run down her spine. What on earth happened? Is there someone who is against you? It's none other than the young master of the Fire Cloud sect, Luo Tsong. Mentioning this guy made Yining Shuang grit her teeth. Then she elaborated on her experience. Damn it, I didn't expect that the young master of the Fire Cloud sect was actually cultivating demonic arts. Previously I thought he was just a violent character. I didn't realize it was due to his cultivation method. He must have targeted the Moose sisters due to their exceptional qualifications. Fortunately, our elder has eliminated this malignant tumor. Had this guy succeeded, who knows how many people would have died in the future. Bai Qingyan was genuinely infuriated by the actions of the Fire Cloud sect. Demonic cultivators are universally denounced, yet the Fire Cloud sect dared to engage in such behavior in secret. Alright Qingyan, there's no need to be angry. The Fire Cloud sect has already paid the price for their actions. Yes, it really isn't necessary to be angry anymore. If the Fire Cloud sect were still around, I would personally lead people to eradicate them. Although the Fire Cloud sect is a top force in Qingyun County, they aren't worth mentioning in front of the Bai family. By the way, Ning Shuang, don't you have any thoughts about your elder? Bai Qingyan asked with a smile. Me? I'm not even clear about my own thoughts. To be honest, Yining Shuang hadn't really considered this issue yet. This was also why she had sent a message directly. It's not that she had someone she liked, she just hadn't thought about getting married yet. What's there to think about? This is a matter of life-saving grace. Of course I have to repay it with my body. I certainly understand this. Let's wait until my master arrives to discuss this matter. If I could become Lin Fan's woman, Yining Shuang would indeed be quite willing. But she worried whether Lin Fan would look down on her. Seeing that Yining Shuang was still contemplating Bai Qingyan did not rush her. Of course, she still hoped Yining Shuang could also become Lin Fan's woman. In that case, they could look out for each other. The harem is not a harmonious place. At least from what she had seen, it was not that harmonious, or rather her own family was not harmonious. Her father had many wives and concubines forming various small factions. Fortunately, due to her high talent and her mother's position, her mother lived quite well within the family. In fact, she had quite a few siblings, as many as several dozen. Her title as the eldest daughter of the family was not due to her being the oldest, but because her strength was the strongest among her peers and her talent was also the best. Thus, she was jointly chosen as the eldest daughter of the family. This is the benefit that strength brings. By the way, Ning Shuang, do you have any understanding of your elder? Bai Qingyan asked again. Please, I've only known my elder for less than 2 days. How could I know anything? However, your elder has another identity that I'm sure you're very interested in. At this point, Yining Shuang revealed a mysterious smile. Come on, stop keeping me in suspense. How could I guess this kind of thing? Alright then. Yining Shuang decided not to keep it a secret. Actually, your elder also holds the identity of a top-tier alchemist at the yellow rank. What? Are you sure? Bai Qingyan was shocked by this news. Of course it's true. This was personally acknowledged by your elder. Then Yining Shuang recounted the story of the 5 great families coming to seek refuge with Lin Fan. I didn't expect these families to be so clever and decisive in their actions. Just the benefits your elder provided would allow these families to grow rapidly. Moreover, as the first to seek refuge, your elder will surely take special care of them. Yes, that's a top-tier breaking realm pill. Your elder directly gave 5 of them. If I could get one, I could immediately break through to the Qi Si stage. Saying this, Yining Shuang was filled with envy. That's why I advised you, as long as you become your elder's concubine, the breaking realm pill is nothing to worry about. Yining Shuang nodded. That's a fact. Your elder is very generous to his own people. Both of the Mu sisters are currently at the early Qi Si stage. Your elder must have refined a lot of pills for them, otherwise their strength wouldn't have increased so quickly. But there's no rush, Qingyan, you go first and lead the way. Once you succeed, I'll come to accompany you. If you fail, I'll give up on this idea. After saying this, Yining Shuang revealed a proud smile. Alright, so you were planning this all along. In the end, I miscalculated. At this moment, Bai Qingyan's expression was one of deep sorrow. Haha, who told you to be my good sister? On the other side, after the heads of the 5 great families returned, they immediately convened a family meeting. Upon learning of the gains from this venture, everyone was filled with excitement. Fortunately, they did not oppose the head's decision earlier. Otherwise, such benefits would have never come their way. Alright, don't get too happy just yet. We must diligently fulfill the tasks assigned by the head of the main family. Remember, when recruiting, do not bully the weak. No one can guarantee whether they will be favored by the head after arriving at the main family. If they harbor any grudges or resentment, it will become our disaster when they grow strong. Rest assured, I know how to handle it. Good, then everyone hurry and get to work. This task must be completed as soon as possible. Yes, head. Soon news of Lin Fan's recruitment of servants managed by the 5 great families spread throughout the city. This news caused an uproar in the entire city. Who would have thought this senior would be recruiting servants in Chongning City? Is it possible they are settling down here? This is great news. With a purple mansion expert stationed in Chongning City, it will surely enhance the city's influence, and development will only get better from here. Too bad they are only recruiting women. These are servants from a family of a purple mansion expert. I would even be willing to clean the toilet. Haha, I have a daughter. I will let her try. Come on, your daughter has no talent and no looks. She has no chance. What did you say? Do you want to Who's afraid of whom? Do you want to practice? Let's practice, then just watch as I beat you until you can't find your teeth. At this moment, there was a long line in front of the 5 great families, all consisting of young women. Although they were merely applying for servant positions, their eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. These are servants from a family of a purple mansion expert, and they might even receive teachings in cultivation techniques. Such an opportunity was not something they could afford to miss. In the Divine Mist realm, after the Moose sisters took a break, Lin Fan checked on the cultivation progress of the children. Now, with ample resources available, all the children had begun their cultivation. As long as the resources are sufficient, the strength of those in the body refinement realm can increase rapidly. Currently, the time ratio between the Divine Mist realm and the main world has reached 6:1. Lin Fan believed that as long as 2 years passed in the main world with his full support, these individuals would at least reach the Chi-Si realm. As for those with Earth-grade qualifications, reaching the Purple Mansion realm would be no problem. By then, these individuals would be able to stand on their own and establish influence in the outside world. In the future, on the surface, they would have no ties to the Lin family. At the same time, the task of searching for children would continue. With his current manpower, it was simply insufficient. However, in the future, his requirements for the children's qualifications would only get higher. A day quickly passed. After Yi Ningshuang bid farewell to Bai Qingyan and returned to her residence, she contacted her master again. Yi Ningshuang, Master, what's going on with you? Why haven't you arrived? Gu Nanshi, your senior sister is not at the sect. I am waiting for her to return. Yi Ningshuang, you all better hurry. The Bai family has already arrived today, and other forces will come one after another upon receiving the news. If you arrive late, leaving a bad impression on the senior, don't blame me for not reminding you. Gu Nanshi, rest assured we will arrive tomorrow. Your senior sister is on her way back to the sect. Yi Ningshuang, alright, I won't say more. On the other side, Bai Qingyan received a message from her second uncle, Bai Yuanqing. Qingyan, how are you doing over there? Bai Qingyan, second uncle, I'm doing well here, you don't need to worry. Bai Yuanqing, then I can rest assured. But about that choice, have you really made up your mind? If you marry one of those young talents from Qingyan County, you will become the family matriarch. However, if you marry this senior, you will only be a concubine. Bai Qingyan, second uncle, I have already made my decision. Please do not persuade me further. As for those families in Qingyan County, I look down on them. What does being the matriarch matter? After learning that Lin Fan was a top-grade alchemist, Bai Qingyan's conviction became even stronger. If Lin Fan became an advanced alchemist in the future, wouldn't it be even easier for her to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? Who knows, she might even have a chance to reach the Divine Platform realm. Upon reaching the Divine Platform realm, even the Emperor of Zhao Country would have to address her as senior. Bai Yuanqing, since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you any further. However, you must be cautious there, do not offend the senior. Bai Qingyan, rest assured, second uncle, I am not a child, I know what to do. Then the two ended their communication. She did not mention Lin Fan being an alchemist. She was unsure if Lin Fan wanted the outside world to know this news. It wouldn't be too late to discuss it once she learned more later. Soon the second day arrived. The news of a Purple Mansion expert appearing in Chongning City had already spread throughout Qingyun County. All the notable forces in Qingyun County sent representatives to Chongning City. With such a strong expert settling in Chongning City, they had to come to pay their respects. As the saying goes, it's well known who sends gifts, but those who don't send gifts will be remembered clearly. Being watched by a Purple Mansion expert is not a good thing. The leaders of these forces were all clever people and would naturally avoid such a low-level mistake. At this moment, in an inn in Chongning City, 4 beautiful women were sitting together. These 4 were Gu Nanshi, Yi Ningshuang's master, along with her senior sister Ling Shuangyue, second senior sister, Su Nianqing, and third senior sister Lu Qingling. At this time, Ling Shuangyue was looking apologetically at her master, saying, Master, it's all my fault for wasting time, otherwise we would have arrived yesterday. With so many forces here now, we no longer have the advantage. Shuangyue, you need not worry. Your junior sister is here. I will send her a message right away. Gu Nanshi, Ningshuang, my 3 senior sisters, and I have arrived at the inn in Chongning City. Could you come over? Yi Ningshuang, finally here. Please wait for me. They'll be there shortly. Saying this, Yi Ningshuang hurriedly tidied up and rushed to the inn mentioned by Gu Nanshi. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan, after thinking all night, decided to confess her intentions to Lin Fan early. If she delayed any longer, she might be outpaced by other forces. After all, others were not fools. Initially, she wanted to bring Yi Ningshuang along, but finding that Yi Ningshuang was not in her room, she had to go alone. Soon, guided by a maid, Bai Qingyan found Lin Fan. Bai Qingyan felt a sense of relief upon seeing only Lin Fan present. If Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishua were here, she wouldn't know how to start the conversation. I have met the senior. No need for formalities, please sit and speak. Thank you, senior. Miss Bai, I wonder if you have come to me for a specific reason at this time. Bai Qingyan glanced at Lin Fan, feeling a bit apprehensive. However, she mustered her courage and asked, Senior, since you intend to establish a family, do you have any plans for taking a concubine? Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, but nodded. Of course, establishing a family requires a bloodline inheritance, so taking a concubine is unavoidable. Does Miss Bai have a suitable candidate to introduce to me? Lin Fan joked. Hearing Lin Fan's intention to take a concubine, Bai Qingyan's heart leaped with joy. She couldn't wait to ask, what do you think of me, Senior? After saying this, Bai Qingyan began to feel nervous. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He thought Bai Qingyan would wait a while before discussing this matter with him. He never expected her to be so direct. After gazing at Bai Qingyan for a moment, Lin Fan slowly said, if it's Miss Bai, then naturally there is no problem. But are you serious? Bai Qingyan nodded vigorously, saying, Senior, I am indeed serious. I wouldn't dare joke about such matters in front of you. Good, since you're serious, I have no issues on my side. However, let me state this in advance, once you enter the Lin family, you will only be a member of the Lin family. Are you willing? Bai Qingyan suppressed the joy in her heart, and replied, I am willing. Great. Rest assured, since you are willing to join the Lin family, the Bai family will certainly benefit. I will prepare 50 top-grade yellow-level pills, 1,000 upper-grade yellow-level pills, 1.0 pounds of top-grade yellow-level spirit rice, 10 top-grade yellow-level weapons, and 50 upper-grade yellow-level weapons, and 1,000 pounds of top-grade yellow-level spirit wine as your betrothal gift. Hiss. Hearing these numbers, Bai Qingyan gasped in shock. The total value of these items exceeded 5.0 yellow-level spirit stones. However, these items are mostly priceless in the market. Even offering 2 million yellow-level spirit stones wouldn't guarantee their procurement. With such resources, the Bai family's strength could soar in a short time. Coming back to her senses, Bai Qingyan nervously asked, Senior, isn't this too much? No, to me you are worth far more than this. Bai Qingyan possessed a lower-grade Earth-level aptitude, and this amount of resources was truly not excessive. The highest aptitude obtainable at Baiwa Tower was merely top-grade mysterious level. As for above Earth level, even if Baiwa Tower had them, they would never allow an external marriage. A lower-grade Earth-level aptitude has the potential to cultivate to the realm of divine powers, making her a precious asset in any force. Since the Bai family was so generous in allowing Bai Qingyan to form a union, he naturally couldn't be stingy. Once the Bai family set this example, more forces would seek to form a marriage alliance with him. If it weren't for the fact that it was not the right time to reveal his identity as a mysterious-level alchemist, he would have planned to give a lower-grade mysterious-level barrier-breaking pill. With this pill, Bai Qingyan's father could quickly become a master in the Purple Mansion realm. But there was no rush. He would wait until his strength increased further before considering it. At this moment, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, you are worth far more than this, Bai Qingyan felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. She was also delighted with her decision, feeling she had not misjudged him. In her daze, Lin Fan spoke again. Qingyan, you can convey this news back right now and tell me the types of pills. Miss Bai, can we really choose the types of pills freely? Bai Qingyan asked in disbelief. Of course, did Miss Yi not tell you that I am an alchemist? Ning Shuang told me about it, but can you truly concoct every type of pill? Yes, as long as it's a yellow-level pill, I can concoct it. Hiss. Bai Qingyan gasped again. There are countless types of yellow-level pills, and no one could probably name. The fact that Lin Fan could concoct every yellow-level pill meant he possessed the recipes for all yellow-level pills. It sounded utterly incredible. However, Bai Qingyan had no doubt about Lin Fan's words. Coming back to her senses, she hurriedly began to take action. She had no idea how excited her family members would be upon hearing this news. Then in front of Lin Fan, Bai Qingyan conveyed this news back. Shortly after, there was a response from the other side. Bai Yuanqing, Qingyan, are you sure you're not joking about what you just said? Bai Yuanqing was genuinely shocked by Bai Qingyan's message. So many high-level resources were something they wouldn't even dare to dream of before. It was simply too insane. Bai Qingyan, the senior is right beside me. How could it be fake? At that moment, Lin Fan also spoke. Everything Qingyan just said is true. You all should decide on the types of pills you want, and let Qingyan tell me later. All right, senior, I will go discuss this with everyone right away. Hearing Lin Fan speak, Bai Yuanqing naturally had no doubts. He hurriedly called the family elders for a meeting. Such matters couldn't be decided by him alone. Thinking about the resources Bai Qingyan mentioned made him want to jump with excitement. Once they could digest these resources, the Bai family's strength would at least double. On Yining Shuang's side, she also quickly found her master and 3 senior sisters. Master, 3 senior sisters, you finally arrived. Ning Shuang, little junior sister. The 4 of them displayed smiles upon seeing Yining Shuang. Little junior sister, I heard from the master that you were captured by the Huiyan sect. Are you hurt? Don't worry, senior sister, I'm fine. Fortunately, the senior appeared in time, otherwise that Luo Tsong would have succeeded. That Luo Tsong died too easily. He actually dared to bully our little junior sister. The seniors were very protective of their little junior sister. They never expected that their little junior sister had only gone out to complete a simple task and ended up captured by the Huoyin sect. They also regretted having their own matters at the time, otherwise they wouldn't have let Yining Shuang go out alone. Hearing her senior sister say that Luo Cong died too easily, Yining Shuang couldn't help but shake her head. Thinking about the scene before Luo Cong died made her shiver now. That guy truly had a terrible death. Alright, Master Senior Sisters, let's not discuss this any longer. You should return to the Lin residence with me first. Little junior sister, is it really appropriate to just bring us over like this? Ling Xuanyue asked with some concern. She presumed that her little junior sister must have gotten along well with this senior. She didn't want their disregard for rules to drag her little junior sister down. Yining Shuang understood the concerns of the others. Fortunately, after having dinner last night, she found Lin Fan and mentioned that her master and senior sister would be coming. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to directly bring people to the Lin residence. If her unilateral decision displeased Lin Fan, it would be too unwise. Senior sister, you can rest assured, I won't act recklessly in such matters. I informed the elder last night about your arrival. The elder said that once you all arrive, I can take you directly to meet him. Since little junior sister has made the introduction, we can be at ease. On the way, Yining Shuang chatted with the others about matters concerning the Lin residence, preparing them mentally. 3 senior sisters, do you now have a competitor? Little junior sister, are you referring to yourself? Second senior sister Su Nianqing asked with a smile. Second senior sister is joking, I am no match for the 3 of you. I am talking about Bai Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, who is currently also at the Lin residence. Alas, the Bai family truly deserves to be the foremost power in Qingyun County. Their efficiency is indeed remarkable. It seems we have arrived a step too late, being outpaced by the Bai family. Nevertheless, it's fine. With Ning Shuang here, we will be allies and not competitors. They naturally knew of the relationship between Yining Shuang and Bai Qingyan. Soon the 4 arrived at the Lin residence with Yining Shuang. The maid at the gate recognized Yining Shuang and had received Lin Fan's orders, so she did not stop them. Seeing that the guards at the gate possessed complete mastery of the opening Yuan realm, Gu Nanshi felt a mix of emotions. It could be said that they truly were experts of the Purple Mansion realm. It should be noted that the elders of their Yunxiu sect were only at the peak of the opening Yuan realm. As they entered the Lin residence, the 4 disciples felt somewhat apprehensive. The person they were to meet this time was an expert of the Purple Mansion realm. Though the Purple Mansion realm seemed only one level above the Qi realm, that level was a profound chasm. Countless martial artists in the land of the 100 nations remained stuck at the peak of the Qi realm, unable to touch that threshold until the end of their lives. Gu Nanshi did not hold any hope for her ability to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. When Yining Shuang brought the 4 to find Lin Fan, she discovered him laughing and chatting with Bai Qingyan. No way, Qingyan's speed is astonishing. However, now was not the time for her to be surprised. Yining Shuang composed herself and approached, saying, Elder, this is my master Gu Nanshi. Gu Nanshi did not dare to delay and hurriedly stepped forward to pay her respects. Gu Nanshi greets the elder. Then Yining Shuang pulled the other 3 to introduce them. These are my 3 senior sisters, senior sister Ling Xuanyue, second senior sister, Su Nianqing, and third senior sister Lu Qingling. Ling Xuanyue, Su Nianqing, and Lu Qingling greet the elder. There's no need for excessive courtesy from Gu Zongzhu and the 3 esteemed disciples. Then pointing to the stone bench in the gazebo, he said, everyone please take a seat. Thank you, elder. As the 4 sat down, their information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name Gu Nanshi. Age 48. Identity master of Yunxiu sect. Strength mid-Qi realm. Talent supreme, Xian level. Favorability 60. Name Ling Xuanyue. Age 35. Identity eldest disciple of Yunxiu sect. Strength early Qi realm. Talent upper Xian level. Favorability 61. Name Su Nianqing. Age 29. Identity second disciple of Yunxiu sect. Strength peak opening Yuan realm. Talent upper Xian level. Favorability 63. Name Lu Qingling. Age 27. Identity third disciple of Yunxiu sect. Strength peak opening Yuan realm. Talent upper Xian level. Favorability 65. After reading the information of the 4, Lin Fan realized that the overall strength of the Yunxiu sect was significantly stronger than that of the previous Huoyin sect. Not only had the master Gu Nanshi reached the mid-Qi realm, but even her eldest disciple possessed strength at the early Qi realm. As for the old sect master of the Yunxiu sect, he also possessed strength at the late Qi realm. In comparison, the Yunxiu sect had one more martial artist at the mid-Qi realm than the Huoyin sect. Lin Fan genuinely did not understand how the Huoyin sect had the audacity to capture Yining Shuang. If this matter were to come to light, the Huoyin sect would definitely face catastrophic consequences. After Gu Nanshi sat down, she quickly took out a jade box from her storage bag. Elder, this is a gift we prepared. Please accept it. Alright, you are very thoughtful. Lin Fan would not refuse such a gift. If he did not accept it, it would only frighten them. By the way, Gu Zhongzhu, I will announce the establishment of the Lin family in 5 days. If you have time, you are welcome to stay and witness. Elder, we certainly have the time, Gu Nanshi said with a face full of joy. Only a fool would refuse such matters. Originally, Gu Nanshi was still pondering what reason she should use to stay. Now it was perfect, as she didn't even need to find a reason and could stay directly. After chatting for a while, a maid came to report that many forces had come to pay their respects. However, this time Lin Fan did not personally attend to them. Instead, he directly entrusted the task to Li Han. Those forces did not dare to voice any complaints. After all, Lin Fan was an expert of the Purple Mansion realm. They could not just meet him whenever they wanted. That Lin Fan could send the chief steward to receive them was already quite a courtesy. At the same time, Lin Fan also had Li Han announce the establishment of the family. As this news spread, Chongning City became even more bustling. An expert of the Purple Mansion realm establishing a family here had already changed the dynamics of Qingyun County and even some nearby forces. Previously, there were no experts of the Purple Mansion realm within a radius of 300 million square kilometers centered around Qingyun County. Now, with Lin Fan's emergence, the forces in this area would certainly look to the Lin family for guidance. Of course, there would definitely be other forces from the Purple Mansion realm trying to infiltrate this area. It was just uncertain how they would act. In the Zhao Kingdom among the Wishing Moon County, the Juying Mountains stood tall, with a powerful sect, the Liahu sect. The entire mountain range is not very large, only over 1 million square kilometers. But this mountain range has 2 small-scale, Xian-grade spirit stone veins, and over 10 large-scale, Huang-grade spirit stone veins. These are the assets of the Liahu sect. Each year they can bring considerable spirit stone earnings to the Liahu sect. The surrounding forces regard the Liahu sect as their leader and offer tributes every year. Because the ancestor of the Liahu sect is an expert at the early Purple Mansion realm on par with the strength of Chun Moyen, the county governor of Wishing Moon County. The two forces stand in equal measure. These are also the 2 strongest forces in Wishing Moon County. At this moment in the main hall of the Liahu sect-to-sect meeting was taking place. Master brother, we just received news from junior brother Li of the Qingming Valley. This sudden appearance of a Purple Mansion realm warrior in Qingyun County intends to establish a family. There, how should we plan next? The speaker was Hua Yuanliang, the Grand Elder of the Liahu sect, whose strength had reached the peak of the Qi realm. As for the junior brother Li he mentioned, he was indeed Li Zhuguang, the founder of the Qingming Valley. Li Zhuguang was a fellow disciple of theirs. This news was unknown to anyone outside. It was clear that the Qingming Valley was their secretly implanted force in Qingyun County. Now with Lin Fan's emergence, it would naturally affect their plans. What do you all think, junior brothers? The sect leader Song Jingxing did not answer directly. He wanted to see what everyone thought. Master brother, the other party is merely in the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. They pose no threat to our Liahu sect. I agree with third senior brother's viewpoint. Our master is also in the Purple Mansion realm, so why should we fear him? I hope he won't provoke us, otherwise we are not to be trifled with. Second senior brothers, we shouldn't speak like that. Our master is currently in seclusion, and we have no way of knowing when he will emerge. So before our master comes out, we should avoid conflict with him. I support fifth junior sister's statement. Indeed, we cannot afford to engage in conflict with the other party at this moment. Fifth junior sister, sixth junior brother, you are too timid. In the end, the other party is just a warrior in the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. They have no subordinates. Why should our Liahu sect be afraid of their whims? Third senior brother, our master is currently in seclusion. If we disturb his cultivation, can you bear the consequences? Moreover, the other party currently has only 2 concubines, which can be considered as having no weaknesses. If they strike at us, our master may not even have time to save us. Seeing that his junior brothers and sisters each had their own opinions, Song Zhengqing hurriedly intervened. Everyone quiet. As soon as he spoke, they all fell silent. Although Song Zhengqing had not yet broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, his strength was the strongest among his siblings. Over the years, he had also managed the sect meticulously. Therefore, they still held great respect for this sect leader. Fifth junior sister is right. This Purple Mansion realm warrior has no weaknesses. If we offend him, it will be difficult for our master to protect us. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot afford to offend him. As Song Zhengqing said this, he turned to his second junior brother. That was the Grand Elder of the Liahu sect, Hua Yuanliang. Junior brother Hua, until we have ascertained the details of this Purple Mansion realm warrior, instruct junior brother Li not to act rashly. Let the other forces do as they will. Junior brother, just follow their lead. Even if it affects some of our interests, we must endure for now. Currently, our master is in seclusion, striving to reach the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. We cannot allow any extraneous matters to arise. If it disrupts our master's cultivation, we cannot bear the consequences. Once our master breaks through, he will naturally reclaim what is owed. Although some of the senior brothers were unwilling with Song Zhengqing's decision, They were used to being arrogant and high-handed before any force, so naturally, they were displeased with the idea of being low-key now. However, they did not dare to ignore Song Zhengcheng's words. By the way, fifth junior sister, the other party announced they will establish a family in 5 days. You should take a gift over. After all, the other party is a Purple Mansion realm force, which is not far from us. Regardless of the situation, we still need to express something. Yes, master brother. Song Zhengcheng sent his fifth junior sister because she was reliable. As for the other brothers, their personalities were eccentric and not suitable for such matters. He did not wish to make an enemy of a Purple Mansion realm warrior at this time. Once his master broke through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, even the county governor would have to avoid their sharpness. On the other side, Chun Moi, the county governor of Wanyue County, also received this news. A Purple Mansion realm expert suddenly appeared in Qingyun County and planned to establish a family there. This news truly caught him by surprise. Although Qingyun County covers a large area of 200 million square kilometers, its resources are scarce and insufficient to support the development of a Purple Mansion force. This is also the reason why those Purple Mansion forces look down on Qingyun County, as there is not even a small-sized mystic Great Spirit Stone mine. In the Purple Mansion realm, mystic Great Spirit Stones are essential for cultivation. This is also the reason why those Purple Mansion forces look down on Qingyun County. In contrast, Wanyue County, while covering less than 300 million square kilometers, is rich in resources, having 6 small-sized mystic Great Spirit Stone mines. There are over 100 small-sized yellow Great Spirit Stone mines and a considerable number of medium and large ones. Among them, 3 mystic Great Spirit Stone mines belong to his governor's office. 2 are in the hands of the Liahua sect, and the remaining 1 is jointly owned by several other forces of Peak Qixi realm. In fact, as long as the quantity is controlled, spirit stone mines can be sustainably mined. A small-sized mystic Great Spirit Stone mine can yield 200 to 500 mystic Great Spirit Stones each year, as long as its foundation isn't destroyed. Though it seems like a small amount, over time the total number becomes quite considerable. Wanyue County is not far from Qingyun County, though I hope he doesn't extend his hand over. The resources in Wanyue County cannot support a third Purple Mansion force. I heard the young lady of the Bai family is preparing for a marriage alliance with him. Should I prepare for that? Forget it, let's wait and see. If he is just an ordinary Purple Mansion warrior, it won't warrant such an effort to establish a connection. Despite saying this, Chun Moi still prepared a gift to send over. Aside from Qingyun County and Wanyue County, the Zhao Kingdom also has Luoxing County, Hanhai County, Tianjin County, and Wanchuan County. The royal city of the Zhao Kingdom is located in Tianjin County. Tianjin County is the richest county in the Zhao Kingdom, covering nearly 700 million square kilometers. At this moment, Emperor Zhao Qingyun of the Zhao Kingdom also received the news of the appearance of a Purple Mansion realm warrior in Qingyun County. The emergence of a strange Purple Mansion realm warrior piqued his interest, but he would not pay too much attention. He himself possessed strength in the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and the royal family had an ancestor of the Divine Platform realm. Naturally, he did not need to worry that a newly emerged warrior in the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm would bring any impact to his dynasty. However, it was necessary to win him over. Come here. Soon a eunuch hurried in from outside. This servant greets your majesty. You go to the inner treasury and select 6 mid-grade mystic level spirit herbs, then bring 1 mystic grade spirit stones to present to the head of the Lin family. Then in the name of the Zhao family, congratulate the Lin family on their establishment. This servant obeys. Lin Fan was not his subject, so it was not appropriate to do this in the name of the court at this time. In the following days, Chongning City became increasingly lively. After the news of Lin Fan's intention to establish the Lin family spread, various factions sent representatives to offer their congratulations. Now these people gathered in Chongning City waiting for the day to arrive. During these few days, the Lin residents also became bustling with activity. The 5 great families have successively recruited over 1,000 capable individuals for the Lin residence, all with qualifications no lower than the high-grade yellow level. Most of these women came from small families in Qingyun County. Naturally, these small families would not miss the opportunity after hearing that Lin Fan was recruiting servants. To serve in a family within the Purple Mansion realm is indeed a chance of a lifetime. Lin Fan intended to train these individuals to become the public face of the family's subordinates. At that moment, in one of the courtyards of the Lin residence, Yining Xue was whispering with Gunanchi. As for her 3 senior sisters, they were busy helping out. Master, tomorrow is the day the senior establishes the family. Do you have any thoughts? In the past few days, Yining Xue observed her master and her 3 senior sisters leisurely staying in the Lin residence without taking any action. The senior is a master of the Purple Mansion realm and a powerful alchemist. You should know that my good sister is now with the senior. Can't you be a bit more proactive? In the past few days, Yining Xue observed her master and her three senior sisters leisurely staying in the Lin residence without taking any action. This truly made her anxious. Oh, you're talking about this matter. At this moment, Gunanshi also realized. Ningxue, you actually don't need to be so. After the senior is busy tomorrow, I will bring up the matter of you becoming a concubine. There's no rush on this. What? You want the senior to take me as a concubine? Yining Xue was instantly stunned. She did not mean to bring her master and the three senior sisters closer to the senior. How did it turn into her? Gunanshi looked at the dazed Yining Xue, feeling somewhat puzzled. Ningxue, weren't you very anxious just now? Why do you look like you're unwilling now? Hearing Gunanxi's words, Yining Xue also came back to her senses. Master, I am not unwilling, I just am not in a hurry at the moment. What I want to say is about your relationship with the senior. If you include the three senior sisters, that would be even better. Master, you're not young anymore, and neither are the three senior sisters. It's time to consider your lifelong matters. What about my matters? Now it was Gunanxi's turn to be stunned. She had never thought about having any relationship with Lin Fan. However, after hearing Yining Xue say this, it seemed quite plausible. Her qualifications were certainly not inferior to her disciples. She was also confident in her looks, not worse than her disciples. As for age, it could be overlooked. She had a lifespan of 500 years, and at her current age, it was truly nothing. Even reaching 100 years old would only be equivalent to an ordinary person at 18, let alone she was merely over 50. If Lin Fan did not appear with her conditions, wanting to become a concubine of a Purple Mansion expert was quite a lofty aspiration. But now the opportunity was right in front of her. Could she afford to give it up? No, she absolutely could not give it up. If she missed this chance, her life would likely end here. Following Lin Fan, she might see even broader horizons. But soon Gunanshi regained her composure. In front of her disciple, she could not lose her demeanor. Thus she immediately straightened her face. You rebellious disciple, what are you thinking? How dare you have designs on your master? This is absolutely outrageous. Do you need a lesson? Hearing this from Gunanshi, Yining Xue felt somewhat displeased. Master, what do you mean by having designs on you? I am doing this for your own good. If you don't cherish this opportunity now, once the senior has more wives and concubines in the future, you will lose your advantage. Master, you shouldn't forget that the senior is a Purple Mansion expert. In the early stages, to extend the bloodline, his requirements may not be very high. But once the family gets on track, after some time, wanting to enter would be impossible without qualifications above. If you don't believe it, just look at the other factions' Purple Mansion experts. If you have qualifications below the Earth level, do you think they would accept you? This is your only chance. Although what Yining Xue said was quite reasonable, Gunanshi did not want to lose face in front of her disciple. Alright, Ningxue, you don't need to worry about my matters. I have my own decisions. Let's handle your matters with your three senior sisters first. Seeing that her master still wanted to marry her off, first Yining Xue hurriedly began to think. After a while her eyes lit up, and she began to feign a complaint. Master, I have no problem at all. I've previously discussed this with the three senior sisters, and they also have no issue. But master, if we enter first, and you want to join later, then you'll have to call us sisters. The thought of master calling me sister in the future is quite thrilling. After saying this, Yining Xue showed a proud smile at Gunanshi. You rebellious disciple, how dare you try to take advantage of your master? Let me see how I deal with you. Saying this, Gunanshi rolled up her sleeves, preparing to discipline this rebellious disciple. This disciple was simply too annoying, otherwise things would get out of hand later. Haha, you can't catch me. Saying this, Yining Xue hurriedly ran outside. You rebellious disciple, don't run. Let me see how I deal with you. In the Lin residence, Gunanshi dared not use her energy or body techniques. She could only rely on her physical strength to run. Otherwise, chasing after someone in the opening Yuan realm would not be an easy task. The chase between the two naturally attracted the attention of many. However, seeing that they were just playing around, the maids of the Lin residence did not intervene. Senior sister, what are master and junior sister doing? Before Ling Shuiyue could speak, Lu Qingling already opened her mouth. Second senior sister, you know junior sister's personality. Only she dares to joke around with master. That's true, she has always been like this. To be honest, they were somewhat envious of the way Yining Xue and Gunanshi interacted. However, if they were to do the same, they wouldn't be able to manage it. They had a great deal of respect for Gunanshi. It was not that Gunanshi was harsh with them. In fact, Gunanshi treated them like her own daughters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given that precious breaking through pill obtained 2 years ago to Ling Shuiyue. Yangxi Zong had quite a few elders who had reached the opening Yuan realm. They also desired this pill. Rebellious disciple, don't run. Came the furious voice of Gunanshi from behind Yining Xuan. Haha, master, only a fool wouldn't run. At this moment, Yining Xuan noticed Lin Fan not far away walking toward them. Seeing this, a clever idea sparked in her mind. She hurriedly ran toward Lin Fan's position. Meanwhile, Gunanshi, not far behind Yining Xuan, did not notice Lin Fan's presence due to her intentional obstruction. At this moment, she only thought about catching Yining Xuan and giving her a good beating. Lin Fan, witnessing this scene, was filled with questions, unsure of what the master and disciple were up to. As she was about to collide with Lin Fan, Yi Ningxuang smirked and swiftly dodged. However, in that instant, Gu Nanqi reacted too late and crashed directly into Lin Fan. Gu Nanqi was momentarily stunned. She actually bumped into someone. When she saw that it was Lin Fan, two words flashed in her mind: this is bad. She had unexpectedly crashed into the embrace of a senior. She wondered if he would accuse her of offending him. You rebellious disciple, you are simply trying to kill your master. Gu Nanqi couldn't help but scold Yi Ningxuang in her heart. If this matter wasn't clarified and if Lin Fan held her accountable, she couldn't imagine the consequences. Yet beside them, Yi Ningxuang couldn't help but chuckle to herself at this scene. Master, you mustn't blame your disciple. I'm creating an opportunity for you, and you will definitely thank me later. She was initially pondering how to find an opportunity, but who knew Lin Fan would arrive so conveniently. Although success wasn't guaranteed, it would surely bring the two closer together, marking a splendid start. As for whether she would anger Lin Fan, that was certainly not the case. Though her time with Lin Fan hadn't been long, she knew he would only strike hard against enemies. When it came to his allies, he issued commands with authority, yet he remained friendly in regular situations. He wouldn't be angered over such trivial matters. Looking at Gu Nanqi in his embrace, Lin Fan asked with a puzzled expression, Gu Sect Master, what are you Gu Nanqi finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly distancing herself from Lin Fan. Senior, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. It's all that rebellious disciple's fault. At this point, Gu Nanqi didn't even know how to explain. The matters she and her disciple had just discussed involved Lin Fan, so it was naturally inappropriate to divulge. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang felt she had to assist again. She quickly approached Gu Nanqi and said, Master, you can't blame me for this matter. Who is it that just said that all the young women want to become a senior's concubine, including yourself? I see you must have taken the opportunity to throw yourself into the senior's arms upon seeing him. Otherwise, with your strength, how could you possibly not dodge and instead crash into him? Now you're afraid the senior is angry and are trying to shift the blame onto me. How wicked. Gu Nanqi was truly furious at this rebellious disciple. This disciple was simply too despicable. Didn't she realize what kind of occasion this was? To make such jokes in front of a senior was nearly asking to get her master killed. This disciple was not to be kept, as she was simply too outrageous. However, at that moment, Yi Ningxuang didn't give Gu Nanqi a chance to explain. She quickly turned to Lin Fan. Senior, look, my master doesn't even know how to explain, which means she is feeling guilty right now. Just now she was chasing me fiercely because I said she was delusional. How could a senior like you possibly be interested in her? It was precisely because of that sentence that she provoked her, resulting in her chasing after me, saying she wanted to teach me an unforgettable lesson. Senior, please be merciful and take her in, even if it's just as a maid to serve tea and warm the bed, that would suffice. Otherwise, when we return, she will certainly settle the score with me. After Yi Ningxuang finished speaking, she cast a pitiful look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not foolish. He naturally understood that most of what Yi Ningxuang said was a joke. At the same time, he also recognized Yi Ningxuang's intentions. However, this was a good thing for him, and he certainly wouldn't expose her. Thus, he casually asked Gu Nanqi, Gu Sect Master, is what Miss Yi said true? If she said it wasn't true, it would imply she had no interest in Lin Fan, which would mean no possibility for her in the future. But if she said it was true, it would mean that everything Yi Ningxuang had said earlier was indeed true, which made her feel quite embarrassed. However, seeing that Lin Fan was not angry at this moment relieved her. Senior, look, my master is too embarrassed to speak. Is there any need for explanation? Hearing Yi Ningxuang's words, Lin Fan nodded. I didn't expect Gu Sect Master to be so infatuated with me. Since that's the case, then you shall stay. What? Senior is actually asking me to stay. Am I dreaming? At this moment, Gu Nanqi was engulfed. At this moment, Yi Ningxuang was overjoyed. She didn't expect to succeed so easily. Just like that, she effortlessly secured such a powerful ally for herself, but she was simply too clever. Yet seeing her master still dazed and unresponsive, Yi Ningxuang hurriedly urged, Master, what are you still doing here? The senior has already asked you to stay. You should show some response. Response? How should I respond? Gu Nanqi was in a state of utter confusion, as she had no idea how to respond, having no experience in this regard. Seeing this scene, Yi Ningxuang covered her head in frustration, thinking, Master, you really are useless, missing such an opportunity. If it weren't for me, you probably wouldn't have any chance with the senior in this lifetime. Forget it, let me help you again, she thought as she suddenly gave Gu Nanqi a push from behind. Due to the suddenness of it and her flustered state, Gu Nanqi had no chance to react. Once again, she fell into Lin Fan's embrace. Senior, you and my master have a good chat. I'm going to find Qingyan to talk. With that, Yi Ningxuang hurriedly fled. Am I being sold out by my own disciple? This was Gu Nanqi's inner thought at that moment. However, she quickly cast a somewhat evasive glance at Lin Fan. Senior, actually, Gu Nanqi wanted to explain, yet she still didn't know how to start. What do you not wish to? Lin Fan asked with a smile. No, of course I wish to. Gu Nanqi hurriedly replied. Who wouldn't want such a thing? Only a fool wouldn't. This was Gu Nanqi's thought. Since you're willing, then other matters are not important. You shall stay here from now on. Gunachi softly replied. After chatting with Gunachi for a while, Lin Fan let her leave. As for the matter of taking a concubine, it can wait until the family is established, or a day or two doesn't make a difference. Fortunately, after the busyness of these past few days, Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu finally made some progress. Although only 5 or 6 days have passed, outside over a month has already passed in the Xinxiao realm. Here, after Gunachi left, she immediately found Yi Ningxuang. She needed to give Yi Ningxuang a good lesson. Seeing the furious Gunachi, Yi Ningxuang instinctively took a step back in fear, saying, "Master, what do you want to do? Rebellious disciple, what do you think I want to do?" "Of course it's time to clean up the house," Gunachi said viciously. "Master, you aren't planning to take revenge on me, are you? I was helping you at that time. Otherwise, with your character, how would you dare to bring up such matters with your seniors? Now you don't even thank me, and you want to clean up the house. I refuse to accept this." As she spoke, Yi Ningxuang hurriedly retreated. "I don't care whether you accept it or not. I must teach you a lesson." With that, Gunachi directly made her move. Master, you are not following the rules of martial arts, hitting everywhere. Daring to plot against me, your master, what rules of martial arts should I follow?" Saying this, Gunachi continued to strike. "Master, if you keep this up, I will have to fight back. Wow, you rebellious disciple, your move is truly insidious. If master's child lacks food, I will come for you." "Insidious? I learned it from you, master. As for food, don't worry, I can take care of that. Who do you look down on? With my resources, I won't lack this bit of food." Looking down at her feet is no joke. "Alright, let me show you my ultimate skill." "Master, you actually kept this skill to yourself, not teaching me. Now you know who the master is." "Master, don't get too proud. It sounds like no one else has skills. Take this." Half an hour passed, and then Ling Shuangyue and the others arrived. Looking at the disheveled two, the trio was left speechless. "Master, junior sister, what are you doing?" "It's all because of your junior sister who dared to betray me. You three shouldn't learn from your junior sister, otherwise I won't let you off." "TCH, was I betraying you? I was helping you." "Three senior sisters, you must judge this matter for me." Then Yi Ningxuang recounted the entire incident to the three. After hearing Yi Ningxuang's story, the three stared at her in disbelief. They never expected that Yi Ningxuang would have the guts to do such a thing in front of her seniors. Fortunately, the outcome, otherwise given their master's character, there would really be no chance with her seniors. After all, such matters must be initiated by their master. "You heard that right. This is what your junior sister has done. She sold out the master like this. Do you think this rebellious disciple should be taught a lesson?" Hearing Gu Neng's words, Yi Ningxuang pouted. "Master, you should be very happy now, right? But I regret it. Had I known I would have acted myself, then you would have to call me sister. I was so kind-hearted for your sake, yet you didn't appreciate it." The three of Ling Shuangyue were amused by Yi Ningxuang's words. However, upon receiving a stern glare from Gunachi, they quickly covered their mouths. Then Gunachi glanced at Yi Ningxuang, her expression somewhat proud. Just as Yi Ningxuang said, it was good that she acted first. If she had to call Yi Ningxuang's sister later, how would she manage to say it? Finally, Gunachi cleared her throat and said seriously, "Alright, let's consider this matter over. From now on, no one can mention it again." Yi Ningxuang rolled her eyes again, but did not say anything more. Time passed, and soon it was the next day. Today was the day the Lin family established itself in Chongqing City. So Lin Fan took Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu to the main world early in the morning. As for Luo Yiran and Su Qingwan, Lin Fan wasn't ready to let them step into the limelight yet. Since Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue were already in the open, there was no need for them to hide. With the arrival of Lin Fan and the others by Qingyan, and Gunachi quickly came to Lin Fan's side after receiving the news. "Greetings, family head." Lin Fan had already agreed to let them stay, so there was no need to address him as a senior. Everyone, no need for excessive formalities. With that, Lin Fan looked at Li Han. "Xiaohan, what's the situation outside?" "Family head, those forces are already gradually gathering at the main gate." "Have we prepared the food?" "Family head, we have prepared 5000 tables already. If it's not enough, we can supplement it any time." "Good, you must keep an eye on this. If the food is not enough, it would surely be a laughingstock." Also, once all the guests are in, arrange for 200 banquet tables to be set up at the main gate. Today is the day the Lin family is established. We must let the warriors of Chongqing City celebrate together. "Yes, family head. Well, the time is almost up. We can let those people in now." "Family head, I will go arrange it now." Soon Li Han appeared at the entrance of the Lin residence. As she appeared, all eyes turned to her. They were not unfamiliar with Li Han. Over these days, they had learned quite a bit about the situation of the Lin family. "Thank you all for coming from afar. I am Li Han, the chief steward of the Lin residence. Please follow me inside to celebrate the establishment of the Lin family together." "Thank you, Steward Li. Everyone, please." Then, under Li Han's guidance, the crowd walked through the grand entrance of the Lin residence. "By the way, Steward Li, where should we place the congratulatory gifts we brought?" Today, with so many forces present, it was naturally impossible to present their gifts one by one in front of Lin Fan. In response, Li Han directly summoned two maids. Just hand your gifts over to them. The crowd had no objections and promptly handed their gifts to the two maids. Each force's gifts were recorded, so there was no need to worry about confusion. After handling the gifts, Li Han led the large group of guests towards the family's martial arts arena. With so many guests, the family hall couldn't accommodate everyone, so going to the martial arts arena was the best choice. The family's martial arts arena was vast, covering 3 square kilometers. At this time, over 1,000 tables had already been set up in the martial arts arena. Although the dishes were not yet served, the bowls, chopsticks, and wine were all prepared. Everyone, please take your seats. Oh, our family head will be here shortly. Li Han greeted everyone with a smile. Those influential figures understood the rules well, with the stronger factions sitting in front and the weaker ones naturally taking their places at the back. There was no need for Li Han to worry. Shortly after these guests were seated, Lin Fan arrived at the high platform of the martial arts arena, accompanied by Mu Shishue and others. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present stood up. They bowed to Lin Fan and said, "We pay our respects to Senior Lin and congratulate him on the establishment of his family." Even those who harbored dissatisfaction towards Lin Fan dared not act out at this moment. Not even the royal relatives of the Zhao kingdom could be presumptuous. This was the prestige of the Purple Mansion realm in the land of 100 nations. Everyone is a guest here. No need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats. Thank you, Senior. After they settled down, Lin Fan gestured for Li Han to bring him a cup of wine. Today is the day of the Lin family's establishment. I thank everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to support us. Please join me in this toast. At this moment, the people below filled their cups and raised them. To you, Senior. To everyone. As Lin Fan raised his cup and drank it all in one go, others followed suit, downing their drinks as well. What kind of wine is this? It's so exquisite. This thought emerged in the minds of those who had just consumed the wine. The sensation it provided was truly magnificent. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, they would have definitely indulged in several more cups. Meanwhile, many descendants brought by family elders and at the peak of the body refinement stage were filled with anticipation. After drinking this cup of wine, they directly broke through to the opening origin stage. Even some opening origin realm warriors who were on the verge of breaking through successfully advanced a small realm under the influence of the spirit wine. This change immediately left everyone present in shock once again. Those seasoned warriors also widened their eyes in astonishment. They never expected that Lin Fan would serve such high-grade spirit wine to his guests. It was quite extravagant. Even the representatives sent by the Purple Mansion realm forces were taken aback by Lin Fan's generosity. High-grade spirit wine was not something they could consume freely. It was only supplied in limited quantities each year to the Qi realm, and having 20 pounds was already remarkable. Only the ancestors of the Purple Mansion realm could enjoy unlimited supply. Yet Lin Fan surprisingly brought out so much to entertain his guests. They all wanted another cup, but given the current circumstances, they could only wait. Soon after the breakthroughs, the people who had just advanced bowed deeply to Lin Fan, saying, "We thank you, Senior. No need for formalities. Your breakthroughs are a result of your own opportunities, and I am happy for you." After expressing their gratitude to Lin Fan, once more they finally took their seats. Alright, I know that everyone is not just here to congratulate the Lin family's establishment. I am sure you also want to know our future plans. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone present perked up, especially those from the Purple Mansion realm factions. If the Lin family intended to expand beyond Qingyun County, it would undoubtedly affect their interests. They certainly wanted to understand Lin Fan's plans moving forward. As for the Qi realm forces in Qingyun County, they had essentially chosen to lie low. If Lin Fan intended to annex them, they had no ability to resist. Therefore, obedience was their best choice. Of course, they could also choose to ally with other Purple Mansion realm forces. But thinking it over, it seemed unnecessary. Regardless of whom they allied with, the outcome would be the same. Moreover, it was questionable whether others would even want them. Now that the Lin family had established itself in Qingyun County, it meant that this territory already belonged under Lin family's command. Thus, any force that accepted them would essentially be standing against the Lin family. No Purple Mansion realm force would foolishly take such a step. Lin Fan surveyed the reactions of the crowd and continued, "Everyone, the Lin family does not seek domination. We only wish for peaceful development. Of course, if anyone provokes the Lin family, I will not hold back." After saying this, Lin Fan unleashed the aura of his early Purple Mansion stage. Though it was just a fleeting moment, it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Those who had never encountered the Purple Mansion realm now experienced its terror firsthand. Some individuals with ulterior motives hurriedly lowered their heads. Behind Lin Fan stood by Qin Yan, and others, their gazes toward him filled with admiration. Now that the family has been established, I will gradually take in some concubines to expand our lineage. If anyone is interested, feel free to contact my steward privately later. As long as you become my concubine, I will prepare generous betrothal gifts. After Lin Fan's words, many below began to stir restlessly. They naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to climb the social ladder, especially with the promise of generous betrothal gifts. What Lin Fan referred to as generous was certainly not trivial. Just look at the wine they were currently drinking. All were high-grade spirit wines. Such exquisite liquor was something most of the present guests had never tasted. In fact, it was already anticipated that Lin Fan would take in concubines. To ensure the long-term development of the family, there must be a bloodline continuation. Thus, many forces had brought along some beautiful and young women to try their luck. If Lin Fan took a liking to them, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that I am also an alchemist currently able to refine yellow-grade pills. If anyone has a need for pills, you can exchange them for spirit herbs or seeds. A single yellow-grade top-tier pill requires 60 stalks of yellow-grade top-tier spirit herbs. If it's spirit herb seeds, then tens of thousands of seeds of the same level are needed. I remind everyone that I will only sell 100 yellow-grade top-tier pills each year. Of course, to allow more people to purchase them, each force can only buy 5 yellow-grade top-tier pills per year. Lin Fan has already calculated that with 60 stalks of spirit herbs, at least 3 batches of pills can be refined. The market price for these spirit herbs is approximately between 6,000 to 15,000 yellow-grade essence stones. Some rarer spirit herbs may cost more. Lin Fan did not intend to accept yellow-grade essence stones. Exchanging for spirit herbs would be more suitable. If the other party wanted to sell with mysterious grade essence stones, he could consider selling to them. At this moment, upon hearing that Lin Fan was also an alchemist, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement and erupted into fervor. I didn't expect Senior Lin to be an alchemist. The warriors of Qingyun County are truly fortunate. Now that I am at the peak of the opening origin stage, if I can exchange for a top-tier breakthrough pill, I could also break through to the Qi Si stage. Though you still need 60 stalks of top-tier spirit herbs, which is a substantial amount. What's so difficult about that? The Baibao Pavilion is just lacking top-tier pills, not top-tier spirit herbs. Even if I have to sell my possessions, I will gather them. As long as I can break through to the Qi Si stage, what do these essence stones matter? I can earn them back by hunting more beasts in the Million Mountains. That's true, but I advise you to act quickly after returning. Once everyone learns that spirit herbs can be exchanged for pills with Senior Lin, it's likely that the spirit herbs in the Baibao Pavilion will sell out. Who knows, the price of spirit herbs might even go up then. You make a valid point. This matter needs to be addressed soon. If it's delayed, we might have to wait until next year. Numerous discussions of this nature were taking place. Some wanted breakthrough pills to advance, while others sought detoxification pills to save their relatives. Compared to these small factions, those forces from the Purple Mansion realm had much more on their minds at this moment. Initially, they had no plans for marriage alliances. They intended to observe the situation for a while before making any decisions. For a newly established family, they were not worth placing bets on so soon. However, with Lin Fan's identity as an alchemist revealed, they were already eager to arrange a marriage with him. Once the marriage was successful, inviting Lin Fan to refine pills would become much easier. As for the fact that there were only 100 top-grade pills produced each year, they simply ignored it. This was merely a ruse to deceive those small factions. As long as they allied with Lin Fan, or even formed multiple alliances, they could establish good relations between the two families. At that time, as long as they offered sufficient rewards, they believed Lin Fan would be willing to help refine some pills. At worst, they could just raise the price. Compared to pills, the amount of spiritual herbs Lin Fan asked for was truly not much. It would be more valuable to exchange spiritual herbs for pills of the same level. Although it was more expensive than the Treasure Pavilion did not have so many pills to offer them. Even the representatives sent by the royal Zhao family were now gazing at Lin Fan with deep interest. He had not expected that Lin Fan was in fact an alchemist. The Zhao family also had a yellow-grade top alchemist, but he could barely qualify as a golden-grade top alchemist. His success rate was low, producing 50 or 60 yellow-grade top pills in a year was already his limit. They wasted countless spiritual herbs each year. Moreover, not all of the pills refined were for the Zhao family. They had to set aside a significant portion as rewards for officials. 4 precious pills like the top-grade Breaking Realm pill, the success rate was even lower, and having 10 successful ones in a year was already quite good. After distributing the pills, the Zhao family retained very little. With the emergence of a new alchemist, they naturally needed to win him over. The best way to do that was through marriage. However, this decision still required consultation with Emperor Zhao Qingyun. Meanwhile, the representative from the Bai family was smiling happily at this moment. Their young lady was standing right next to Lin Fan. At this moment, countless factions were envious of the Bai family. Just as he thought, some who recognized Bai Qingyun looked at them with envy. Lin Fan took in the expressions of the people around him, and a smile appeared on his lips. This was the first step for the Lin family to come to the forefront. Next, many factions would surely seek to form marriage alliances with him. Now that he had revealed his identity as an alchemist, he did not believe they would not be tempted. As for whether any factions would be wary of the Lin family or harbor malicious thoughts, Lin Fan was not concerned at all. All his assets were in the Divine Sky realm. The Lin family in Chongning City was merely a smokescreen. Moreover, his strength was not lacking, although he was only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion. As long as he remained in the divine stage, no one could pose a threat to him. Having achieved his goals, Lin Fan did not intend to waste more words. Everyone, I won't say much more today, let us begin enjoying the feast. With that, Lin Fan instructed Li Han beside him. Xiao Han, you can start serving the dishes now. Yes, master, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, with the service of thousands, all the dishes were served. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his wine cup. Everyone, I toast to you again, hoping you can eat and drink well, and that your long journey here is not in vain. At the same time, I hope you won't think poorly of the hospitality of the Lin family. Senior Lin, you are too polite. Being able to enjoy such a lavish feast is our fortune. How could we find it lacking? This is the most sumptuous meal I have ever had in my life. Indeed, the table is filled with precious dishes like demon beast meat and spirit fish. Not a single item is below the second tier, and even the drinks are of yellow-grade top quality. For most people present, this was something they had never tasted before. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but rather that there were no channels for purchase. Although top-grade spiritual wine was not as rare as top-grade pills, it was not widely circulated in the market. All had been purchased by those large factions. Besides that, even the vegetables were not ordinary. If they still found the hospitality lacking, then what had they eaten at other factions? Since everyone enjoys it, please feel free to eat and drink without holding back. Thank you, Senior Lin. At this moment, the atmosphere was lively, and they no longer needed to restrain themselves as before. They eagerly picked up their wine pots and poured drinks. Master Ma, you are too much. Your cup is filled to the brim while mine is only half full. I don't think you can drink alone. Haha, Master Nyo, when you visited my house before, you always said you couldn't hold your liquor. I poured you less out of... Don't give me that. Fill my cup to the brim today. I will not leave without getting drunk. Alright, I'll fill it to the top. Now that's more like it. Come on, everyone, cheers. Yes, let's drink to our heart's content while we have this chance, otherwise we will only have the opportunity to drink when the elder gets married in the future. They have no hope for taking concubines, as no family would hold a banquet for that. Good wine, this is truly refreshing. Over the years, only Senior Lin has been so generous. By the way, Master Shin, I heard you have a daughter with exceptional talent, truly enviable. Haha, it's nothing. Compared to the young lady of the Bai family in the county city, there is still some gap. I wonder if Senior Lin would take a liking to her. Though he said so, his expression still bore a hint of pride. Don't kid around. The young lady of the Bai family has a low-grade earth talent. In the entire Qingyun County, few can be found. Master Shun, if you prosper in the future, don't forget about us. Haha, that's for sure. These dialogues played out at many tables. Those factions with outstanding young ladies became the focus of everyone's attention. As long as these factions established a connection with the Lin family, they could at least enhance their overall strength, if not rise to prominence. Furthermore, with this connection established, other factions would not dare to offend them lightly. This meal lasted directly from noon until evening. A single table of dishes could not last that long. However, once the food and drinks on the table were finished, Li Han would call for more. The focus was on providing dishes and spiritual wine in abundance, allowing them to eat and drink freely. This arrangement made many people feel exhilarated. Lin Fan brewed a considerable amount of wine later on, and with a stock of 1,000,000 pounds, he was not worried that they would finish it all. Besides the main venue, the 2,000 tables set up outside were equally lavish, although the demon beast meat and spirit fish used were of first-tier quality. The wine had also been diluted, but it still reached the quality of yellow-grade mid-tier. Such a lavish banquet was naturally praised by the martial artists of Chongning City. 2,000 tables were not many throughout the entire Chongning City. However, the Lin family's actions made everyone praise them. Surely after today, the name of the Lin family would be sung by many. After the guests had departed, Bai Qingyan hurriedly began to search for Lin Fan. At this moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety within her. Although Lin Fan had already agreed to their matter, the final step had yet to be completed. Now there was another Gunanshi by Lin Fan's side. It wouldn't be long before her good friend Yi Ningshuang and her 3 senior sisters would join as well. Moreover, considering Lin Fan's words to those guests today, it wouldn't be long before many forces would come seeking marriage alliances. Therefore, she had to seize the opportunity now while competition was still minimal to completely become Lin Fan's. The longer she delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for her. Informed by the maid, Bai Qingyan quickly found Lin Fan. I have seen the family master. Qingyan, what brings you here in such a hurry? Lin Fan asked, somewhat surprised. Family master, there is indeed something we need to discuss. When shall we? Bai Qingyan hesitated to finish her sentence. Seeing this, Lin Fan understood what Bai Qingyan was trying to say. Haha, Qingyan, are you so impatient? Bai Qingyan nodded shyly. Then let's do it tonight. Since the girl had taken the initiative, he naturally had to oblige. Alright, family master, I will go prepare right away. With that, Bai Qingyan left her heart filled with joy. She never expected that this endeavor would go so smoothly. Back at her residence, Bai Qingyan hurriedly called for the maid to begin preparations. Although there was no wedding, she still wanted to look more beautiful. Meanwhile, after finishing his tasks, Lin Fan arrived at Bai Qingyan's residence. The family master has arrived. Let me pour you a cup of water. No need, this occasion is more suited for drinking wine. Saying this, Lin Fan took out a jug of wine and poured each of them a cup. Qingyan, let's drink this cup of wine, and from now on we will be family. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Qingyan nodded joyfully. She then raised her wine cup. Cheers, family master. Cheers. After downing the wine, Bai Qingyan gazed at Lin Fan with enchanting eyes. Please cherish me, family master. All right, from now on it's up to me, and you will call me husband. Husband. Compared to family master, Bai Qingyan naturally preferred to call him husband. This was a treatment reserved for the legitimate wife. An hour later, the two concluded their training. Taking the opportunity, Lin Fan once again checked Bai Qingyan's information. Name Bai Qingyan. Age 23. Identity Lin Fan's concubine. Qualification Earth level low grade. Realm Midstage Chi C. Favorability 92. Looking at the favorability of 92, Lin Fan was astonished. With such a high favorability, even without the family divine tree, he needn't worry about betrayal. This was already akin to life and death companionship. Besides favorability, Bai Qingyan's strength had also risen from early Chi C to mid Chi C. Afterwards, Lin Fan checked the system rewards. 100 Earth-level Spirit Stones and a low-grade Earth-level Tea Tree. Drinking this tea could enhance comprehension. Drinking a cup before practicing martial arts could also enhance one's understanding of martial techniques. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with this reward. Looking at Bai Qingyan in his arms, Lin Fan softly said, Qingyan, now that you are a member of the Lin family, it's time for you to learn some of our family's secrets. Upon hearing there were secrets, Bai Qingyan immediately became interested. Husband, what secrets are there? Don't rush, tidy yourself up first, and then I will take you to a mysterious place. All right, husband, wait for me. Soon Bai Qingyan was ready. At this moment, she finally sensed the change in her strength. Husband, how did I manage to break through? What is going on? Although shocked, Bai Qingyan knew that her breakthrough was certainly due to Lin Fan's influence. Bai Qingyan was very clear about her own strength. If relying on her own cultivation, she would need at least another year or two of diligent training to break through. Qingyan, there's no need to rush, you will know soon. Bai Qingyan nodded. She knew this was Lin Fan's doing. If engaging in that act could enhance strength, it would truly be marvelous. Although there were such techniques in the 100 Kingdoms, those were all self-serving methods. It was clear that Lin Fan was not practicing such devilish arts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her so many benefits. All right, Qingyan, relax, I will take you to a place. How will husband take me away? Is there a secret chamber here? Bai Qingyan pondered in her heart. However, in an instant she felt as if her surroundings had shifted, and she found herself in an unfamiliar place. This place was even in daylight. This sudden change left Bai Qingyan momentarily dazed. All right, Qingyan, snap out of it. Husband, where is this place? This is... Lin Fan then briefly introduced the situation of this. Husband, am I dreaming? This place is actually a small world. Lin Fan's words shattered her perceptions. Qingyan, this is not a dream, it is all real. This is the true Lin family. Come with me. You can gradually adapt to the matters of the divine Xia realm and meet some sisters. Soon Lin Fan brought the still somewhat dazed Bai Qingyan to the front of Luo Yiran and the others. The crowd first sized up Bai Qingyan before smiling and saying, this must be Bai Qingyan, welcome to the Lin family, we will all be sisters from now on. The sisters Mu Shishue had already informed them about Bai Qingyan. Qingyan, greetings to all the elder sisters. Bai Qingyan said somewhat shyly. There's no need to be shy, Qingyan, we are family now. At this moment Lin Fan also spoke up. Qingyan, get to know everyone. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Alright, husband. Now Bai Qingyan had already been branded by the family divine tree. Naturally, there was no need to hide anything from her. Then Lin Fan took stock of the gifts received today. Most were spirit medicines and spirit stones along with some refining materials. The most significant gift came from the royal Zhao family, who sent 100 high-grade spirit stones and 6 mid-grade spirit medicines. Adding to the other gifts from the Zifu realm forces, the total high-grade spirit stones amounted to 12,000. Regarding the high-grade spirit medicines, there were over 100, and aside from the royal Zhao family, the other forces sent only low-grade ones. The rest were yellow-grade items collectively worth around 1 million yellow-grade spirit stones. Overall, Lin Fan neither lost nor gained from today's banquet. However, the Lin family's reputation had been established. Next, they could wait for the harvest. The Lin residence. Yining Shuang had just learned that Lin Fan had gone to Bai Qingyan's residence and hurriedly sought out Gunanshi. Master Qingyan has already taken the initiative. Elder Lin has just arrived at her residence. Tomorrow, it is your turn to act. What of it? She met Elder Lin before I ever did. Though her words rang confident, Gunanshi's heart began to stir with unease. She had no idea how to broach such a matter. Master, be brave. This is entirely in your hands now. I cannot assist you further. Very well, I am your master after all. How could this possibly daunt me? Seeing her master still clinging stubbornly to bravado, Yi Ningxuang sighed, inwardly speechless. All right, Ningxuang, go rest. It is already quite late. Gunanshi's thoughts were unsettled. She needed solitude to collect herself. Fine then. Master, think carefully on this. You must take the initiative yourself. Elder Lin is exceedingly busy. He will not wait indefinitely for you. After delivering her counsel, Yi Ningxuang departed. Sigh, what on earth is happening here? I only wish to secure a future for my disciple, yet somehow I've entangled myself instead. Though Gunanshi felt a quiet elation deep within, an inexplicable disquiet lingered beneath it. In Qingyun Commandery, many powers near Chongning City had already returned home. Upon arriving, their first act was to convene their senior leadership. The very first decree issued in those meetings select outstanding young women to send to the Lin residence. Their expectations were modest. Even if none could become concubines, merely serving as maids in the Lin residence would suffice. Having witnessed the Lin family's true strength firsthand, they dared not underestimate the status of a Lin residence maid. A Lin residence maid was no ordinary servant. That very day they had seen with their own eyes that among Lin residence's maids, not counting the newly recruited ones, the other dozens had all cultivated to the Qi realm. This was the Qi realm, ranked no lower than elder or steward in even a purple mansion sect. Yet here they served only as maids. Indeed, within these few days Lin Fan had guided those earliest maids who pledged themselves to him, raising them all to the Qi realm. It had required but a single peerless breakthrough pill. Lin Fan now possessed no shortage of such pills, nor had he instructed them to conceal their cultivation. Otherwise others would never have perceived it. Dozens of Qi realm cultivators, serving merely as maids, left those powers utterly stunned. They could only murmur in awe, truly worthy of a pill refiner. His wealth is beyond measure. Seeing that even the maids enjoyed such extraordinary treatment, they naturally yearned to send their own kinsfolk. To be chosen as a concubine would be ideal, but even service as a maid represented a rare and profound opportunity. The second directive was to gather spirit herbs and spirit herb seeds, valuable commodities exchangeable for pills too precious to overlook. Meanwhile, the Zhao imperial clan's envoy, who had attended the banquet, flew back to the imperial capital at top speed upon its conclusion, then urgently requested an audience with Emperor Zhao that very night. Your humble servant pays homage, Your Majesty. Rise. You come so late. Has it to do with the Lin family? Your Majesty, Elder Lin is not only a purple mansion realm expert, but also a peerless yellow rank pill refiner. What? This cannot be. Emperor Zhao Qingyun was thunderstruck. He fully grasped the far-reaching influence of a peerless yellow rank pill refiner. Though peerless yellow rank pills held no effect on purple mansion realm cultivators, they could rapidly cultivate vast numbers of Qi realm warriors. And the more Qi realm warriors there were, the greater the likelihood some would ascend to the purple mansion realm. Even their own near-peerless yellow rank pill refiner was treasured beyond measure. Your Majesty, this is confirmed without doubt. Elder Lin has declared his willingness to sell 100 peerless yellow rank pills annually to outsiders. Given that Elder Lin intends to expand his clan, yet still offers so many pills for sale, it is evident his pill refining success rate is extraordinarily high. I estimate Elder Lin can produce several hundred peerless pills each year. Zhao Qingyun pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. You speak wisely. Clearly the Zhao imperial clan must secure Elder Lin's allegiance. Hearing this, the envoy dared not utter a word in reply. He was neither a Zhao state official nor a Zhao clansman, merely a household retainer. His sole duty was to deliver intelligence to Zhao Qingyun. As for the emperor's decisions, those lay far beyond his authority to influence. By the way, Your Majesty, Elder Lin has publicly announced his intention to take concubines. I am aware, withdraw now. Your servant takes his leave. Zhao Qingyun glanced at the sky, deciding against rest. The imperial court assembly drew near. Held once monthly, this session happened to coincide with the present moment. How then shall we win Elder Lin's favor? Zhao Qingyun rubbed his temples in frustration. Were Elder Lin merely a Qi realm cultivator, he could simply command his immediate return. But facing a purple mansion realm expert, the matter grew vastly more delicate. Deploying purple mansion realm forces would likely fail to detain Lin Fan. Worse, such coercion would extinguish any hope of persuading him to refine pills for the Zhao clan. As for the divine platform realm ancestral patriarch, such elders stirred only during existential national crises. The 100 Kingdoms edicts forbade divine platform realm cultivators from arbitrarily engaging those below their realm. Discovery would invite joint retribution from all other divine platform realm masters. Of course, If someone dared provoke a divine platform realm master, death would be deemed self-inflicted. After careful deliberation, Zhao Chongyun reached a firm decision. The sole viable path to securing Lin Fan's allegiance was marriage alliance. If a princess were offered consultation with ministers would be unavoidable, yet offering another Zhao woman risked appearing insincere to Lin Fan. These considerations gave Zhao Chongyun a throbbing headache. A princess's marriage was never a simple matter of will. Marrying her to scions of court ministers posed no difficulty and would draw no opposition. But wedding her to an outsider would inevitably provoke resistance, since such a union threatened entrenched interests. Soon the imperial assembly commenced. After addressing trivial matters, Zhao Qingyun turned to weightier affairs. My esteemed ministers, have you heard that our Zhao state has produced a peerless pill refiner? As Zhao Qingyun spoke, civil officials turned their gazes toward Chancellor Wei Changqing, while military officers fixed theirs upon Grand Marshal Han Polu. The power of these two families ranked second only to the Zhao imperial clan itself. Each boasted multiple Purple Mansion realm experts, and both men themselves stood at the mid-tier of that realm. Given their stature, how could they remain unaware? Though they had not personally dispatched envoys to the Lin family's founding, their subordinate vassal powers had indeed sent representatives. Immediately following the Lin family banquet's conclusion, those envoys transmitted their reports, reaching Wei and Han without delay. To be honest, when they learned that Lin Fan was a top-tier alchemist of the yellow rank, they felt a deep regret in their hearts. Had they known that Lin Fan held such an identity, they would surely have sent someone from their family at the Purple Mansion realm to congratulate him. Taking this opportunity to build a good relationship would benefit them immensely. Unfortunately, they had previously held themselves in high esteem, looking down on someone who was merely an initial-stage martial artist without any background. Who would have known he was a king? His identity as a top-tier alchemist of the yellow rank was his greatest asset. Just look at his maid, who was already at the Qi Si realm. Alchemists are never short of resources. Fortunately, Lin Fan did not reveal that he was a top-tier alchemist of the mystic rank, otherwise these people would not know how crazy they would become. Seeing no one spoke, Zhao Qingyun frowned. What's the matter? Don't you all know this news? At this moment, Prime Minister Wei Changqing stepped forward. Reporting to your majesty, we are all aware of this news. Well, then does the Prime Minister have any way to bring him into my Zhao kingdom to serve in the court? As long as he is willing, I am willing to appoint him as the head of the Alchemy Pavilion, ranking first class, with an annual salary of 1 mystic grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this salary, the officials present gasped in surprise. It should be noted that the annual salary for the Prime Minister and the Grand Commandant as the three dukes is only 2 mystic grade spirit stones. However, upon thinking of his identity, they felt relieved. It should be noted that the annual salary for the Prime Minister and the Grand Commandant as the three dukes is only 2 mystic grade spirit stones. However, why would he come here to be at the mercy of others? They actually hoped Zhao Qingyun could recruit Lin Fan the alchemist, so they could also gain significant benefits from it. Reporting to your majesty, the salary is quite generous, but it may be difficult to have him join the court. According to my information, this alchemist currently only wishes to develop his family. Therefore, only through a marriage alliance can we draw closer. Upon hearing Wei Changqing mention marriage, a faint smile flashed across Zhao Qingyun's face. He knew that relying on high officials and generous salaries would make it difficult to recruit Lin Fan. If it were that simple, would their Zhao kingdom lack alchemists? The reason he did not mention marriage was simply to avoid being passive. Now that the Prime Minister brought it up, no one would oppose it. A marriage alliance is indeed a good idea. However, according to the information I have received, this Lin family master currently has no plans to marry, and how could my princess become someone's concubine? If this were to spread to other countries, wouldn't we be ridiculed? This is indeed a major issue. How could the princess of our dynasty become someone else's concubine? At this moment, many officials began to discuss among themselves. Everyone quiet, this is the court. Oh, what kind of decorum is this to be noisy? After Zhao Qingyun finished speaking, he looked toward the Minister of Rights. Minister Wen, what do you think? Wen Xingyu, the Minister of Rights of Zhao Kingdom. He was also a powerful martial artist, having reached the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The power of the Wen family behind him was equally formidable, with two ancestors at the Purple Mansion realm in the family. At this moment, upon being asked, Wen Xingyu hurriedly stepped forward. Reporting to your majesty, if the other party is willing to marry the princess with the proper status, I don't think there would be any problem. After all, the other party is not only of the Purple Mansion realm, but also an alchemist, which would not be a disgrace to the princess. Upon hearing Wen Xingyi's words, the officials present brightened their eyes. The royal family values face. If the other party also gives enough face, then there is no problem. We the ministers agree. Zhao Qingyun nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Then this matter will be entrusted to you, Minister Wen, to handle. Later you will go to the Lin family and discuss this matter with the head of the Lin family. I hope you won't disappoint me. This minister will obey. By the way, your majesty, which princess do you intend to marry? Minister Wen almost forgot to ask this important matter. Zhao Qingyun has more than 30 princesses, and now over 20 of them are of age. Mentioning that princess, Zhao Qingyun found it somewhat difficult. I wonder if any of you have any insights. At this time, Grand Commandant Han Polu stepped forward. Reporting to your majesty, I think the 6th princess Lingxi is the most suitable. As soon as Han Polu spoke, the court fell silent. Other officials looked at Han Polu in disbelief. Who in the court did not know that both Han Polu and Wei Chongqing were interested in having their family descendants marry Princess Lingxi. Although each princess was beautiful, Princess Lingxi's cultivation talent was the highest among them, reaching the earth rank upper tier. Now at the age of 25, she had already cultivated to the late stage of the Qi realm. Everyone speculated that Princess Lingxi was likely to become a master of the Purple Mansion realm by the age of 50. For this princess, the two families had secretly fought for a long time. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Han Polu actually gave up. At this moment, everyone looked at Prime Minister Wei Chongqing, wondering what choice he would make. Wei Chongqing did not pay attention to the gazes of these people. At this moment, he cupped his hands toward Zhao Qingyun and replied, "Your Majesty, I agree with Grand Commandant Han's suggestion." As soon as Prime Minister Wei Chongqing said this, the officials present once again showed expressions of disbelief. They did not expect Wei Chongqing to make the same choice as Han Polu. At this moment, Zhao Qingyun deeply looked at the two of them. While others did not know what was going on, how could he not? His 6th daughter Zhao Lingxi had such high talent that the Han and Wei families did not want her to remain in the royal family. If the royal family added another master of the Purple Mansion realm, it would not benefit either family. At the same time, both the Han and Wei families did not want the other family to marry Zhao Lingxi. If Zhao Lingxi grew up, it would disrupt the balance between the two families. Otherwise, why would the two families fight so hard over a princess? It is all for the future of their families. As for assassinating the princess, they would not do such a thing unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if the royal family were to be enraged, it would not bode well for either family. Now that Lin Fan had appeared, it was just the right opportunity to marry off the princess. This way they need not worry about the strength of the other party's family, which could be considered a win-win situation. After realizing all this, Zhao Qingyun finally understood why Wei Chongqing had proposed a marriage alliance so quickly. It was all a setup for him. It can be said that the Han and Wei families had plotted against him clearly. Zhao Qingyun calmed his emotions and said in a deep voice, "Minister, when let's proceed as the Prime Minister and Grand Commandant have suggested. This minister will obey." Court dismissed. Saying this, Zhao Qingyun left without looking back. He was genuinely infuriated by today's court meeting. Wei Chongqing and Han Polu exchanged smiles upon witnessing this scene. The long-standing, open, and covert struggle between the two families could finally come to an end. As long as the balance is not broken, it is naturally a good thing for both families. Zhao Qingyun returned to his palace, smashing many things. Today's actions of the Prime Minister and the Grand Tutor truly disgusted him. Unfortunately, the Zhao Kingdom needs both families to exist, so he couldn't take action against them. Come summon Princess Lingxi. Yes. Soon Princess Lingxi arrived at Zhao Qingyun's palace. I have seen Father Emperor. Lingxi has arrived, please sit. Father Emperor, did you call for me for some reason? Looking at the smashed items on the floor, she didn't expect her father to be so furious. Zhao Qingyun glanced at Zhao Lingxi and said with some sadness, "Lingxi, I hope you won't blame Father Emperor for the upcoming matters." Hearing Zhao Qingyun's words, Zhao Lingxi frowned. The inevitable had come, but she didn't expect it to be so. If only she had more time to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. That way she could make her own decisions. Father Emperor, am I to enter into a marriage alliance with the Wei family or the Han family? Zhao Lingxi was aware of the little schemes between the two families which left her with no good feelings towards either. However, there was no choice. Although the Zhao Kingdom belonged to her family, it was not a one-family dominance. At the same time, the Zhao Kingdom also needed these forces to exist. If the Wei and Han families were eliminated, it would weaken the Zhao Kingdom's power, giving other nations an opportunity. As the princess of the Zhao Kingdom, she had to make choices for both the nation and her family. At this moment, Zhao Qingyun shook his head. Lingxi, it's not these two families. What? Not these two families? Zhao Qingyun's answer surprised Zhao Lingxi. For years, both families had been eyeing her. How could it suddenly not be these two families? Lingxi, it's indeed not these two families. Now a top-tier alchemist of the yellow grade has appeared in our Zhao Kingdom. This alchemist's strength has reached the early stage of the Purple Mansion, and he has established a family in Qingyun County. The court officials decided to arrange a marriage alliance for you to get closer to him. Zhao Lingxi was not angry about this matter. Instead, she became interested. After all, a marriage alliance with a Purple Mansion realm alchemist was even better, wasn't it? So this news was actually good for her. Father Emperor, did the Prime Minister and the Grand Tutor not oppose this? Zhao Lingxi asked curiously. What could they oppose? This is precisely their scheme. At this point, Zhao Qingyun became a bit angry. Then he shared his speculations with Zhao Lingxi. I see they really went to great lengths to prevent me from staying in the Zhao family. Aren't they afraid that after I marry this alchemist, the Zhao family will gain many benefits? Hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, Zhao Qingyun shook his head. Lingxi, they are naturally not afraid. They probably intend to have the excellent juniors in their families marry over after you are married. As the Emperor, Zhao Qingyun surely understood these people's thoughts. He had just been somewhat careless and fell into. However, upon careful thought, it couldn't be considered a scheme. It was indeed challenging for Zhao Lingxi to stay in the Zhao family unless she could break through to the Purple Mansion realm in a short time. At that point, no one would dare to have designs on her. But that was impossible. Breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm was not so easy. So even without Lin Fan's appearance under the conditions of the Wei and Han families, she would likely be secretly manipulated to marry into another country. Going to another country would be even more disadvantageous for Zhao Lingxi. Having thought through all this, Zhao Qingyun felt much better. At this moment, Zhao Lingxi nodded in agreement after hearing Zhao Qingyun's explanation. Father Emperor is right. This is an alchemist, and they surely won't miss this opportunity. But when the time comes with me around, let's see who benefits more. As a princess, how could she not have her own means? Lingxi, do not take it lightly. I worry that they will unite to deal with you in the future. Father Emperor, rest assured, I am not the kind of person who is weak and easily bullied. Zhao Lingxi had grown up in the palace and was accustomed to palace intrigues. How could she lack the means? Lingxi, there is one more thing. You may have to marry as a concubine this time, which will be a bit of a grievance for you. Saying this, Zhao Qingyun felt somewhat dejected. His daughter was a princess, yet she would marry as a concubine. For him, this was also a kind of humiliation. Father Emperor, do not think too much. Wives and concubines are not important to me. Moreover, the other party is a Purple Mansion realm powerhouse and an alchemist, so it is not a disgrace to me. Compared to marrying into the Wei family or the Han family, I would rather marry this alchemist, even if it is just as a secondary wife. Hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, Zhao Qingyun nodded with some relief. As long as you can think this way, I can be at ease. I have already sent Minister One to discuss with the Lin family. I believe we will receive news soon, so you must be mentally prepared. All right, Father Emperor, I know what to do. All right, go meet your mother and tell her about this matter. I believe she will teach you some things next. As for palace intrigues, the concubines in his harem were also quite adept. It would be beneficial for Lingxi to learn. Father Emperor, Lingxi takes her leave. Zhao Lingxi naturally understood her father's words. Learning some would not be bad. On the other side, after the morning, Court Minister of Rights, Wen Tingyu quickly prepared and flew towards Qingyun County. The imperial city was only over 100,000 miles away from Qingyun County. With Wen Tingyi's strength at the early stage of the Purple Mansion, he arrived in Chongning City of Qingyun County in just over a quarter of an hour. Upon arriving at Chongning City, Wen Tingyu did not go to the Lin family immediately. Instead, he went to the city lord's mansion. Upon learning of Wen Tingyi's arrival, the city lord of Chongning City, Feng Liheng, hurried out to welcome him. I am Feng Liheng, the city lord of Chongning City, honored to meet Minister One. There is no need for such formalities, City Lord Feng. I am here on the Emperor's orders to discuss important matters with the Lin family. Please take me there. All right, Minister One, I will take you there right now. With their speed, they soon arrived at the Lin family's entrance. Then Feng Liheng approached and greeted the two maidens guarding the gate. Please inform the head of the Lin family that Lord Wen Tingyu from the Zhao Kingdom's Ministry of Rights has come to visit. City Lord Feng and Lord Wen, please wait a moment. I will go inform the family head. Thank you, young lady. Wen Tingyu did not get angry when the maid asked them to wait outside. After all, he did not know Lin Fan. Moreover, he also wanted to be on good terms with Lin Fan. He certainly wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters and risk offending Lin Fan. Reporting to the family head, the Minister of Rights from the Zhao Kingdom, Wen Tingyu has come to visit. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, not expecting such a prominent figure to arrive so quickly. Although he did not know this person, serving as a minister in the Zhao Kingdom certainly indicated that he was a warrior of the Purple Mansion realm. Without further thought, Lin Fan directly instructed the maid take them to the living room. All right, family head. After she left, Lin Fan looked at by Qingyan beside him. Qingyan, what do you think this Minister of Rights has come for? As the daughter of a county governor, Bai Qingyan had some understanding of such matters. Husband, I believe this Lord Wen has come on official orders. And it is likely that the Minister of Rights has come regarding a marriage alliance. I estimate that the Zhao Emperor wants to betroth the princess to you, and this time the Minister of Rights is here to discuss it with you. Upon hearing that the Zhao Emperor intended to marry the princess to him, Lin Fan immediately became interested. Qingyan, does the Zhao Emperor have such great authority to actually betroth the princess to me? You must know that I am currently only taking concubines. Does he really wish for the princess to be my concubine? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan directly shot him a look. Husband, you do not understand the influence of a yellow-grade peak alchemist. As long as they can win you over, it would be of tremendous benefit to the Zhao Kingdom. Fortunately, you have only revealed your identity as a yellow-grade alchemist. If they were to know that you are now a top-tier Xiangrade alchemist, they would surely go even crazier. Perhaps even the royal ancestors would come to invite you, or it's possible they might kidnap you to have you refine pills for them. At this point, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. Ever since learning about Lin Fan's background, Bai Qingyan felt even more fortunate for the decision she had made earlier. Otherwise, how could she have known how vast the outside world truly was? Now Bai Qingyan's horizons were no longer limited to the 100 Kingdoms, but had expanded to encompass the entire Xiantian continent. Following Lin Fan, they would eventually traverse millions of mountains and step onto that unknown territory. Bai Qingyan's subsequent words were also something Lin Fan had long considered. This was also the reason why he chose to keep it hidden. Although there was the Lingxiao realm as a stronghold, he need not worry about safety. However, being constantly remembered by others was not a good thing. Alright Qingyan, let's not talk about these things. Would you like to accompany me to meet this Minister One? Upon hearing that Lin Fan wanted to bring her along, Bai Qingyan felt quite happy inside, as this was Lin Fan's acknowledgement of her. However, after some thought, she still shook her head. Husband, I still won't go. It's not appropriate for me to attend such an occasion. Alright then, I'll head over first. Husband, you go ahead with your business. I'll go find Ningxuang to chat. When Lin Fan arrived at the living room, he found that Wen Tingyu was already there. As for the city Lord Feng, he had already left. The conversation among the great figures was not something he could eavesdrop on. When Wen Tingyu saw Lin Fan arrive, he also stood up from his seat. It is the Lin family head before me. I wouldn't have come on the Emperor's orders to disturb you. Please do not take offense, Lin family head. Minister Wen is being too polite. Your presence has already brought great honor to my humble abode. How could I possibly take offense? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Since you were so polite, Lin Fan naturally had to give him face. Haha, it's good that the Lin family head does not mind. Of course not, Minister Wen. Let's sit down and discuss what you have to say. Alright. After Wen Tingyu sat down, Lin Fan instructed the maid to prepare a few cups of tea. The two chatted casually for a while to build rapport, and only then did Wen Tingyu begin to discuss the serious matter. Lin family head, I have come this time on the Emperor's orders. The Emperor wishes to marry his 6th princess to you, Lin family head. He has sent me to see your thoughts on this matter. Lin family head, our 6th princess possesses a beauty that can topple nations. Not only that, but the 6th princess also has the highest cultivation talent among all the princesses, reaching the top tier of Earth grade. At only 25 years of age, her cultivation has already reached the late stage of Qi-Si realm, and she will surely break through to the Purple Mansion realm in the future. After hearing Wen Tingyi's description, Lin Fan was quite astonished. Minister, when does the Zhao Emperor truly think so highly of me? You must know that I am only taking concubines at the moment. To have me marry a princess is one thing, but to marry the best princess is quite another. This honestly leaves me a bit puzzled. Lin family head, I will not hide it from you. There are some hidden circumstances involved. Then Wen Tingyu explained the relationships between the Wei Han and Zhao families. In any case, among the powers of the Purple Mansion realm, these were not considered secrets. Wen Tingyu telling Lin Fan would not provoke these 3 families. Lin Fan did not expect that the secret struggles among the 3 families would ultimately benefit him. However, he was not interested in the power struggles of the court. As long as they did not provoke him, it was fine. Lin family head, the Emperor has only one requirement. You may take the princess as a concubine, but it must be formalized as marriage. I wonder if you have any opinions on this. If you do, I can discuss it with the Emperor. In this regard, Wen Tingyu was very humble. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Fan would disagree. I have no objections. Just a wedding ceremony. It was nothing significant for Lin Fan. Good, thank you, Lin family head, for understanding the Emperor's wishes. I have successfully completed my task. Haha, I suppose Minister Wen has not eaten since leaving the court today. Let me treat you as a host. Alright, I have heard that the spiritual wine from the Lin family is quite refreshing. I must try it today. Then Minister Wen must drink a few more cups later. That is a certainty. I shall not disappoint fine wine. Haha, it seems Minister Wen is also a lover of wine. Who does not love fine wine? After saying this, Wen Tingyu also burst into hearty laughter. Under Lin Fan's instructions, the maid quickly prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. At the dining table, Wen Tingyu was now surprisingly looking at the wine cup in his hand. When the bright green clear wine was poured into the cup, the surface of the wine cup quickly formed a layer of frost, exuding waves of cold air. Lin family head, what kind of wine is this? Wen Tingyu asked curiously. He had drunk quite a bit of high-quality spiritual wine, but this was the first time he had encountered one that emitted cold air. This wine is called Xian Frost Liquid. It contains the cold ice attribute spiritual herb frost flower, which is why it behaves this way. Is this spiritual wine personally brewed by you, Lin family head? Indeed, Lin Fan directly admitted. Since he had already revealed his identity as an alchemist, it was no big deal to also be known as a brewer. After all, most alchemists also brew wine, they just do not focus on it. In fact, alchemists find brewing wine easier because they have a comprehensive understanding of spiritual herbs, providing a solid foundation. However, most alchemists do not expend energy on this. Hiss. Upon seeing Lin Fan's acknowledgement, Wen Tingyu gasped in surprise. He was somewhat astonished as he did not expect Lin Fan to possess such high attainments not only in alchemy, but also in winemaking. Indeed, the head of the Lin family is a great talent. Wen Tingyu praised. He felt the need to cultivate a good relationship with such a remarkable figure. Although he was unsure of Lin Fan's true capabilities, he sensed that Lin Fan was still young, definitely not over 100. At such a young age, not only had he reached the Purple Mansion realm, but he also had such high attainments in both alchemy and winemaking. His future achievements were undoubtedly limitless. If Lin Fan were to elevate his skills in alchemy or winemaking to the mystic level, he could rapidly develop and strengthen a faction in a short time. Once the Lin family grew stronger, their family would be insignificant in comparison. Therefore, while the Lin family had yet to rise, he had to establish a good relationship with Lin Fan. Wen Tingyu decided that after returning, he would select an outstanding junior from his clan to send over. Of course, this would have to wait until after the princess was married. As a subject of the Zhao kingdom, it was naturally impossible for him to act before the princess. Lin Fan was unaware of Wen Tingyu's ulterior motives. Seeing Wen Tingyu still gazing at the wine cup in his hand, he smiled and said, "Minister Wen, how does the taste fare?" "Good." As the wine went down, Wen Tingyu closed his eyes and savored the experience. The drink was icy cold upon entry, but once it reached his stomach, it transformed into a warm current that felt incredibly comfortable. After relishing the flavor, Wen Tingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly excellent wine." "Then Minister Wen, please drink more. I mentioned that there is plenty of spiritual wine." The head of the Lin family is generous. After indulging in food and drink, Wen Tingyu prepared to take his leave. "Head of the Lin family, thank you for your hospitality, but I have official duties to attend to and must return to report. Once the date for the princess' marriage is decided, I will inform you immediately." "Very well, Minister Wen, travel safely, and do come by when you have time." Since the other party has official business to attend to, Lin Fan naturally would not insist. "Head of the Lin family, I will definitely come by when I have the chance. Your fine wine is hard to forget." "Haha, what difficulty is this? Please wait a moment, Minister Wen." Saying this, Lin Fan instructed Li Han beside him, "Shao Han, go fetch the items." Soon Li Han returned holding a gourd. "Minister Wen, this gourd contains some fine wine. Take it back to enjoy." "Haha, that sounds great." Wen Tingyu readily accepted the fine wine. "Head of the Lin family, I must take my leave." With that, Wen Tingyu soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. After Wen Tingyu left, Bai Qingyan and Yi Ningxuang arrived hand in hand. "Husband, how was it? Is the Zhao Emperor planning to marry the princess to you?" Bai Qingyan asked curiously. "Qingyan, you guessed correctly. It is indeed regarding this matter." "Haha, then congratulations, husband. I wonder which princess it will be." Bai Qingyan asked again. Yi Ningxuang also looked at Lin Fan with curiosity, wanting to know which princess it was. "It is the sixth princess, Zhao Lingxi. Do you have any knowledge about her?" Lin Fan had only heard Wen Tingyu's one-sided words and did not understand the specifics. The sixth princess is actually Lingxi. She is the most talented among the princesses. Bai Qingyan had some knowledge about most princesses, but the sixth princess, Lingxi, was the one she understood best. This particular sixth princess was extremely famous. "Qingyan, tell me what you know." "Sure, husband." Bai Qingyan then began to narrate seriously, while Yi Ningxuang occasionally supplemented the information. "It seems that Minister Wen did not speak falsely. Qingyan, how much betrothal gift do you think I should prepare?" Bai Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, as she did not expect Lin Fan to ask her this question. However, since Lin Fan had asked, she felt obliged to respond. Bai Qingyan pondered for a moment before saying, "Husband, I think we should offer a bit more. This is the royal family marrying off a daughter. The amount of betrothal gift we give will be made public. Moreover, when the royal family marries off a daughter, nearby countries will also receive the news and send envoys to participate. At that time, your influence will extend beyond the Zhao kingdom. Thus, in terms of the betrothal gift, we can be a bit more generous. When people from the neighboring countries see you being so generous, they might even consider forming alliances through marriage." After broadening her horizons, Bai Qingyan naturally hoped that Lin Fan could marry more talented young ladies. Now that she was a part of the Lin family, she naturally wished for the Lin family to grow and prosper quickly. Yi Ningxuang looked at her good sister with some surprise. She felt as if Bai Qingyan had become a different person. Didn't Qingyan worry that having more outstanding women would affect her status in the family? Yi Ningxuang shook her head. This was not something she should be concerned about. She had already decided to urge her master later. The competition was getting fiercer, even the princess was involved. If she didn't hurry to act, there would be no opportunities left. Lin Fan thought for a moment, and felt that Bai Qingyan made a lot of sense. However, how much to offer as a betrothal gift still needed to be considered. As for whether the exposure this time would lead the Lin family of Chu to discover he was a member of the Lin family, that was just an overestimation. The higher-ups of the Lin family did not know that there had once been such a person among them. The only one he had interacted with was the steward managing their area. However, that steward was only at the opening origin realm and could hardly be considered a high-ranking member. Lin Fan had been too ordinary in the Lin family, and it was likely that this steward had already forgotten him. Even if he heard the name Lin Fan, he would not be able to associate it with him. While Lin Fan was chatting with Bai Qingyan and the others when Ting Yu had already returned to the imperial city, he then immediately sought out Zhao Qingyun. Minister Wen, how did it go? Did the head of the Lin family agree? Zhao Qingyun was genuinely worried that Lin Fan might not be interested in marrying the princess. If Lin Fan were to refuse, he would be humiliated. Reporting to your majesty, I have not disappointed your majesty's expectations, and I have already arranged this matter. Moreover, the head of the Lin family did not make any demands. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyun was completely relieved. Minister, when you have worked hard, next we need your Ministry of Rights to discuss a suitable marriage date. Your majesty, I cannot say I have worked hard, this is merely my duty. By the way, your majesty, the head of the Lin family is actually a top-notch yellow-level winemaker. Hearing that Lin Fan was also a winemaker, Zhao Qingyun's spirits lifted. Minister Wen, is this true? Now that the union with Lin Fan had been secured, if this were true, it would be excellent news. Your majesty, this matter is absolutely true. It was personally stated by the head of the Lin family to me. Could I understand this matter? At that moment, Zhao Qingyun was overjoyed internally, but he did not show it on his face. After all, he was an emperor. How could he allow others to see through his thoughts? If there is nothing else, your majesty, I shall take my leave. Could choose the date as soon as possible. Zhao Qingyun was now solely focused on getting this matter done quickly. He did not want any unexpected incidents to arise along the way. Yes, I will go discuss this with everyone right away. In the Lin residence, while Lin Fan was dealing with matters, Bai Qingyan pulled Yi Ningxuang aside to speak in hushed tones. Ningxuang, what are your thoughts now? Yi Ningxuang understood what Bai Qingyan was asking. Qingyan, let my master handle it first, otherwise it wouldn't be appropriate. What if my master ends up calling me sister? That sounds a bit strange. Such matters can be joked about, but if it comes to it, Yi Ningxuang would still find it hard to do. Alright, just remember, if you miss this opportunity, you will lose a tremendous chance. What opportunity? Yi Ningxuang asked, her face full of curiosity. I can't tell you now, you'll find out in due time. Let's keep it vague, don't mention the family's sacred tree's imprint. Even without it, Bai Qingyan wouldn't disclose these secrets to outsiders, including her relatives. Now she was a member of the Lin family, and naturally had to consider their interests. Moreover, Bai Qingyan knew well that if this matter were to be exposed, it would cause immense trouble for Lin Fan. Seeing that Bai Qingyan was not saying anything more, Yi Ningxuang didn't press further. After chatting for a while, they finally parted ways. Once Yi Ningxuang left, she immediately sought out her master Gunachi. Master, you can't delay any longer. Just now, even the chancellor of the court Wen Shangshu was sent by Emperor Zhao to discuss marriage with the family head. It has been decided that the sixth princess will marry the family head. If you don't take the initiative, I will go find the family head myself. Yi Ningxuang knew her master very well, but she had to push her a bit on such matters, or it might drag on for a while. Sure enough, upon hearing Yi Ningxuang's words, Gunachi became somewhat flustered. She realized that this matter could not be delayed any longer. The royal princess was coming to discuss marriage, and once this was over, there would surely be a constant stream of marriage proposals. In front of those powers, she had no advantage at all. Ningxuang, I understand now. Oh, I will go find the family head tonight. Seeing her master determined, Yi Ningxuang felt very pleased. Master will go tell the good news to the three senior sisters right away. After saying that, Yi Ningxuang hopped away. Soon night fell, and at this time Gunachi had arrived at Lin Fan. However, she didn't go straight in, instead she paced back and forth at the door. Clearly she was still a bit nervous at that moment. Lin Fan guessed that Gunachi would come tonight, so he didn't rush back to the Divine Sky Realm. Noticing that Gunachi didn't dare to enter, Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Nachi, since you're here, why not come in? Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Gunachi froze for a moment. Finally, she gritted her teeth and pushed the door open. As Gunachi entered, four figures appeared not far away. Finally, Master has gone in. I was just thinking that Master might back out. Ling Xuanyue said, feeling so. Sun Yinqing shook her head. Senior sister, if the family head hadn't just called Master, and I guess Master would have definitely backed out. Second senior sister is right. Fortunately, the outcome is good. After saying this, Lu Qingling looked at Yi Ningxuang. Little junior sister, isn't it your turn next? Senior sister and the youngest, shouldn't the senior sister go first? Ling Xuanyue quickly shook her head. Little junior sister, you are the one who is most familiar with the family head, so of course it's your turn first. What's the big deal about calling you sister? Senior sister has a point. Next should be little junior sister. At that moment, Ling Xuanyue and the others aligned their stance. It's just calling sister, nothing significant. Yi Ningxuang was dumbfounded to see the three of them expressing their agreement at the same time. She wanted to say, am I still not your beloved little junior sister? Little junior sister, just think of it as helping us three senior sisters scout the road. Yes, little junior sister, consider it a request from the three senior sisters. After all, you are the one most familiar with the family head. Please, little junior sister, we three senior sisters always pamper you the most. Yining Shuang looked at the pleading eyes of the three senior sisters and finally nodded. All right, I will reluctantly agree, but just this once, no next time. Haha, I knew little junior sister would be the best. Inside the house, Gunanchi was looking at Lin Fan with a face full of anxiety. Family head, Gunanchi said somewhat shyly. Nanchi, why are you so nervous? Am I that terrifying? Lin Fan said. Gunanchi quickly shook her head. The family head isn't terrifying at all, it's just that I. Alright, Nanchi, relax, there's no need to be so tense. Seeing Gunanchi still unable to relax, Lin Fan decided to chat with her for a while. Nanchi, can you tell me about Yunxiu sect? Upon hearing Lin Fan mention Yunxiu sect, Gunanchi immediately perked up. Family head, Yunxiu sect has nearly 30,000 disciples. Among them, over 20,000 are miscellaneous disciples, all in the first 3 stages of body refining. The last 2 stages of body refining belong to outer disciples. The remaining disciples above the opening yuan stage belong to inner disciples, numbering nearly 1,000. As long as one cultivates to the perfection of the opening yuan stage, they can become a steward or elder of the sect. As for the Qi realm warriors currently, besides me and Shuangyue, there is only my master. Nanchi, do you know how the strengths of Qingming Valley and Xinshin sect compare? I'm not very clear on the specifics, but their overall strength should be similar to my Yunxiu sect. After listening to Gu Nangsis' explanation, Lin Fan gained a general understanding of the strength of Qingyan County. Nanchi, what do you think are the differences between families and sects? Family head, there are certainly some differences between families and sects. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Let's talk about families first. Families sometimes have internal conflicts like power struggles. But when it comes to facing enemies, they are still There may be some who collude with external enemies for profit, but the probability of that happening is very low. Because once discovered, they would be rejected by the entire family. As for sects, they are actually made up of many families. Take the elders of the sect, for example. Once they marry and have children, over time, they will form individual families. This leads to situations where they may harm the interests of the sect for the benefit of their own families. Even those who do not marry would still favor their own disciples. One could say that sects are rife with factions, especially those that have been around longer. The factions grow even more numerous. Even if the sect faces difficulties, it's hard to bring all their strength together. Thus, under equal strength conditions, families have advantages over sects. But on the other hand, sects develop more quickly than families. Because during their development, sects will have other forces and powerful individuals join them. One could say that both have their advantages, it just depends on how to choose. Indeed, your analysis is very thorough. Lin Fan praised. Thank you for the compliment, family head. After chatting for a while, Gunanchi was no longer so tense. Just as Gunanchi was anticipating what was about to happen, Lin Fan suddenly called out towards the door. Lin Fan had already sensed the presence of the 4 people outside, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. He didn't expect these 4 to become so bold as to eavesdrop, which truly left him speechless. Did they really think his strength at the Purple Mansion stage was merely for show? Even without the Purple Mansion stage, the commotion caused by these 4 could be noticed by someone at the body refinement stage. The reason Gunanchi hadn't noticed was mainly because her attention was entirely on Lin Fan. Now, after Lin Fan's reminder, she also sensed the presence of the 4. What are these 4 girls doing here? Could it be that they're here to watch me make a fool of myself? With this thought, Gunanchi felt a wave of frustration. These 4 disciples really couldn't be relied upon. They actually wanted to see their master humiliated. Meanwhile, outside, Yining Shuang and the others were startled by Lin Fan's words. Little junior sister, it seems we've been discovered now. Earlier, Yining Shuang had suggested sneaking over to eavesdrop, but they had initially refused. Who would have thought that Yining Shuang would say that the family head and their master were busy with serious matters and had no time to deal with them? As a result, they inexplicably agreed. They were somewhat curious about such matters. Although Yining Shuang felt a bit flustered, she still pretended to be calm and said, let's go in or it will be fine. The family head hasn't gotten angry. Then the 4 of them cautiously pushed the door and walked in. We have seen the family head, they said carefully. What are you 4 doing here? Lin Fan asked with pretended authority. Family head, we just happened to pass by and wanted to take a look. We meant no harm, Yining Shuang said with a flattering smile. Do you think I believe you? Lin Fan said irritably. Seeing that Yining Shuang wanted to explain further, he waved his hand directly. Alright, I know exactly what little schemes you have in mind. Since you are all here, I will take you to a place. Lin Fan said, and without waiting for the others to react, he directly brought them into the divine celestial realm. He had already checked their favorability levels, all of which were above 80. Thus, as soon as they entered the divine celestial realm, they were branded by the family's divine tree. After that, Lin Fan did not care about their shocked expressions. He directly instructed a maid to explain the situation inside to them. He then took Gunnanshi to his residence. Time flew by, and 10 days had passed in the main world. During this time, the wedding date for Princess Lingxi to marry Lin Fan had been set for half a month later. This news under the command of Emperor Zhao had spread throughout the entire Zhao kingdom. At this moment, the Lin family in Qinyun County had become the focus of all forces in the Zhao kingdom. In this period, Lin Fan had also taken down Yining Shuang and the others. However, the rewards were quite ordinary, consisting mainly of the fixed spirit stones and some spiritual herbs. Another piece of good news was that Bai Qingyan was already pregnant. In the divine celestial realm, Lin Fan was currently playing with his child. Luo Iran and the others were also there at this time. In fact, everyone spent a considerable amount of time every day accompanying the children. System, do you have the 4 books and 5 classics and the Taoist text from my previous life? Currently, the system has not opened the exchange function. If the host needs it, you can wait for the next opportunity to consume a low-grade, Earth-level reward. System, then next time directly exchange this reward for me. A low-grade, Earth-level reward was nothing. By the time his child was born, there should be plenty. Currently, there were already 48 who were pregnant. At this moment, Bai Qingyan sat beside Lin Fan. After learning of her pregnancy, Bai Qingyan was extremely happy. Husband, your wedding date with Princess Lingxi has been set. Have you prepared the betrothal gifts? Lin Fan nodded, and in fact there wasn't much that needed preparation. During this time, Su Qingyuan had refined quite a few pills. Qingyan, I have prepared 60 boundary-breaking pills, 60 detoxifying pills, 60 vitality restoration pills, 60 essence enhancement pills, and 60 healing pills. In addition to these premium pills, there are also 1,000 top-grade pills. Furthermore, there are 10,000 pounds of spiritual wine. What else do you think we need to prepare? After pondering for a moment, Bai Qingyan nodded and said, Husband, I think this amount is just right. It wasn't about being stingy, it was just that the Lin family wasn't in a position to offer more resources right now. Since you also think it's fine, then I will have Xiaohan send these things over. It's somewhat inappropriate to deliver the betrothal gifts on the day of the wedding. Without hesitation, Lin Fan directly called for Li Han. He then handed over these resources to her and instructed her to take them to the Imperial City. Subsequently, a team of 10, led by Li Han, flew from Chongning City towards the Imperial City. With their strength at the Qi stage, it would take them several hours of flight to reach the Imperial City. By the afternoon, Li Han and her group finally arrived at the Imperial City. They wasted no time and headed straight for the palace after entering the city. There was no choice, flying below the Purple Mansion level was not allowed in the Imperial City. However, with the pace of Li Han and the 10 others, they arrived at the palace gate in no time. At this moment, a palace guard directly stopped Li Han and her 10 companions. Halt! This is the forbidden area of the palace. You cannot enter recklessly or you will be killed without mercy. This general, we come from the Lin family in Qinyun County to deliver betrothal gifts. We hope you can notify the relevant parties. Oh, guests from the Lin family, please wait a moment. I will go report right away. The news that Princess Lingxi was marrying the head of the Lin family in Qinyun County was already common knowledge, so he naturally did not dare to neglect it. When Zhao Qingyun heard that the Lin family was there to deliver betrothal gifts, he was quite surprised. Generally, when a princess marries, it is the emperor who rewards the prince consort. When would a prince consort give a betrothal gift to the emperor? However, thinking about the fact that Lin Fan and he were not in a ruler-subject relationship, he felt relieved. Quickly announced the men. He wanted to see what kind of betrothal gift Lin Fan would offer. After Li Han and her 10 companions came in, they cupped their hands towards Zhao Qingyun and said, We have seen the emperor. Everyone need not be so formal. Thank you, your majesty. As they spoke, Li Han took out a storage bag and a list. Your majesty, this is the betrothal gift our family head has prepared. Please have a look. Without needing Zhao Qingyun to say much, a nearby eunuch hurriedly took these items and presented them to Zhao Qingyun. When Zhao Qingyun saw the items on the list, he was extremely shocked. This was a total of 360 premium pills. Considering all the pills the royal family had refined and purchased through various means, they probably wouldn't even reach this amount in a year. There is no way, as alchemists are extremely scarce in the land of 100 nations. Of course, the major dynasties in the land of 100 nations, which are guarded by those in the Divine Passage realm, have a few more alchemists, including some profound-level alchemists. After all, those in the Divine Passage realm can traverse through millions of mountains and communicate with the outside world. The legacies they possess are naturally incomparable to a nation like the Zhao Kingdom, which is only protected by those at the Divine Platform realm. Moreover, the resources controlled by the major dynasties rarely flow to other countries. As expected of an alchemist, their generosity is remarkable. Looking at the list in his hand, Zhao Qingyun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He then said to Li Han and the others, Ladies, please thank your family heads for their generosity after you return. Understood, your majesty. We will convey your words to our family heads. If there is nothing else, we shall take. There's no helping it, they don't understand the rules of the palace, and staying here feels somewhat uncomfortable. Zhao Qingyun was not angry about this. Ladies, it's getting late, and traveling at night is not safe. Why not rest here for the night and return tomorrow? Li Han thought for a moment and felt that Zhao Qingjian's suggestion was reasonable. Although it wasn't dark, yet it would still take several hours to return. They would encounter not just cities on their way back, but also large mountain ranges. If they were to encounter powerful demon beasts on the road, it would indeed be very dangerous. Then I must trouble your majesty. Ultimately, for everyone's safety, Li Han chose to stay for the night. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Come take these ladies downstairs to rest, ensure they are well taken care of, and do not be negligent in any way. Yes. After Li Han and the others left, Zhao Qingyun called Zhao Lingxi over. Lingxi greets Father Emperor. May I ask why Father Emperor has called me here? Lingxi, your future husband. Are there gifts too? Zhao Lingxi was greatly surprised. Generally, a princess marriage only includes a substantial dowry. Where would gifts come from except for royal unions? Not only did he send gifts, but they are quite generous. Take a look. Zhao Qingyun said, handing the list to Zhao Lingxi. Upon seeing the items on the list, Zhao Lingxi was also greatly astonished. Not only did he send gifts, but they are quite generous. Take a look. Zhao Qingyun said, handing the list to Zhao Lingxi. Upon seeing the items on the list, I hope he truly cares for you. Zhao Qingyun said with some sadness. The thought of his daughter becoming a concubine for someone else was not a pleasant one. Father Emperor, don't worry about me. Although I haven't met him yet, if he can eliminate the 4 major powers for his woman, he must treat her very well. I have a premonition that this marriage could very well be a fortuitous encounter for me. Let's hope so. Zhao Qingyun could only comfort himself this way. All right, Lingxi, you may go now. During this time, spend more time with your mother, for once you marry, the opportunities to return will be few. Understood. Father Emperor. Lingxi takes her leave. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi's wedding. Today the Lin residence was bustling with activity. At this moment, Lin Fan was dressed in his wedding attire, adorned with a large red flower, preparing to welcome the bride. Congratulations, head of the Lin family. The expressions of blessing were continuous. Please enter at your leisure. I must go receive the bride now, and cannot attend to everyone. I hope for your understanding. Haha, head of the Lin family, go quickly, don't mind us, we can't keep the bride waiting. After saying a few words to the guests, Lin Fan called out to the system in his heart system, can you conceal the aura of that mid-grade, Earth-level flying vessel? The mid-grade, Earth-level flying vessel is too ostentatious. Attracting the attention of divine passage powers would be troublesome. Yes, host, how would you like to conceal it? Surprisingly, it could really be done. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. System, just revealing the aura of a mid-grade, profound-level vessel will suffice. Understood, host. Lin Fan didn't delay any longer, directly taking out the flying vessel and tossing it into the air. In an instant, a massive object measuring 1,000 meters long, 600 meters wide, and 150 meters high appeared in the sky. Seeing this massive object, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. This was no flying vessel, it was simply a flying cruise ship. The sudden appearance of such a huge object in the sky naturally caught many people's attention. Wow, is this a flying vessel? It's so huge. As expected of an alchemist, even the flying vessel is grand. It seems that in our Zhao kingdom, only the royal family has a flying vessel, and it doesn't seem to be this large. At this moment, the guests at the Lin residence were also discussing this flying vessel. Lin Fan didn't care how they thought. He led his wedding procession onto the vessel. At the same time, Lin Fan hung the words wedding procession on the flying vessel. Then under his control, the vessel swiftly flew towards the location of the imperial city. Lin Fan did not let the flying vessel move at full speed. After all, its maximum speed reached 500 million miles per hour. If that were the case, they would reach the imperial city in the blink of an eye, which a mid-grade, profound-level flying vessel could not achieve. Ultimately, under Lin Fan's control, it took a quarter of an hour to arrive outside the palace. The sudden appearance of the flying vessel led the guards of the imperial city to mistakenly believe it was an enemy invasion. Fortunately, the sound of drums and gongs came from the flying vessel, and with the words wedding procession displayed on it, no misunderstanding occurred. Soon Lin Fan stepped out from the vessel amidst the sounds of drums. So it's the head of the Lin family who has arrived, please come in. The Minister of Rites immediately welcomed him. Thank you, Minister Wen. Head of the Lin family, you are being too polite, this is my duty. After a lengthy exchange of formalities, Lin Fan finally met Princess Lingxi. Head of the Lin family, I entrust my Lingxi to you from now on. I hope you will treat her well, this is my request as a father. Rest assured, Emperor Zhao, I will not mistreat my woman. Just a simple sentence was Lin Fan's promise to Zhao. I believe in you. He trusted that someone as talented as Lin Fan would not speak insincerely. Emperor Zhao, I shall take Lingxi away now. However, Emperor Zhao, rest assured, I will often accompany Lingxi back to visit. Good, lift the sedan chair. As soon as Emperor Zhao finished speaking, the eunuch beside him immediately echoed loudly, the Emperor has decreed, lift the sedan chair. Soon amidst the ceremonial music, a large procession exited the palace. There were hundreds of carts of dowries along with 500 palace maids accompanying them. These palace maids were prepared by Emperor Zhao for Zhao Lingxi. As a beloved princess, her dowry would certainly not be shabby. In terms of value, it was to exceed the gifts Lin Fan had provided. Emperor Zhao would not lose face over this matter. Soon, all the dowries were loaded onto the flying boat. Lin Fan was still wondering if anyone would jump out to snatch the bride, preventing him from taking Zhao Lingxi away. Then he thought of the classic saying 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. However, no such person appeared, which genuinely disappointed him. Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Lingxi beside him and softly said, "Lingxi, we are going home." Zhao Lingxi responded quietly. Although her head was covered, it did not obstruct her vision. In every aspect, Zhao Lingxi was very satisfied with Lin Fan. After taking one last look at the imperial palace, she held Lin Fan's hand and entered the flying boat. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat had left the imperial city. After another quarter of an hour, it arrived above Lin's residence. "The master has brought the lady back. Come help me move the things." Under Li Han's direction, the maids began to get busy. As carts of dowries were unloaded from the flying boat, the warriors of Chongning City were left astonished. No wonder she is the most cherished princess of Emperor Zhao. This dowry is simply too lavish. I truly envy Lin's master for being able to marry Princess Lingxi. It is said that Princess Lingxi has extraordinary talent and is already a latest-stage Qi Si realm warrior at such a young age. In a few decades, she will likely become a formidable figure in the Purple Mansion realm. What good does envy do? If you were like Lin's master, possessing strength in the Purple Mansion realm and being an alchemist, you could also marry a princess. Not only that, but other powers in the Purple Mansion realm would also be eager to ally with you. Exactly, I believe Princess Lingxi and Lin's master are a perfect match. Both are outstanding. In the future, if Lin's master and Princess Lingxi have children, they are bound to be incredibly powerful. The future of the Lin family is certainly limitless. The people of Chongning City were abuzz with discussions, some envious, some jealous, and others supportive and optimistic. Lin Fan had no time to pay attention to these. There were many more procedures to follow. After going through a series of tedious rituals and finally sending Princess Lingxi to her room, he had completed those procedures. Next was to entertain the guests. Everyone, let us raise a glass to Lin's master, wishing him and Princess Lingxi a swift arrival of noble children. As one person led, those present responded in unison, wishing Lin's master and Princess Lingxi a swift arrival of noble children. Thank you all so much. After finishing the drink, Lin Fan smiled and greeted everyone. Everyone must eat and drink well. Do not worry about the lack of food and drink. There will be more served after this. Make sure to enjoy yourselves. Haha, Lin's master is generous. We won't be polite. After that, many came to toast Lin Fan. He welcomed. When everyone had drunk enough, Lin Fan didn't want to waste more time here. Alright everyone, after this drink, I must take my... Haha, we all understand and won't delay Lin's family affairs. After Lin Fan left, he headed straight for the new house. The two handmaidens stationed outside the new house hurriedly bowed upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, saying, "Greetings, master." No need for too much formality. Saying this, Lin Fan pushed open the door and walked in. Looking at Zhao Lingxi sitting quietly on the bed, Lin Fan activated the system's inspection feature. Name: Zhao Lingxi. Age: 25. Talent: Earth level, high quality. Realm: latest-stage, Qi. Identity: 6th Princess of Zhao Kingdom. Favorability: 73. Looking at the favorability of 73, Lin Fan felt very satisfied. Such a high favorability indicated that Zhao Lingxi was not resistant to marrying him. Subsequently, Lin Fan lightly walked over and lifted Zhao Lingxi's red veil. Just like that, their eyes met. Soon Zhao Lingxi succumbed. "Husband, why do you keep looking at me like that?" Zhao Lingxi asked shyly. "As my own wife, can I not look at you more?" Lin Fan chuckled. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhao Lingxi's face turned slightly red. She felt that Lin Fan was not playing by the rules. She had thought Lin Fan would say, "My wife is beautiful, so I am captivated." It was not that Zhao Lingxi was narcissistic, but she truly had such capital. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. We should drink the wedding wine now. After this wine, you will be a part of the Lin family." An hour later, Lin Fan began to check his gains. This time, in addition to obtaining 500 Earth-level spirit stones, he also acquired an Earth-level high-quality trial tower. The trial tower consists of 6 floors corresponding to the body refinement realm to the divine ability realm. Each floor of the trial tower has corresponding puppets that can be used to hone martial skills. Moreover, even if one dies inside the trial tower, it does not result in true death. After reading the introduction of the trial tower, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. With the trial tower, he could cultivate his forces more conveniently. Besides this, there was also his own strength. Ever since breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, his cultivation speed had significantly slowed. This time, he had finally broken through to a minor realm, and in addition, his talent had also improved by a minor grade. It could be said that he had reaped abundant rewards. Next, Lin Fan checked his attribute panel. Host: Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan: 768. Identity: Master of the Lin family. Family level 2. Family members 54 wives and concubines. Offspring sons 7 daughters 12. Family fortune 820000. Strength mid-stage purple mansion realm. Talent supreme quality of mysterious rank. Cultivation method Qian Kuan, He Dao Ju. Martial skills earth level low quality thunder finger minor achievement supreme quality of mysterious rank wave palm completion supreme quality of mysterious rank flowing cloud sword technique completion supreme quality of mysterious rank bamboo shadow step completion. Weapon supreme quality of mysterious rank flame sword. 100 arts earth level high quality alchemist supreme quality of mysterious rank brewer. Family wealth 2000 earth level spirit stones 2600 mysterious rank spirit stones approximately 11 million yellow rank spirit stones. Wives and concubines strength Chi Si realm 54 people small world area 100 square kilometers. Time flow rate is 6 times that of the main world. The extra 200 mysterious rank spirit stones were naturally part of the dowry given by Zhao Qingyun. Zhao Qingyun knew that the Lin family currently did not have a mysterious rank spirit stone vein, which is why he provided so many. There are quite a few yellow rank spirit stone veins. The 4 major powers veins now all belong to the Lin family. In total there are more than 10, which can bring at least 5 million yellow rank spirit stones to the Lin family each year. At this moment Zhao Lingxi also felt the change in her strength. She had now broken through to the completion of the Qi Si realm. This made her eyes widen in surprise. Husband, is my strength breakthrough due to you? Although she was inquiring, Zhao Lingxi's tone was filled with certainty. She knew this must be related to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and nodded saying, indeed it's my fault. So how do you feel? Zhao Lingxi upon hearing this did not appear happy. Instead, she looked at Lin Fan with a face full of worry. Husband, won't this harm your foundation? Lin Fan was quite pleased with Zhao Lingxi's reaction. Don't worry Lingxi, not only will it not harm my foundation, but it will actually benefit both of us. Zhao Lingxi found it hard to believe. Husband, are you serious? Lin Fan nodded confidently saying, of course I'm serious. How could I possibly deceive you? Shall we try again? After saying this, Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan with a hint of eagerness. I have no problem with it, but can you manage? Lin Fan looked at her with amusement. Who do you look down upon? Of course I can handle it. Alright then, let's try again. Another hour passed, and Zhao Lingxi no longer wanted to move. Zhao Lingxi sensed her own strength once more. She had only gained a slight increase roughly equivalent to the results of a month's cultivation. Though it was still quite good, it fell far short of what she had just experienced. Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan with some frustration saying, Husband, why is there such a large gap? The benefits are greatest at the beginning. If every time had such a significant effect it would be uncontrollable, Lin Fan said, gently pinching her nose. That's true, I was too greedy. With such great effects I should be content. I believe that within 5 years I will break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It won't take that long. Once your strength is fully consolidated, I will give you a low-grade mystic level breaking barrier pill, and then you will easily break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan in shock saying, Husband, you actually have mystic level pills. Wait, could it be that you are a mystic level alchemist? It was no wonder Zhao Lingxi thought this way. Mystic level pills were incredibly rare. Only a few of the largest nations in the 100 Kingdoms possessed them. Moreover, mystic level pills were usually consumed internally and rarely made it to the market. Only during the annual auction held by the headquarters of the Treasure Pavilion did a small number of mystic level pills appear for auction. Those who could participate in such auctions were at least at the Purple Mansion realm. There were quite a few at the Divine Platform realm, and if precious treasures appeared, even those at the Divine Power realm would show up. Thus acquiring a mystic level pill was not an easy feat. If her husband truly had mystic level pills, the only explanation would be that he was a mystic level alchemist. Of course, it was also possible that her husband came from a powerful force. Having figured this out, Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan with even more anticipation. Lingxi, I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly. I am indeed a mystic level alchemist currently at the upper grade mystic level. Hiss! Zhao Lingxi gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. If Lin Fan were merely a lower grade mystic alchemist, it would have been enough to shock her, as she never expected him to be at the upper grade mystic level. Upper grade mystic pills corresponded to the Divine Platform realm. If this news were to spread, even her family's ancestors would treat Lin Fan with utmost respect. However, she understood why Lin Fan needed to keep this identity hidden. If he lacked the corresponding strength, he would be easily controlled. Having understood this relationship, Zhao Lingxi became serious. Husband, don't worry, I will keep this secret and definitely won't tell anyone. Zhao Lingxi's tone was filled with seriousness. Now she was already part of the Lin family. Their fates were intertwined. Lingxi, I trust you. Next, I want to take you to a mysterious place. Although Lin Fan trusted Zhao Lingxi, he felt he could only truly relax once she was marked by the family's divine tree. That way he wouldn't have to worry about her inadvertently letting something slip. Zhao Lingxi was curious about where Lin Fan would take her, but she didn't ask too many questions, knowing she would soon find it. Just as she tidied up to prepare to leave, Lin Fan held her back. Before she could start questioning, she realized they had arrived at an unfamiliar place. "Husband, where is this?" Zhao Lingxi had lost count of how many times she had been shocked today. Next, Lin Fan explained the matters of the divine Xia realm in detail to her. After understanding the situation here, Zhao Lingxi was so shocked that she could not speak. It took a long while for her to regain her senses. "Husband, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a powerful being?" In Zhao Lingxi's view, only such an explanation could account for the origins of the divine Xia realm. "I don't know about that, at least I haven't awakened any memories of my past life." Lin Fan was actually quite pleased that Zhao Lingxi and the others thought of him as a powerful being reincarnated. That way, if he produced some special items, he wouldn't need to explain much. At this moment, Zhao Lingxi was even more convinced that Lin Fan was indeed a reincarnated powerful being. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. Regardless of whether Lin Fan was a reincarnated powerful being, he was now her husband. She felt a sudden urge to thank the Han and Wei families. If it weren't for the pressure from these two families on her father, she would never have married Lin Fan. Even if a union with Lin Fan were to occur, it would only be with her other sisters. "Alright, Lingxi, you don't need to think too much, I will take you to meet others." "Okay, husband." In the following days, with Zhao Lingxi's emotional intelligence, she quickly got along with everyone. During this time, Lin Fan also arranged the two mystic-level formations he had previously obtained within the Lin residence. With the reinforcement of these two formations, the Lin residence had become as solid as gold. As for the set of Earth-grade formations, Lin Fan did not rush to use them. They were not yet needed. Thus, several months passed in the main world. After such a long period of development, the Lin residence underwent significant changes. The newly recruited maidservants and the palace maids that Zhao Lingxi brought with her had all been brought to the divine Xia realm and marked by the family's divine tree. For the people within the family, they had to be utterly loyal. Now the strength of these people generally reached the perfection of the body refinement realm. This was also the reason they often stayed in the main world. They would only be taken to the divine Xia realm for cultivation at night. These were the visible forces of the Lin family, and naturally, they could not remain in the divine Xia realm all the time. However, even so, their strength was increasing rapidly. Currently, as it was a developmental phase, Lin Fan was not stingy with resources. Besides these people, the children and young women previously taken in had all cultivated to above the opening origin realm. The few with Earth-grade talent had even reached the Qi-Si realm. Besides this, many others were attempting to break through to the Qi-Si realm. Once a significant number of Qi-Si realm individuals emerged, Lin Fan would send them out to establish their own forces. These forces would not have any apparent connection to the Lin family. During this time, the one who gained the most was Zhao Lingxi. With Lin Fan's assistance, Zhao Lingxi successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. However, Lin Fan had her practice the breath-holding technique, only revealing her full strength at the Qi-Si realm. It was not yet suitable to expose Zhao Lingxi's true power. Besides, Zhao Lingxi Gunanshi also broke through to the Qi-Si realm. After consolidating her strength for some time, she could also reach the Purple Mansion realm. Perhaps due to her high power, only Zhao Lingxi had not yet conceived a child. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan and Su Qingwan each gave birth to a son and a daughter for Lin Fan during this time. The son was born to Su Qingwan named Lin Howie. The daughter was born to Su Qingyuan named Lin Yutong. Both children had talents that reached the low-grade Earth level. This also allowed Lin Fan to obtain the 4 books and 5 classics along with the entire Dao canon as he wished. Another reward was a low-grade Earth-level alchemy furnace. Lin Fan directly handed it over to Su Qingyuan. Most of the elixirs in the family were refined by her. During this time, Su Qingyuan had already trained over 100 alchemists, though most of them were still at the low grade. There were not many alchemists at the middle grade yellow level, and only one at the upper grade. The reason so many alchemists could be trained in a short time was due to the abundance of spiritual herbs. The planting area for spiritual herbs in the Divine Sky realm had already reached 10 square kilometers. Lin Fan had acquired quite a few spiritual herb seeds during this time. The 5 prominent families of Chongning City had also been helping the Lin family acquire spiritual herb seeds. This was a task Lin Fan assigned to them. Naturally, these 10 square kilometers were primarily planted with low-grade yellow herbs. The area for mysterious-grade spiritual herbs was less than 200 acres. For earth-grade spiritual herbs, it was even less than an acre. Most of the seeds for mysterious and earth-grade spiritual herbs came from Zhao Lingxi's dowry. The Emperor Zhao knew Lin Fan was an alchemist, so he included quite a few spiritual herb seeds in her dowry. Most were seeds for mysterious-grade herbs, with some for earth-grade herbs as well. Although earth-grade spiritual herb seeds were rare, the Zhao Kingdom, as a power possessing the divine platform realm and having a heritage of several thousand years, could still produce some. The Emperor Zhao was not reluctant. After all, they were just seeds, not the herbs themselves. Cultivating earth-grade spiritual herbs would take decades to hundreds of years, or even longer. Moreover, they required meticulous care along the way without any errors, and also needed earth-grade spiritual fields. Therefore, keeping these seeds was actually of little use to Emperor Zhao. It was better to take the opportunity to gift them to Lin Fan, leaving a good impression. After all, he did not have to give them all away, he could keep some for himself. Whether Lin Fan could cultivate them was no longer his concern. Time flew by, and another month passed in the main world. Thanks to Lin Fan's efforts, Zhao Lingxi finally conceived a child. Husband, I finally conceived. Zhao Lingxi exclaimed with joy, linking her arm with Lin Fan's. Now you don't have to worry, right? Lin Fan smiled, playfully pinching her nose. During this time, Zhao Lingxi had been quite anxious seeing others with children, while she had none. So she had been clinging to Lin Fan. You can't blame me for this. Reflecting on her experiences during this time, Zhao Lingxi felt a bit embarrassed. All right, hurry and share this good news with your father. Once the child is born, he'll take you back to see him. Lin Fan speculated that the reason no one had come to him for a marriage alliance during this time was probably that they were waiting for the news of Zhao Lingxi's pregnancy. After all, Zhao Lingxi was the sixth princess of the Zhao kingdom, and those powers still needed to give face to Emperor Zhao. Now that the news of Zhao Lingxi's pregnancy would soon spread, it wouldn't be long before someone came knocking. Upon hearing the news of Zhao Lingxi's pregnancy, Zhao Chengyun burst into joyful laughter. Haha, Lingxi is pregnant, that's wonderful. Having a child meant that the relationship between the Zhao family and the Lin family was now very solid. This was of course great news for Emperor Zhao. Soon the great families of the royal city learned of this news. This was also something Emperor Zhao intentionally leaked out. He knew that these forces had been waiting for this news during this time. Since it couldn't be hidden, it was better to announce it sooner. The Minister of Rites Wen Tingyu hurriedly called for his most favored daughter Wen Ruoxi. Wen Ruoxi also had high talent. Although she could not match Zhao Lingxi, she had reached the low-grade earth level. At 24 years old, she had already broken through to the Qi realm. This was achieved through her own strength, without consuming any breakthrough pills. Ruoxi, how have you considered the matter I discussed with you earlier? Now that the sixth princess is pregnant, if you've made up your mind, I can take you to the Lin family tomorrow. Of course, if you are unwilling, I won't force you. However, your father still hopes you can agree. A talent like the head of the Lin family has the potential to become a powerhouse in the divine platform realm, or even higher. Father Ruoxi is willing. When Ruoxi replied readily. Having been born into a prominent family, there were some matters beyond her control. In fact, even her father did not have the final say. The Wen family was not solely decided by her father. Sometimes sacrifices had to be made for the family's benefit. Even if she rejected this marriage alliance with Lin Fan, she would still have to marry someone else in the future. Since that was the case, it would be better to choose Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not only the founder of the family, but also a powerhouse at the Purple Mansion realm and an alchemist. If she missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find such a chance again. Seeing her daughter agree so readily, Wen Tingyi's expression was a bit stunned. He thought he would have to persuade. To his surprise, she agreed so quickly, which felt somewhat unreasonable. Looking at the dazed Wen Tingyi, Wen Ruoxi asked with a smile, "Father, are you surprised by my answer?" "Indeed, a bit surprised. I was just considering how to persuade you. Father, there's really nothing to discuss. Who else in our Zhao kingdom can compare to this Lin family head? Currently, there isn't a single one." At this point, Wen Tingyi added, "Not only in our Zhao kingdom, but even in several nearby countries, no one can be compared with the Lin family head. Isn't that enough? Why would I refuse such an outstanding person standing before me? I'm not foolish. I don't believe I can find someone better in the future. Even if someone better does appear, they might not even look my way. Haha, Ruoxi, I am very pleased that you can consider so many matters. However, Ruoxi, once you arrive at the Lin residence, the competition will surely be fierce." Upon hearing this, when Ruoxi nodded seriously, "Father, you can rest assured I know what to do." The Prime Minister Wei Chongqing also called for his two most talented daughters, Wei Shuxian and Wei Shuyuan. "Father, may I ask why you called me here?" Wei Shuyuan asked first, then provocatively glanced at her sister Wei Shuxian. Although they were sisters, they were not born of the same mother. Wei Shuxian remained calm at this moment and directly ignored Wei Shuyuan's provocation. It was clear that Wei Chongqing had summoned them for an important matter. She had no time to bicker with Wei Shuyuan. Wei Chongqing did not intervene too much in the relationship between his two daughters. In his view, competition would lead to faster growth. However, as there was an important matter at hand, he did not want to waste time here. "Shuxian Shuyuan, I called you here for an important matter. I just received news that Princess Lingxi is already pregnant. Therefore, I am preparing to arrange a marriage between one of you and the Lin family. What do you think?" As soon as Wei Chongqing finished speaking, Wei Shuyuan immediately stood up. "Father, I am unwilling to go." "Oh, why are you unwilling to go?" Wei Chongqing said in a deep voice. "Father, I don't understand your thoughts. Our Wei family is the top family in Zhao country, and we are not afraid of the Zhao family. Father, you are also a mid-stage Purple Mansion expert. Now to marry into a mere early-stage Purple Mansion family, you want me to become a concubine. If this matter gets out, won't we be ridiculed saying that our Wei family is afraid of a mere Purple Mansion mark? Even if he is a top-tier alchemist, in the end this world speaks of strength. Wei Shuyuan looked down on Lin Fan. To ask her to be Lin Fan's concubine was simply out of the question. Seeing his arrogant and ignorant daughter, Wei Changqing frowned. He felt that he had been too indulgent with this daughter as she dared to lecture him at this moment. He now realized that apart from arrogance, this daughter knew nothing of other matters. Wei Changqing deeply glanced at Wei Shuyuan and then ignored her. He then looked at Wei Shuxian beside him. Shuxian, what are your thoughts? He had already given up on Wei Shuyuan. If Wei Shuyuan were to go to the Lin residence, she would not only fail to build a good relationship, but would likely anger Lin Fan instead. Father, I am willing. Wei Shuxian's response pleased Wei Changqing. Thankfully, there was one reliable. However, at that moment, Wei Shuyuan mocked Wei Shuxian. Wei Shuxian, you are truly regressing, simply embarrassing our Wei family. How can you shamelessly want to be someone else's concubine? You truly have no shame. If you don't need to worry about it. To be honest, Wei Shuxian looked down on her brainless sister. Such a great opportunity before her, yet she did not. Such a person does not deserve to be her rival. What did you say? How dare you call me a fool? Wei Shuyuan was somewhat enraged. Enough, Shuxian is right, you are indeed a fool. Wei Changqing was filled with disappointment at Wei Shuyuan's performance. Father, Seeing that Wei Shuyuan wanted to say something, Wei Changqing directly waved his hand. All right, this matter has nothing to do with you, you can leave. You humph. Wei Shuyuan stomped her feet in anger and left unwillingly. Shuxian, prepare well, I will send someone to take you to the Lin family in a few days. Okay, father. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Wen Tingyu brought Wen Ruashi and her two personal maids to the outside of the Lin residence. Oh, there is actually an array arranged here. It seems to be of a high level. Wen Tingyu immediately noticed the changes in the Lin residence. To be honest, Wen Tingyu was once again shocked by Lin Fan. Could it be that the head of the Lin family is also an array master? However, he quickly denied this thought. This array clearly looked to be above the Xian level. He believed it should have been bought by Lin Fan. After all, how could one person have the energy to study so many skills? When Ruashi looked at the large gate of the Lin residence and did not find anyone guarding it, she then asked Wen Tingyu, Father, should we just walk in like this? No, the head of the Lin family has arranged an array here which now envelopes the entire Lin family. If we just walk in, we will fall into the array and could be in danger. Upon hearing that an array was arranged here, Wen Ruashi was also surprised. It should be noted that their Wen family only set up a defensive array in their family treasury. There was also a gathering array set up where the ancestors were in seclusion. The coverage was small. Yet the Lin family's array actually covered the entire Lin residence. Just thinking about this array was quite frightening. Father, what should we do now? Should we just wait here? No need to rush. The head of the Lin family must have already known we have arrived. Oh, let's wait and see. Sure enough, as soon as Wen Tingyu finished speaking, Li Han walked out from the entrance. When Shanshu, our master, and thank you, stewardly. You are too polite. When Shanshu, it is my duty. Soon Li Han led Wen Tingyu and his group into the living room. Haha, head of the Lin family, I hope you are well. I apologize for intruding today. Oh, I hope you can forgive me. When Shanshu, you are too polite. I am very happy that you came to my Lin family. How could it be considered an intrusion? After a round of pleasantries, Wen Tingyu got to the point. Head of the Lin family, I want beat around the bush. Oh, let's get straight to the point. This is my daughter Ruashi. I brought her here today to propose a marriage to the head of the Lin family. Wen Tingyu said, and immediately signaled Wen Ruashi with his eyes. Seeing this, Wen Ruashi hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Lin Fan. I have met the head of the Lin family. Miss Ruashi, you are too polite. Once the two were introduced to each other, Wen Tingyu asked again, what are your thoughts, head of the Lin family? Do you have any intention in this regard? After reading the information about Wen Ruashi, Lin Fan felt quite satisfied. He smiled and said, Minister Wen, Miss Wen is wonderful. I have no issues here. But I wonder what Miss Wen thinks, eh? Lin Fan said, turning to Wen Ruashi. Seeing Lin Fan's lack of rejection, a look of joy appeared on Wen Ruaxi's face. She blurted out, head of the family, I have no objections. Haha, Master Lin, it seems that my daughter is already eager, so let's decide on this matter. Upon hearing her father's words, Wen Ruashi was not embarrassed. Instead, she looked at Lin Fan with full anticipation. Meeting Wen Ruaxi's gaze, Lin Fan simply replied, good. Seeing Lin Fan agree so readily, Wen Tingyu was very pleased. He then laughed. Master Lin, today can be considered a great occasion for both our families. We must drink a few more cups later. The reason for calling Lin Fan master was that Wen Ruashi was merely a concubine, so Wen Tingyu naturally wouldn't regard himself as Lin Fan's father-in-law. Even Emperor Zhao called Lin Fan Master Lin, so he wouldn't be any different. However, Wen Tingyu certainly remembered the fine wine brewed by Lin Fan. The last gourd of wine that Lin Fan gifted had long been consumed. Moreover, that gourd was a spatial treasure capable of holding 100 jin of wine. Initially, he was puzzled as to why that gourd couldn't be placed in the storage bag. However, at that time, he was busy traveling and didn't dwell on it, simply hanging the gourd on himself. It was only after returning that he realized the gourd was actually a spatial item, which delighted him for quite some time. After all, a gourd that looked like it could hold only 2 jin of wine turned out to hold 100 jin. Who wouldn't be happy? At this moment, upon hearing that Wen Tingyu wanted to drink, Lin Fan also laughed heartily. It seems Minister Wen has been thinking about my wine. Wen Tingyu did not refute this. Instead, he chuckled. Who told you to brew such delicious wine, Master Lin? After a few days without drinking, it always feels like something is missing. Seeing this situation, Wen Ruashi couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. It turned out her father hurriedly sent her here just to drink wine. She suddenly felt as though she was being sold. Lin Fan, not wasting time, directly instructed Li Han next to him. Xiao Han, quickly have someone prepare food and wine. Okay, head of the family, I'll arrange it right away. Soon a table of fine food and wine was prepared. Ruashi, you will have good fortune from now on. You should try this fine wine and see how it tastes. Hearing her father praise the wine in the cup, when Ruashi curiously picked up her glass and took a sip. Wow, it truly is good wine. No wonder you keep thinking about it, father. Of course, if you like it, drink more. There's plenty of wine. Lin Fan smiled as he welcomed her. Haha, this is exactly what I was waiting to hear from you, Master Lin. After a hearty meal and drink, when Tingyu was ready to leave. Master Lin, I will leave Ruashi here. I hope you will take good care of her. After speaking, he looked at Wen Ruashi with a somewhat reluctant gaze. Wen Tingyu still felt a bit guilty towards Wen Ruashi. However, for the long-term development of the family, he had to do this. In large families like the Wen family, many things are beyond one's control. Rest assured, Master Wen, I will take good care of Ruashi. With your words, Master Lin, I can rest assured. Wen Tingyu did not doubt Lin Fan's words. As a Purple Mansion realm warrior, how could he joke about such matters? Ruashi, this place is not like home. You must listen to Master Lin from now on and not act willfully. Father, I understand. Seeing that her father was about to leave, when Ruashi also felt a bit sad and reluctant. Master Lin, I will return to the royal city first. The court has many matters that require my attention. Minister Wen, please wait a moment. This is the betrothal gift I prepared. Saying this, Lin Fan had Li Han bring over a storage bag and a gourd of wine. Minister Wen, the storage bag contains some cultivation elixirs. As for this gourd of wine, it is much larger. This gourd can hold a full 100 jin of wine. It should last you for a while. Upon hearing that this gourd held 100 jin of wine, Wen Tingyu immediately burst into joy. The betrothal gift from Master Lin is truly hard to refuse. I can only shamelessly accept it. Saying this, Wen Tingyu happily accepted the storage bag and gourd of wine that Lin Fan handed over. Master Lin, I will take my leave now. Just as Wen Tingyu was about to fly away, he suddenly remembered that the Lin residence had set up formations. It would be impossible for him to fly out of here if someone had to take him out. Wen Tingyu felt fortunate that he had realized this, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing. At this moment, Lin Fan also realized it and quickly instructed Li Han. Li Han, please see Minister Wen off. Time passed swiftly. In the following months, people would occasionally bring women to the Lin residence. Altogether, Lin Fan added about 10 concubines, including Wei Shuxian from the Wei family. The reason it was only 10 was not that Lin Fan was picky. Rather, those without Earth-level qualifications were embarrassed to bring them to the Lin family. Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless about this. Earth-level qualifications were not common in Zhao country. Just because those major powers each had Earth-level qualifications, it didn't mean they were not rare. Those major powers had the conditions to produce higher qualified descendants, so their chances of having high-quality successors would be higher. Of course, some qualified individuals could be found among the common folk, given the large population base. However, even if there were qualified individuals among the common people, the final result would often be obscured. Most ordinary people had never tested their cultivation qualifications, so having 10 was already quite good. During this period, in addition to taking concubines, the Lin family also had other good news. Luo Yiran and the other 15 women who followed Lin Fan had given birth to children. There were a total of 9 girls and 6 boys. Perhaps because all the qualifications of Luo Yiran and the others had reached the mystic level, all these children had qualifications above the Earth level. Among them, there were 5 with mid-Earth level qualifications and 10 with lower Earth level qualifications. However, the rewards were somewhat disappointing. Whether it was for taking concubines or giving birth, the rewards consisted of some spiritual herbs, techniques, weapons, and martial skills, but not the other 100 arts inheritance that Lin Fan had hoped for. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. Several months passed, and Mu Shishue and her sister, as well as Lu Zhixia and others brought back from Tianfeng City, gradually gave birth to children. This time Mu Shishue and Mu Xiu did not give birth to twins. In total, there were 30 children with a balanced gender ratio of 15 boys and 15 girls. As time went by, Qingyan Guanxi and Yining Shuang also successively gave birth to new lives with a total of 4 boys and 2 girls. Looking at these children, Lin Fan's face was filled with smiles. In just over 3 years since leaving the Lin family and the Chu kingdom, he had already become the father of 71 children. Now, according to the time in the Xinxiao realm, Lin Haochen was already over 5 years old. Lin Fan had arranged for a maid to teach them the 4 books and 5 classics. At the same time, he was laying the foundation for their future cultivation. It wouldn't be long before they could start their training. One day, Lin Fan arrived at the training ground of the 3500 boys. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they immediately bowed and saluted. "We have seen the head of the family." The simultaneous shout from 3500 people was deafening. Lin Fan nodded at them. Everyone, no need for formalities. Once they all stood straight, Lin Fan began to observe them closely. These boys had been cultivating in the Xinxiao realm for over 5 years. Now they had all become graceful youths, having undergone tremendous changes compared to before. Currently, they had all become martial artists above the opening origin realm. The strongest among them was the boy with top-tier Earth-level talent, whom Lin Fan named Lin Sha. With sufficient resources from Lin Fan, Lin Sha's strength had now reached the late stage of the Qi realm alongside another boy with inferior Earth-level talent named Lin Ren. Both had reached the late stage of the Qi realm. Their talents were both at the Earth level, so the training effects in the early stages were not very different. Once they reached above the Purple Mansion realm, the speed of cultivation would show obvious differences. At that time, higher talent would provide significant advantages. Aside from these two in the late stage of the Qi realm, the other 98 children with top-tier mystic-level talent had also all broken through to the Qi realm. The remaining individuals had all reached the late stage of the opening origin realm. Perhaps due to practicing the Earth-level technique Shadow Kill, they emanated an aura that could instill fear. After a while, Lin Fan spoke. "I am very pleased with your performance over the past few years. Next, I will give you another 6 years. I hope that all of you can break through to the Qi realm during this time. Especially Lin Sha and Lin Ren, I hope you can break through to the Purple Mansion realm within this time. At that time, I will need you to establish a force outside. You cannot do this without the strength of the Purple Mansion realm. Rest assured, head of the family, we will not let you down." Everyone roared in unison. "Very well, I will be watching closely." After Lin Fan said some more encouraging words, he proceeded to inspect the training area for the girls. The 900 girls had also all broken through to the opening origin realm. The strongest among them had also reached the late stage of the Qi realm, with a total of 3, including 1 with mid-tier Earth-level talent and 2 with inferior Earth-level talents. They were named Lin Xian, Lin Han, and Lin Yan by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's intention for their arrangement was in business. He gave them a similar command. That was to break through to the Qi realm within 6 years. As for Lin Xian, Lin Han, and Lin Yan, their requirement was naturally to reach above the Purple Mansion realm. Next were the maids, of which there were about 3500, not counting those recruited in Changning City. Among them, the strongest was naturally Li Han. Now Li Han's strength had reached the perfection of the Qi realm. After consolidating for a while, Lin Fan planned to help her break through to the Purple Mansion realm. The others included Su Mei with mid-tier Earth-level talent and Wang Jia with superior Earth-level talent, both of whom had reached the late stage of the Qi realm. The earliest followers of Lin Fan in Wanxiang City had also broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Of course, the fastest growing were Lin Fan's concubines. Now, apart from Zhao Lingxi, who had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, Guanxi had also achieved the same with Lin Fan's help. As for the others, they had all broken through to the perfection of the Qi realm. Once they had consolidated enough, it would be time for them to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. However, after reaching the Purple Mansion realm, the strength of Luo Iran and the others would be difficult to increase rapidly. After all, their talents were only at the inferior mystic level. Compared to Zhao Lingxi, there was a significant gap. Naturally, the one with the most improvement was Lin Fan. Even though the cultivation speed slowed down after reaching the Purple Mansion realm, he had still achieved the perfection of the Purple Mansion realm. However, breaking through to the Divine Platform realm would still take quite some time. The transition from Purple Mansion to Divine Platform was not easy. One day, Lin Fan quietly waited outside Zhao Lingxi's door. Today was the day Zhao Lingxi was due to give birth. In fact, for each child born previously, Lin Fan would stand guard outside. After experiencing so many times, Lin Fan was no longer as nervous as he had been at first. Before long, the sound of a baby crying came out. At that moment, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Soon he arrived by Zhao Lingxi's side. "Lingxi, you have worked hard." "Husband, what are you talking about? This is nothing hard. Don't forget, I am a Purple Mansion realm martial artist, not an ordinary person." Indeed, for Zhao Lingxi at the Purple Mansion realm, giving birth was not a big deal. "By the way, husband, quickly give our child a name. Let's call him Lin Haoyang. How does that sound?" "Lin Haoyang. That name is quite nice." Zhao Lingxi was very fond of this name. Soon the information about Lin Haoyang appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name Lin Haoyang. Age just talent inferior heaven level. When Lin Fan saw Lin Haoyang's talent, he was a bit surprised. He had previously guessed that Lin Haoyang's talent would be at the top tier of Earth level. He did not expect it to be inferior heaven level. Lingxi, I have good news to tell you. Upon hearing there was good news, Zhao Lingxi immediately became interested. Husband, quickly tell me what is the good news. Lingxi, our child's cultivation talent has reached inferior heaven level. Husband, has our child's cultivation talent really reached inferior heaven level? At this moment, Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. This was inferior heaven level talent which had the potential to become a quasi-saint powerhouse. Of course it's true. Can I joke about something like this? Huh. Zhao Lingxi laughed heartily. My son's talent has actually reached inferior heaven level. However, Zhao Lingxi soon became serious again. Husband, how should we conceal Haoyang's talent? She was merely of high-grade Earth-level aptitude, yet targeted by the Wei and Han families. If news of their child's low-grade heaven-level aptitude were to leak, many forces would undoubtedly take an interest in their child. With her identity as the sixth princess, her child had already attracted attention from numerous factions before even being born. If the aptitude were ordinary, it would be fine. Those forces wouldn't care too much. But if the aptitude were very high, it would surely bring unnecessary trouble to the Lin family. Although her son would stay in the Divine Sky realm for a short time and would not be in danger, being targeted by others was never a good thing. In any case, her son's low-grade heaven-level aptitude must not be exposed. At least until the Lin family becomes powerful, it must remain hidden. But there was no way around it. As soon as she took the child back to the Imperial City, it would be discovered. Unless she kept the child from appearing before the public. However, as the sixth princess of Zhao, she had to bring the child back to see her family. Lin Fan could understand Zhao Lingxi's concerns. At the same time, Lin Fan would also have to present Lin Haoyang publicly. After all, everyone knew that Zhao Lingxi was pregnant now. Hiding the child later would raise questions. The more one hides, the more curious others become, thinking there must be some untold secret. However, presenting it openly would still require some means to conceal the aptitude. Unable to think of a good solution, Lin Fan had to consult the system. System, do you have any methods to prevent others from discovering my child's specific aptitude? Host, such a simple matter can be handled by the family divine tree. You can directly let the family divine tree conceal the child's aptitude. At that time, any aptitude can be displayed as long as it does not exceed the original aptitude. Once the aptitude is concealed, it will not affect the child's true cultivation aptitude. Not only the child, anyone marked by the family divine tree can enjoy this function. Hearing that the family divine tree had such a function, Lin Fan was quite surprised. Overall, this function was indeed very powerful. Lingxi, you don't need to worry. I can solve this problem. Hearing that Lin Fan could resolve it, Zhao Lingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Lingxi, what kind of aptitude do you want Haoyang to display? Zhao Lingxi pondered for a moment and quickly came up with an answer. Husband, if I could choose, then I would prefer high-grade Earth level, just like me. Lin Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, well, go as you said. High-grade Earth level aptitude is very suitable, neither too high nor too low. By the way, you should contact your father and let him know we will be bringing the child to visit him next month. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhao Lingxi was instantly overjoyed. Having been away from her parents for so long, she naturally missed them and wanted to return for a visit. Husband, you are so wonderful. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the moment, she would definitely reward Lin Fan well. However, it was fine. With her strength and the resources provided by Lin Fan, recovering wouldn't take long. Then Zhao Lingxi took out a communication jade talisman to message her father. Father, it's Lingxi. My child has been born, a boy named Lin Haoyang. His aptitude is the same as mine, reaching high-grade Earth level. We plan to visit you and mother in a month with the child. On the other side, Zhao Qingyun couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing this news. He did not expect his grandson to have such astonishing talent as well. After calming himself, Zhao Qingyun quickly began to reply. Lingxi, father congratulates you on having a good son. Also, I would like to confer Haoyang as the Marquis of Qingyun. Please ask your husband if he is willing. Zhao Qingyun knew that Lin Fan would probably not agree to be conferred. If that was the case, then he would confer his grandson. He believed that Lin Fan would likely agree. After receiving this message, Zhao Lingxi hurriedly informed Lin Fan. Lingxi, you said your father wants to confer Haoyang as the Marquis of Qingyun. Yes. Zhao Lingxi confirmed. After confirming the authenticity of the news, Lin Fan was quite surprised. One could only say that this Emperor Zhao really did not want to miss any opportunity to win him over. Lingxi, do you want Haoyang to hold this title of Marquis? Of course I hope so, but this matter must be decided by you, husband. Zhao Lingxi naturally wanted to help her family, provided that Lin Fan was willing. She would not demand anything from Lin Fan. Regardless of what Lin Fan decided, she would support him. In that case, I agree to this matter. Although Lin Fan did not care for this title since Emperor Zhao was so generous, he found it hard to refuse. Seeing Lin Fan's agreement, Zhao Lingxi was very happy. I will message father right away. I expect he will be very excited to receive this news. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Fan's agreement, Emperor Zhao laughed heartily again. Come here, prepare the decree. Not long after the news of Emperor Zhao conferring Lin Haoyang, son of Princess Lingxi, as the Marquis of Qingyun spread throughout the entire imperial city. More importantly, the news of Lin Haoyang having high-grade Earth-level aptitude was also announced. This matter had been discussed with Lin Fan beforehand. Lin Fan had never intended to conceal this displayed false aptitude, so he directly agreed. As for the child of Princess Lingxi being conferred as Marquis of Qingyun, the officials of the court had no objections. After all, Qingyun County was originally the territory of the Lin family. The key was that there was no benefit in the entire Qingyun County. There wasn't even a mysterious grade yuan stone vein. They truly did not care for it. They were not foolish enough to offend the Lin and Zhao families over a place with no profit. In the one residence, when Tingyu thought of his daughter after receiving this news. Since Princess Lingxi has given birth, my daughter Ruoxi will also be giving birth in over a month. He hoped that Ruoxi's child would also reach above Earth-level aptitude. Perhaps it could become the backbone of the Lin family. With this connection, our Wen family and the Lin family's relationship will only grow better. Other forces shared similar thoughts with Wen Tingyu at this time. Lingxi, you must take a good rest for a while. Also, before heading to the imperial city, it would be better for Haoyang to stay in the main world. Otherwise, if just a month has passed in the main world and Haoyang has already grown to 6 months old, it would be hard to explain. Indeed, if you hadn't mentioned it, husband, I almost forgot. If they were to bring back a 6-month-old child, many people would surely doubt the authenticity of the child. After all, their child had only been born a month ago. After ensuring that Zhao Lingxi would have a good rest, Lin Fan sat down in the courtyard outside the room. Next, he would check the system rewards. Thinking of the system rewards, Lin Fan was filled with anticipation. The first heavenly reward, he wondered what good items it would bring. System, what good things have you rewarded this time? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 heavenly grade yuan stones, a map of a Saint's cave, and the method to enter the cave. The host is reminded that this cave will appear in 5 years. If the host does not go in time, it will no longer be related to the host. A Saint's cave, it must hold many treasures inside. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a bit of excitement. Let me first see where it is. Soon the information from the map appeared in Lin Fan's mind. I didn't expect it to be deep within the Million Great Mountains, almost 500 million miles away from here. That place belongs to the domain of 5th-tier Demon Beasts Divine Platform Realm, and there may even be 6th-tier Demon Beasts Divine Ability Realm. But it's fine, I have a middle-grade Earth-level flying boat, so I can safely reach there. Moreover, I also have a middle-grade Earth-level explosive talisman equivalent to a full-force strike from a perfected Divine Ability Realm. Although it's only a one-time use, it can ensure my safety. Rewarded when Bai Qingyan gave birth, but just to be safe I should wait until I break through to the Divine Platform Realm before going. There are still 5 years left, so Lin Fan is not in a hurry. After all, he was not far from breaking through to the Divine Platform Realm. Time quickly passed to a month later. Lingxi, let's set off. Okay, my husband. Then Lin Fan took Zhao Lingxi and Lin Haoyang, who was held in her arms, and flew towards the imperial city. Now Zhao Lingxi publicly displayed her strength at the perfect Qi realm. However, her true strength was close to breaking through to the mid-purple palace realm. As for Lin Fan, he revealed his strength at the mid-purple palace realm. Within a quarter of an hour, they arrived outside the palace. Zhao Lingxi had already informed Zhao Qingyun of her return. Therefore, many people had been arranged outside the palace to welcome them. When Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi appeared, a large number of palace maids and eunuchs had already knelt down. We welcome Her Highness the 6th Princess back to the palace. Zhao Lingxi waved her hand at them. Please, no need for formalities. Thank you, Your Highness. Soon a man dressed in a dragon robe appeared before Zhao Lingxi and Lin Fan. 6th sister, you have finally returned. A father has been looking forward to this for a long time. Saying this, the man looked at Lin Fan. Zhao Lingyun has met the head of the Lin family. Zhao Lingxi knew that Lin Fan did not recognize her elder brother, so she hurriedly introduced him. Husband, this is my elder brother, the crown prince of the Zhao kingdom. So it's the crown prince in person. My apologies. Head of the Lin family, I dare not take such a title. You may simply call me Lingyun. In front of Lin Fan, Zhao Lingyun did not dare to be presumptuous. Even his father treated Lin Fan equally, let alone he was just a crown prince. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with Zhao Lingyun's demeanor. He had heard Zhao Lingxi mention Zhao Lingyun before. Zhao Lingyun had a very good reputation among the royal family members and took great care of his younger siblings. Then information about Zhao Lingyun appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name Zhao Lingyun. Age 55. Qualification middle grade, earth level. Strength perfect Qi realm. Identity crown prince of the Zhao kingdom. Seeing her elder brother wanting to get close to Lin Fan, Zhao Lingxi found it somewhat amusing. Alright, elder brother, let's not waste time here. Let's head into the palace first, and we can talk later. What sixth sister says is true, it was my oversight. Then the group headed towards the palace. When Zhao Qingyun saw them enter, he instantly burst into hearty laughter. The head of the Lin family has finally arrived. I have been looking forward to this for a long time. It seems I kept the Zhao emperor waiting. Haha, it's no bother. Saying this, Zhao Qingyun turned his gaze to the infant held in Zhao Lingxi's arms. Lingxi, is this my precious grandson? Come, let me hold him. Zhao Lingxi of course would not refuse. Zhao Qingyun carefully took the child and couldn't help but tease him. Your name is Haoyang, right? I am your look, Haoyang is smiling at me. It seems this child really likes me as his grandfather. Below, Zhao Lingyun listened to this and remained silent. He did not know if he had ever been held like this by his father when he was a child, but he knew that many of his younger siblings had never been held like this by their father. However, he also understood how it was. If he were in his father's position, he would do the same. After a while, Zhao Qingyun returned the child to Zhao Lingxi. During the brief moment of holding the child, he also took the opportunity to check Lin Haoyang's cultivation talent. Just as Zhao Lingxi had said, it was indeed of upper-grade earth level. Lingxi, take the child to meet your mother, as she has been wanting to see him. Yes, father. Zhao Lingxi also missed her mother very much. Soon only Lin Fan and Zhao Qingyun were left here. As for Zhao Lingyun, Zhao Qingyun had also asked him to leave. Head of the Lin family, do you plan to stay in Qingyun County? You should know that Qingyun County does not even have a profound grade yuan stone vein, making it unsuitable for the development of forces at the Purple Palace realm. If the head of the Lin family plans to relocate, I suggest moving to Hanhai County where resources are relatively abundant. I will also demarcate an area for the Lin family to act as a residence. However, that area is located in the Shattered Star Sea, which is the only maritime region among the 100 Kingdoms. Because the Shattered Star Sea connects many countries and has abundant resources, the forces there are also complex. Additionally, there are many aquatic demon beasts, and even 6th-tier demon beasts exist in the central region. Every 10 years or so a beast tide will erupt, and each beast tide causes significant losses. Sometimes even the Purple Palace realm cannot escape unscathed. Zhao Qingyun detailed the pros and cons to Lin Fan. Then Zhao Qingyun added, of course, even if the Lin family moves to Hanhai County, Qingyun County will still belong to the Lin family. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan also decided to go and take a look there. Just as Zhao Emperor said, Qingyun County really lacks resources and is unsuitable for the development of the Purple Palace realm. The more chaotic the place, the more suitable it is for the Lin family's development. After all, he was an alchemist. Many forces would definitely seek him out for alchemy. After realizing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, since Zhao Emperor is so generous, I will find a time to see what place is suitable for the family residence. Good. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Zhao Qingyun was also very happy. The beast tides there are too terrifying. The existence of an additional Purple Palace realm force would significantly lessen the pressure in that area. Afterward, Lin Fan stayed in the Imperial City for a few days. He also took the opportunity to visit several major forces with whom he had previous matrimonial ties. After all, since he was already there, it would be inappropriate not to pay a visit. These forces took advantage of the opportunity to exchange some elixirs needed for cultivation with Lin Fan. 5 days later, Lin Fan returned to the Lin residence with Zhao Lingxi and their child. After staying at home for a few days, Lin Fan arrived at Tianhai City in Hanhai County. Tianhai City is close to the Shattered Star Sea, and it serves as the first line of defense for the Zhao Kingdom against the beast tide. However, despite the dangers, this place is extremely rich in resources. The Shattered Star Sea is not only home to many oceanic monsters, but also boasts an abundance of spiritual herbs and minerals. On some islands, there are many legacy caves left behind by fallen martial artists. It is precisely because of these legends that many martial artists come here seeking opportunities. In terms of prosperity, it is no less than Tianfeng City, which Lin Fan visited previously. Lin Fan did not linger in Tianhai City. He merely took a stroll around before leaving. One must say that the Shattered Star Sea is indeed vast. Its marine area is twice the land area of the 100 Kingdoms. In such a large place, many powerful forces naturally exist, occupying resource-rich islands. Isolated from the various dynasties, one could say that land belongs to the dynasties while the Shattered Star Sea is the domain of sects and families. The strongest forces over the Shattered Star Sea can even rival the most powerful dynasties of the 100 Kingdoms. It is said that the headquarters of the Baohua Tower and the Baobao Pavilion are also located on the islands of the Shattered Star Sea. As for the specific locations, outsiders have no way of knowing. At this moment, Lin Fan, having left Tianhai City, quickly appeared over the waters of the Shattered Star Sea. His destination on this journey is an island covering nearly 30 million square kilometers. The information about this island was provided to Lin Fan by Zhao Qingyun. According to Zhao Qingyun, this island has at least 3 veins of profound grade spirit stones. Moreover, this island not only has spirit stone veins, but also contains several ores needed for refining weapons, and the quality is quite high. Currently, this information is known only to the Zhao family. This information was discovered many years ago by the Zhao family's ancestor of the Divine Platform realm. The reason this island has not yet been occupied by other forces is that a pair of 4th-grade perfect monsters, the Gale Eagles, reside there. 4th-grade monsters are equivalent to human experts of the Purple Mansion realm. When the Zhao family's ancestor discovered this pair of 4th-grade monsters, he did not kill them. Leaving them there instead better protects the island from being discovered. With such powerful monsters present naturally, many martial artists are deterred from stepping foot on this island. Even experts of the Purple Mansion realm would avoid their sharpness. The combat power of the monsters is quite formidable. Facing 2 4th-grade perfect monsters, at least 3 fully realized Purple Mansion realm warriors would be needed to have a chance of victory. Although the Zhao family has the strength to occupy it, the forces in the Shattered Star Sea are complex and intertwined, and they dare not act recklessly. Moreover, the forces in the Shattered Star Sea are in competition with the Imperial forces. If the Zhao family intervened, it could attract the involvement of other powerful forces, which would be troublesome. Zhao Qingyun mentioned this matter to Lin Fan, hoping that Lin Fan would be able to take control of it once he gained strength. After all, if the Zhao family cannot obtain it, it is better to inform Lin Fan to win his favor. Originally, he thought the Lin family would need at least 100 years to gain the strength to control this island. Little did he know that Lin Fan's strength was already invincible in the Purple Mansion realm. Now that he knew of such a good place, Lin Fan naturally would not miss it. He couldn't wait 100 years. Half an hour later, Lin Fan had already arrived above the island. It is a million miles away from Tianhai. After circling around the island, Lin Fan was very satisfied with it. This place is indeed suitable for constructing a family residence, and its area is quite large, making it a potential base for the 100 Kingdoms. Most importantly, the natural energy here is rich, and it must be home to many spiritual herbs. However, before that, I need to deal with those Gale Eagles first. Lin Fan did not rush to take action, but instead returned to the Shengxiu realm. Husband, have you found the island? Zhao Lingxi asked first as she saw Lin Fan return. I've found the island. Next comes dealing with those 2 Gale Eagles. Husband, do you have a chance of winning? These are equivalent to 2 fully realized Purple Mansion realm experts, and Zhao Lingxi did not want Lin Fan to take risks. Rest assured, those 2 4th-grade monsters pose no threat to me. Alright, but husband, you must prioritize your safety and not be careless. Understood. After chatting with Zhao Lingxi for a while, Lin Fan began to attend to business. Previously, when Yi Ningxuang's child was born, Lin Fan obtained a mid-grade, Earth-level Beastmaster inheritance. Now Lin Fan decided to accept this inheritance. After 2 full days, Lin Fan finally completed the acceptance of the Beastmaster inheritance. The Beastmaster is surprisingly powerful. My spiritual sense has actually reached double what it was before. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this harvest. He had to acknowledge that he was originally an alchemist, and his spiritual sense was much stronger than that of martial artists of the same level. Now that his spiritual sense has doubled, it is quite terrifying to think about. With just the pressure emitted by his spiritual sense, he could easily suppress those at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. In addition, the next step is to utilize the abilities of the Beastmaster. A yellow-grade Beastmaster can possess 2 beasts. The next level, the Mysterious grade, allows for 4 beasts, while the Earth grade allows for 6, and the Heavenly grade permits 8, and so on. Moreover, if a beast dies in battle, it will have no effect on the Beastmaster himself. At the same time, the vacant position can be filled with new beasts. However, the only limitation is that the strength of the beasts cannot exceed that of the Beastmaster, or it will result in backlash. Even with such limitations, it is already very powerful. If a Purple Mansion realm martial artist were to encounter a fully occupied Purple Mansion Beastmaster, it would indeed be quite a terrifying thought. However, it seems that there are no Beastmaster inheritances in the 100 Kingdoms. At least Lin Fan had not heard of any so far. Lin Fan decided to promote the Beastmaster concept throughout the family. They don't need to be particularly powerful. Even reaching the yellow grade could add 2 more combatants. Let's first test its effectiveness. Subsequently, Lin Fan found the Thunder Rat. This little guy has now become a 3rd-grade monster under Lin Fan's vigorous cultivation. It won't be long before it becomes a 4th-grade monster. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing Lin Fan come to find it, the Thunder Rat was very excited. Little Purple, I am going to turn you into my beast. I wonder if you would agree. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Thunder Rat readily agreed. Xiaozi, it may feel a bit uncomfortable at first, but you need to endure it. Lin Fan did not delay any longer and began to form the beast seal with his hands. As the beast seal was formed, Lin Fan directly pressed it into the forehead of the purple lightning weasel. The process was very smooth due to the weasel's cooperation. However, as the beast seal entered, the purple lightning weasel displayed an expression of discomfort. Seeing this, Lin Fan quickly asked, Xiaozi, how do you feel? At this moment, a young girl's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Master, it's just a bit uncomfortable. Oh, I will be fine after resting for a bit. Hearing this voice, Lin Fan was not surprised. It was not the purple lightning weasel speaking. Rather, after becoming his contracted beast, he could understand the weasel's thoughts. At the same time, Lin Fan could directly control the life and death of the beast marked with the beast seal. By the way, system, I wonder if the family divine tree can also imprint beasts. Host, as long as the beast's loyalty to the host reaches 70 or above, it will also be imprinted. So as long as they are imprinted, I can lift the control of the beast seal over them. After all, the beasts with the imprint have already reached full loyalty to me. Therefore, the control of the beast seal over them is redundant. It can be said that in the future, Lin Fan could have as many contracted beasts as he wanted. Xiaozi, if you are not used to it, I can remove this beast seal. No need, master. With this beast seal, you will be able to understand what I say. Otherwise, you can only grasp a rough idea of what I mean. Lin Fan thought this was also true. Sometimes he indeed could not comprehend what the purple lightning weasel was expressing. Then, Xiaozi, you should rest well. After you rest, I will take you out to hunt for treasures. All right, master. After settling the purple lightning weasel, Lin Fan left the divine sky realm. Next, Lin Fan planned to turn those two gale eagles into his contracted beasts. However, before that, he intended to set up the Earthgrade formation here. This Earthgrade formation was sufficient to envelop the entire island. With the formation's protection, he need not worry about the gale eagles escaping. Secondly, he need not worry about being discovered by other warriors while engaging with the gale eagles. After spending half a day, Lin Fan finally set up all the formation flags. Then Lin Fan flew to the center of the island and placed the array eye down. The moment the array eye was set, the formation activated instantly. At that moment, the entire island was shrouded in a halo with a large amount of natural energy flowing toward the... This continued for about 15 minutes, and as the formation absorbed enough natural energy to maintain operation, it stabilized completely. In the blink of an eye, the island disappeared from the surface of the sea as if it had never existed. Finally done. This island is now mine. Without the strength of a venerable or an Earth-grade mid-tier formation master, no one could discover the existence of this island. Clearly, there were no such strong figures in the land of 100 nations. So this island had become as solid as a rock. Geo, Geo, Geo. At that moment, Lin Fan heard the cry of the eagle. Did the gale eagles notice something unusual? Well, it makes sense. With such a loud commotion, it would be hard not to notice. At this time, the gale eagles were in a state of panic, realizing they could not fly out of the island. Soon they spotted Lin Fan's presence. Thus, they quickly flew toward him, believing that the culprit preventing their escape was this human before them. Consequently, they showed no mercy toward Lin Fan and launched a fierce attack on him. With the flapping of their wings, gales swept toward Lin Fan. This was the attack method of the gale eagles. Ordinary warriors at the Purple Mansion stage would not dare to take such a fierce attack heed, otherwise they would be severely injured, if not killed. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan drew his longsword. With a sweep of the sword, the light cut through the gales, shattering. Then Lin Fan leaped onto the back of one gale eagle. The body of the gale eagle was enormous, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. Next, it was time for some close combat. The gale eagle let out a painful cry. It quickly turned its body, trying to shake Lin Fan off, but it was of no use. After an hour of struggle, Lin Fan finally subdued the two gale eagles. Of course, if he intended to kill them, it would not have taken so long. Lin Fan's goal was to turn them into his contracted beasts, not to kill them. After subduing them, Lin Fan stored the two gale eagles into the divine sky realm. Afterward, Lin Fan visited the lair of the gale eagles. He wanted to see if the two had bred offspring. Oh, there really are three. Geo, Geo, Geo. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the three little gale eagles let out cries of despair. To them, Lin Fan's arrival might mean their parents were no longer around. At this moment, they looked at Lin Fan with wary eyes. Of course, these three gale eagles were not small. Their wingspan exceeded 20 meters. They could easily carry a person in flight. However, compared to their parents, they were still considered young. Lin Fan used the system to check, and the information about the gale eagles appeared in his mind. Species: gale eagle. Growth potential tier 5. Strength tier 2. Lin Fan did not expect the growth potential of the gale eagles to be tier 5. He had thought their growth potential was only tier 4. After all, their parents were both at tier 4 strength. It seemed that this was not even their peak state. Lin Fan was very satisfied, for now it was already sufficient. Looking at these three wary little ones, Lin Fan smiled and said, "You three little ones, don't worry, I didn't kill your parents. Next, I will take you to reunite with your parents." Saying this, Lin Fan directly took them to the divine sky realm, regardless of whether they were willing or not. Geo, Geo, Geo. When the two larger gale eagles saw Lin Fan bring their children in, they let out cries. To them, Lin Fan seemed to be preparing to strike them down. However, their strength had already been shackled by Lin Fan, and they could not resist. "All right, I won't harm you. But if you want to live, you must become my contracted beasts." Tier 4 beasts possess high intelligence and can naturally understand Lin Fan's words. At this moment, the two Gale Eagles glanced at their children and ultimately chose to submit. Seeing the two Gale Eagles bow their heads, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. As the two beast seals were formed, Lin Fan transformed the two Gale Eagles into his contracted beasts. Master. As the beast seal was implanted, two voices resonated directly within Lin Fan's mind. Excellent. You've shown remarkable wisdom and discernment. Rest assured, serving me will be the greatest decision you've ever made. Reaching the fifth realm is by no means your ultimate ceiling. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the two Galewind Rocks' eyes gleamed with sharp, awakened light. The Galewind Rocks did not believe Lin Fan was deceiving them. Their current surroundings stood as irrefutable. Though they could not yet identify this place, they knew with certainty it was no longer the island where they had once dwelt. And one who could transport them across realms in the blink of an eye was surely no ordinary cultivator. Indeed, given sufficient resources, even they could shatter their innate limits and ascend to higher tiers of demonic beasthood. Here, take these healing pills and recover swiftly. Many thanks, Master. These were profound rank lower grade healing pills, far surpassing what Lin Fan had previously offered. Yellow rank pills held no efficacy for those at the Purple Mansion realm. Lin Fan had thoroughly subdued them earlier. Without proper recuperation, their injuries would not heal for some time. Now take your 3 fledglings and settle upon the northern continent. Within this realm, the beasts may serve as sustenance when hungry, but hunting must remain strictly forbidden. Understood, Master. Once the Galewind Rocks departed, Lin Fan summoned every soul residing within the Divine Thunder realm, including his concubines. We pay our respects to the clan patriarch. No formalities are needed. Please stand at ease. Today I have summoned you all for a vital task. Hearing that a mission awaited them, their spirits instantly soared. We await your command, Patriarch. I have secured an island rich in resources. I require you to conduct a thorough survey of its terrain and treasures. Rest assured, Patriarch. We shall fulfill this duty without fail, they declared in unison. Very well, I shall escort you there now. Thereafter, Lin Fan retained only a few maidservants to care for the children, leading all remaining personnel onto the island. This is the place. Proceed in separate teams. By the way, numerous demonic beasts still roam this island. Exercise utmost caution. Patriarch, we shall remain vigilant. With that, they dispersed at once, each heading toward distinct sectors of the island. Soon only Lin Fan's concubines remained beside him. Husband, what shall we do next? Luo Iran asked first. You shall accompany me on a leisurely tour of this island. Henceforth, this island shall serve as our true ancestral stronghold within the 100 Kingdoms. I have already arrayed it with concealed formations. No outsider shall ever locate us. Upon learning this island would become the Lin clan's permanent seat, jubilation erupted. Wonderful. At last the Lin clan possesses a true ancestral domain. The group then began their inspection, and soon arrived at a vast peach grove comprising several hundred. Lush with heavy fruit, the trees bore abundant peaches, though none had yet ripened. A peach grove here. But what variety of spirit peach could this be? Spirit peach varieties were countless, and none among them recognized this particular strain. Yet Su Qingyun was undaunted. As a profound rank supreme alchemist, she had already identified the species, but chose to remain silent. This moment belonged to her husband. She had no desire to overshadow her sisters, or eclipse Lin Fan's authority. True enough, every gaze now turned expectantly toward him. Lin Fan himself, an accomplished alchemist, had likewise recognized the trees. Meeting their collective gaze, he smiled warmly and began his explanation. These are vermilion-veined peaches, 6 years to blossom, 6 years to bear fruit, 6 years to ripen. In total, 18 years yield 36 fruits. Their rank reaches profound rank supreme. As for their effect, they extend longevity, consuming one grants 10 years of life, though only the first 10 fruits confer benefit. Only cultivators at or below the divine platform realm derive efficacy from them. Moreover, vermilion-veined peaches serve as the principal ingredient in profound rank supreme longevity pills. A single profound rank supreme longevity pill extends life by 60 years. The first 5 pills retain full potency without diminishment. Hearing this, all present gasped in awe. Who would have imagined such spirit peaches could augment lifespan? Yet their utility for us is limited. Within the divine thunder realm, longevity is never in short supply. Still, even modest gains are welcome. No one ever tires of living longer. Lin Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head at their remarks. He found it amusing that such a rare treasure was being dismissed so lightly. Outside this realm, it would ignite fierce contention among sects and clans alike. Lin Fan surmised that Zhao clan's elder ancestor had surely overlooked these trees. Had he discovered them, he would have uprooted every one. That which extends life is priceless in any world, just as no cultivator would ever scorn additional years of existence. Refined into pills, they grant 300 years, combined with 10 raw fruits, adding another 100. Total longevity extension reaches 400 years. A divine platform realm cultivator lives but 1,500 years. For centuries of added life might well catalyze breakthroughs into higher realms. Even if no transcendence occurs for centuries, more would allow a patriarch to safeguard his clan through generations of change. Such a boon Lin Fan would never disdain, nor would he neglect its secondary use, distilling exquisite spirit wine. Accordingly, Lin Fan transplanted 100 spirit peach saplings into the divine thunder realm for propagation, leaving the rest untouched. After all, the island now belonged entirely to the Lin clan. The remaining trees would grace its landscape beautifully. Having completed this, the group resumed their exploration. They soon reached a tranquil lakeshore. "Husband, this setting is exquisite. Shall we build our ancestral manor here?" Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings carefully, then nodded approvingly. "Indeed, this site is ideal for our ancestral manor." Constructing a manor posed no difficulty, provided materials were ample. Within the divine thunder realm, Lin Fan could erect it instantaneously before manifesting it into reality. In truth, Lin Fan had long prepared for establishing the clan's stronghold. His inner realm already brimmed with refined construction materials. Under Lin Fan's meticulous direction, a sprawling estate, spanning 10 square kilometers, rose to completion in merely half a day. "Husband, you're truly extraordinary, to build such a magnificent estate so swiftly. Sisters, now that our manor stands complete, let us prepare a celebratory feast together, honoring the birth of our new home." "Wonderful, let us begin at once." Swiftly they divided tasks and set to work with serene efficiency. Watching this harmonious scene unfold, Lin Fan's face softened into a quiet, deeply satisfied. Half a month later, the island was finally fully explored. Everyone reported the findings to Li Han, who organized all the information and then sought out Lin Fan. "Master, the entire island has now been fully explored. There are 6 veins of Xian-grade spirit stone, 3 of which are small mines, each with reserves exceeding 1 million. There are 2 medium-sized veins, each with reserves exceeding 5 million. And 1 large vein with reserves over 20 million. As for the Huang-grade spirit stone veins, there are even more, totaling 135, with large veins in the majority. In addition to the spirit stone veins, there are also 1 vein each of Xian-grade refining materials: starfall, iron, heartburn stone, phoenix blood sand, and cloud pattern stone, all with extremely rich reserves. Moreover, there are over 50 types of Huang-grade refining ores. Additionally, 2 types of Xian-grade refining materials, Mo-jia bamboo and Xing-luo, wood, were discovered in large quantities, occupying 2 mountains. Next, we have various spiritual herbs, among which there are over 500 Xian-grade spiritual herbs, and the Huang-grade spiritual herbs exceed 10,000. Many of these are not available in our Xinshao realm. Listening to Li Han's account, Lin Fan's happiness grew. He never expected the resources on this island to be so abundant. "By the way, Master, there are still many demon beasts on the island, ranging from 1st to 3rd rank. Some people were injured this time, but it is not serious. Moreover, there are quite a few lakes on the island. We haven't fully explored these lakes, so we don't know if there are more powerful demon beasts lurking within." "All right, I will handle this matter. Here is the family's stronghold." Lin Fan naturally wouldn't neglect the demon beasts. He decided to bring all these demon beasts to the Xinshao realm. Those with potential could be trained and eventually become familiars for family members. Those without potential would just be treated as food. "All right, Li Han, your current realm is already quite stable. I am preparing to help you advance to the Purple Mansion stage." Upon hearing this, Li Han was overjoyed. Then she immediately knelt down, saying, "Thank you for your cultivation, Master. All right, get up quickly. You will have much to do in the future. The higher your strength, the greater your responsibility." "Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you." Li Han's tone was extremely resolute. "Good." Lin Fan recognized Li Han's abilities. During this time, the family was managed well under her care, and he didn't need to worry too much. With such an effective assistant, he felt much more at ease. Then Lin Fan gave Li Han a low-grade Xian-grade barrier-breaking pill and sent her to seclude herself in the Xinshao realm. Meanwhile, Lin Fan began to capture the demon beasts on the island with Zhao Lingxi and the others. Nearly half a month later, all the demon beasts on the island were captured, including those hiding in the lakes. With so many demon beasts joining, the southern, northern, and western continents of the Xinshao realm became lively. Lin Fan set up prohibitions on each continent to prevent these demon beasts from escaping. In addition to the demon beasts, he also caught some spiritual fish from the lakes that were not present in the Xinshao realm and placed them in the realm for breeding. These are all cultivation resources and should be nurtured properly. After finishing matters on the island, Lin Fan planned to take a break. Moreover, when Ruashi and the others were also about to give birth. Sure enough, in the following month, Lin Fan welcomed 10 more children, 6 sons and 4 daughters. Lin Fan named them Lin Haoan, Lin Haokai, Lin Haoping, Lin Haojing, Lin Haojia, and Lin Haoji. Lin Yudai, Lin Yushuang, Lin Yulei, and Lin Yuhong. Due to their mother's high qualifications, all 10 children reached the superior grade of the Earth level. Lin Fan checked the system rewards and found nothing particularly special. 4 sets of cultivation methods, 3 sets of martial skills, and 3 weapons. Overall, it's not bad. After all, in the land of the 100 nations, one doesn't know if there are superior grade Earth-level cultivation methods. Using these methods to cultivate subordinates is quite good. What troubled Lin Fan was that the Lin family still lacked a set of family inheritance cultivation methods. The cultivation method he practiced was exclusive and could only be cultivated by himself. It could not be passed on. Lin Fan could only hope that the system would provide some assistance and reward him with a high-level family inheritance cultivation method. He stopped dwelling on this and focused on the important matters ahead. Now all his children had been born. Next, Lin Fan planned to help Luo Iran and the others break through to the Purple Mansion stage before considering further childbirth. Thus another month passed. With his help, Luo Iran and the others all broke through to the Purple Mansion stage. The Lin family's strength could only be described as terrifying. Including Lin Fan himself and the steward Li Han, the Lin family had already amassed 66 Purple Mansion experts. With the addition of the 2 Gale Eagles, that would make 68. If this news were to spread to the outside world, it would undoubtedly shock countless forces. However, Lin Fan had no intention of doing so. He aimed to make a fortune quietly. At this moment, Gunanshi and her 5 disciples were gathered together chatting. Master, this is truly unbelievable. Oh, I never thought I could also break through to the Purple Mansion stage. Ning Xuan, you little girl, even at this time you still call me master. Remember to call me sister from now on. Hey, what's wrong with that? You are still my master. If you call me master, what will your child call me then? Oh, that's true. Then I will call you sister from now on. That's more like it. As mothers of children, Ning Xuan, you should mature a bit and don't lead the child astray. Understood, sister master. Seeing their conversation, Ling Xuangyue couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Lin Fan, seeing that everyone had broken through, prepared to retreat and break through to the divine platform stage. However, before secluding himself, he needed Su Qingyuan to refine a God Establishment pill. The God Establishment pill is a top-grade Xian-level pill that Lin Fan could not yet refine. Having Su Qingyuan refine, it was just right. Although Lin Fan was confident about his own breakthrough, without the pill, having the God Establishment pill would ensure a flawless breakthrough. It's better to be safe. The soul-nurturing fruit tree that Lin Fan had planted back then had now matured and was just right for use. After preparing all the materials, Su Qingyuan succeeded in refining the pill in just half a day and handed it over to Lin Fan. Husband, good luck. You will definitely break through to the divine platform stage. They'll take your good wishes. Alright, I'm going to seclude myself now. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. As Lin Fan began his closed-door cultivation, the Xintian realm gradually fell into silence. Everyone was silently cheering for him. It was no easy feat for the Purple Mansion to break through to the divine platform. It requires condensing and elevating the spiritual sense within the Purple Mansion. Then a sturdy divine platform must be constructed in the sea of consciousness to protect the most core essence of the soul. This process is extremely lengthy, typically taking several years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Of course, there are those who may not accomplish it in a lifetime. However, if resources are abundant or one's talent is extraordinary, this time can be shortened. Time flew by and a month had passed in the main world. Meanwhile, in the Xintian realm, 6 months had passed. Now Lin Fan had completed the condensation and elevation of his spiritual sense. Only the final step remained, constructing the divine platform. As time went by, the divine platform within Lin Fan's Purple Mansion finally took shape. Immediately, a powerful pressure emanated from Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan's closed-door location had set up restrictions preventing the outside from sensing his movements, as Lin Fan broke through, the Xintian realm rapidly expanded and the cosmic energy surged. This enormous change was immediately detected by Zhao Lingxi and the others, who realized that Lin Fan had successfully broken through. After their initial surprise, they all gathered at Lin Fan's location waiting for him to emerge. In the secret chamber, Lin Fan felt the immense power within him and couldn't help but reflect. After nearly a year, I've finally broken through. This is just the breakthrough to the divine platform realm. How long will it take to break through to the divine ability realm? Indeed, cultivation is timeless. Fortunately, I have a long lifespan, so this period can be disregarded. Just then the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the divine platform realm. Family level upgraded to level 3. You have received a family upgrade gift pack. Keep up the good work. This is indeed a double joy. I didn't expect the family to upgrade as well. But it makes sense. All the previous conditions were met, and only a strong individual at the divine platform realm was needed. Now that I have broken through to the divine platform realm, the family naturally upgrades. System, open the attribute panel. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 1,467 years. Identity head of the Lin family. Family level 3. Family members 64 wives and concubines. Offspring 39 sons 42 daughters. Family fortune 5. 6 million. Strength early stage of the divine platform realm. Talent earth level inferior. Cultivation method Qian Kuan, He Dao Ju. Martial skills earth level inferior thunder finger perfected earth level medium flowing light step minor achievement earth level medium flowing light 9 swords minor achievement weapon earth level medium starlight sword. 100 arts Qian level superior alchemist Qian level ultimate brewer earth level medium beastmaster. Family wealth 100 heaven level spirit stones 1320 earth level spirit stones wives and concubines strength early stage of the purple mansion 64 individuals area of the Xintian realm 10 million square kilometers. Time flow rate is 7 times that of the main world. Not bad, the area of the Xintian realm has actually reached 10 million square kilometers, expanding 100 times. Even the time flow rate has reached 1.7. System, what are the requirements for the family to reach level 4? Host, the family needs 5 people at the divine ability realm, 30 people at the divine platform realm, and a family fortune of 100 million to upgrade to level 4. Seeing the conditions for the family upgrade Lin Fan's side. The further along, the more difficult it becomes to improve strength. Just raising 30 individuals to the divine platform realm will take a long time, not to mention the 5 individuals at the divine ability realm. No worries, I have plenty of time, and I will reach it sooner or later. Lin Fan couldn't help but encourage himself. Next, he was looking forward to the upgrade gift pack. I hope this upgrade gift pack brings me some good items. System, open the upgrade gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the family upgrade gift pack and acquiring the family inheritance technique, Yusu Jing Volume 1. The grade of Yusu Jing surpasses the imperial level, and with just Volume 1, one can cultivate to the emperor level. However, this cultivation method also has limitations, only the host's wives and bloodline descendants can cultivate it. Of course, the wives of the host's offspring can also cultivate as long as they are marked by the divine tree. In addition, the host has been rewarded with a function. As long as someone marked by the family head's divine tree, they can freely enter and exit the Xintian realm without needing the host's direct intervention. Of course, the host can also restrict their free entry and exit, and they cannot bring outsiders in. Moreover, the most important function is that the host can use these individuals as anchors to freely enter and exit near them. For example, if the host is currently in the Broken Star Sea and there is a marked individual in Chongning City, then the host can directly travel through the Xintian realm to their side. Even if the host later travels to other continents, as long as there are people here, the host can instantly return to this place. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan was very excited. Although there were only 2 rewards, each was crucial to him. The inheritance technique goes without saying, he had long desired it. The subsequent function is even more incredible. He wouldn't have to waste time traveling anymore. It is important to know that this world is vast, and even emperors cannot instantly reach any place. The anchor point teleportation function not only saves travel time, but also greatly enhances his safety. Previously, when he entered the Xintian realm from one place, he would still appear at the same location when exiting. If he were to be blocked by a powerful enemy at that location, it would be a very troublesome situation. One cannot just stay in the Xintian realm forever. But now with the anchor point function, as long as there are people around, he can appear anywhere. There is no need to worry about being blocked. His means of escape have greatly improved. System, you truly are my lucky star. With the inheritance technique and this powerful new function, I feel unstoppable. By the way, system, can I also teleport through anchor points in isolated secret realms? Yes, host. Haha, that would be fantastic. Secret realms usually have quotas and various restrictions. In the future, as long as my subordinates enter a secret realm, I can directly summon them. At that time, the wealth of the secret realm will all be his. Thinking of this, Lin Fan became very excited. Now that my subordinates have the ability to freely enter and exit the Xintian realm, I can start building the family's hidden power. The Broken Star Sea is incredibly chaotic, and I can develop my power here while continuing to recruit talent for the family in the shadows. Although I have already cultivated over 1,000 people in the Xintian realm, this number is still far from enough. I must quickly gather more talented individuals. Congratulations, my husband, on advancing to the divine platform realm. Congratulations, father, on advancing to the divine platform realm. Congratulations, family head, on advancing to the divine platform realm. As Lin Fan emerged from his seclusion, he was greeted by a chorus of congratulations. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan also revealed a smile. Alright everyone, just like last time, let's celebrate together. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the crowd erupted into cheers. However, it wasn't as pleasant for the demon beasts, as many of them would soon become dishes served with drinks. 3 days later, Lin Fan gathered everyone in a massive square within the divine sky realm. At this moment, Lin Fan stood atop a high platform in the square. Everyone below was fixated on Lin Fan, waiting for his next command. After scanning the crowd, Lin Fan finally spoke. "Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce something important. After careful consideration, I have decided to establish two factions. These two factions will have no visible ties to the Lin family." Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone perked up. They knew that the family head was about to assign them tasks. Having practiced for so long, they naturally felt restless and wanted to venture out. Now their opportunity had. Thinking of this made them a bit excited. Lin Fan, however, continued, without caring for their thoughts. "The first faction is called the Shadow Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion's responsibilities will include intelligence gathering and assassination, as well as secretly nurturing talents for the family." As he said this, Lin Fan looked towards the group of men, specifically at Lin Ren and Lin Sha, who stood at the front. "Lin Ren and Lin Sha, you two will serve as the head and deputy head of the Shadow Pavilion. I hope you can quickly expand the Shadow Pavilion across 100 nations and the Shattered Star Sea." Upon hearing this, both men hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Thank you, family head, for your cultivation. We will not disappoint you. I look forward to your performance." As for the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion, it will be located in the eastern continent of the Divine Sky Realm, and I will grant members of the Shadow Pavilion the freedom to enter and exit the Divine Sky Realm. In the outside world, you only need to establish various outposts. Even if discovered, there will be no significant loss. Lin Fan's words stunned everyone, followed by a wave of joy. Never had those present thought they could freely enter and exit the Divine Sky Realm. Assassins with such abilities would surely strike fear into many. After taking a life, they could instantly return to the Divine Sky Realm, leaving their targets without even a glimpse of their shadows. Next, they were somewhat looking forward to the second faction. The Shadow Pavilion was more suited for those practicing the shadow killing technique. Many had set their sights on the second faction. Lin Fan did not keep them waiting. After they digested the news of the Shadow Pavilion, Lin Fan continued, "As for the second faction, it shall be called the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion's focus will be on commerce, similar to the 100 Treasures Pavilion, but we must do better than them in the future. Moving forward, the Lin family's medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, weapons, and various materials, including crescent rice, will be sold at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Of course, in addition to selling, we will also acquire some rare resources. Like the Shadow Pavilion, the headquarters of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion will also be located in the eastern continent." As he said this, Lin Fan looked towards Su Mei and Wang Jie, who stood at the front of the group of women. "Wang Jie, you will serve as the head of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, and Su Mei will be the deputy head. Thank you, family head, for your cultivation. We will do our utmost to manage the Treasure Gathering Pavilion well." "Very well." Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Now I have finished announcing today's matters. Everyone may choose which faction they are interested in moving forward." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he gestured for them to take action. As for how they chose, Lin Fan did not care. He only wanted to see the results. Thus, 3 days passed in the Divine Sky Realm. The two factions were finally established. The Shadow Pavilion, led by Lin Ren and Lin Sha, had a total of 5000 members. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion, led by Wang Jie and Su Mei, had a total of 7000 members. Seeing this, Lin Fan directly left Divine Sky Island. The island occupied by the Lin family was named Divine Sky Island by Lin Fan. Before leaving, Lin Fan left 100 people on Divine Sky Island. With these people, Lin Fan would be able to teleport back directly without wasting time flying. Soon Lin Fan returned to Tianhai City. He then found a hidden place to release all the members of the Shadow. "Lin Ren and Lin Sha, how the Shadow Pavilion develops is up to you. I won't inquire too much, or I only want to see results. Rest assured, family head, we will not disappoint you. Alright, you may proceed. Remember not to delay your training. Without strength, one cannot succeed in this world." After Lin Fan spoke, he left. After all, they could freely travel back and forth to the Divine Sky Realm without worrying about their safety. Next, Lin Fan directly left Zhao Country and arrived at the coastal county of Lingxi Country. The coastal county, like the Shattered Star Sea, was adjacent to Zhao Country's Hanhai County with a similar level of prosperity. Lin Fan planned to establish the first treasure gathering pavilion here. Then Lin Fan released the members of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. "Su Mei and Wang Jie, this place will be your starting point. I hope you can quickly develop and grow the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Rest assured, family head, we will give our all. Good, you need to open the Treasure Gathering Pavilion quickly. As for the materials, just find Li Han when the time comes." After giving his instructions, Lin Fan left directly. Next, Lin Fan spent some time returning to Hanhai County in Zhao Country. However, this time Lin Fan did not go to Tianhai City, but rather to the county seat of Hanhai County, Hanhai City. Since he promised the Zhao Emperor to move his family here, he naturally had to make a good showing. Thus, upon arriving at Hanhai City, Lin Fan brought Zhao Lingxi out. "Lingxi, do you have any knowledge about the county magistrate of Hanhai County?" Husband, the county magistrate of Hanhai County, is called Wang Xinghe, a mid-stage Purple Mansion realm marshal. He also has a younger brother, Wang Xinghua, who is at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm and serves as the military leader, always leading soldiers to fend off the invasion of demon beasts. As for his character, I'm not very clear. In that case, let's go to the county magistrate's office to get to know him. I wonder if he will welcome my arrival. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhao Lingxi chuckled. Husband, your public identity is that of an alchemist. How could he possibly not welcome you? By the way, husband, you are now a master of the divine platform realm, so you can reveal your identity as a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist. That way I can also take the opportunity to showcase my Purple Mansion realm cultivation. Let's wait a while, but we should first establish our public family. As Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi arrived at the gate of the prefect's residence, they were stopped by the guards. You two, this is the prefect's residence, and entry without permission is not allowed. Lin Fan was not angry about this. After all, they had come uninvited and the guards did not recognize them. Therefore, it was only reasonable for them to be stopped. Go tell your lord that the head of the Lin family from Qingyun County has come to visit with Princess Lingxi. Hearing Lin Fan announce their identities, the guard was taken aback. The guard quickly replied politely, please wait, Lin family head and Princess Lingxi. I will report to my lord right away. Good, hurry up. Seeing that Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi were not angry, the guard finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then bowed to Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi before hastily leaving. Soon the guard returned with a middle-aged man in a hurry. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi, the middle-aged man immediately broke into a smile. The arrival of the Lin family head and Princess Lingxi is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Haha, Prefect Wang is being too polite. We came uninvited and were worried about disturbing Prefect Wang. You flatter yourself, Lin family head. I am delighted that you and Princess Lingxi could come. How could it be a disturbance? By the way, Lin family head and Princess Lingxi, let us talk inside. This is not a place for conversation. Alright. Soon the group arrived in the living room. Lin family head, Princess Lingxi, may I ask if you came to discuss the matter of moving? Oh, I didn't expect Prefect Wang to already know about this. Lin Fan said with some surprise. The Emperor mentioned this matter to me some time ago. I see. Then may I ask if Prefect Wang welcomes my... After all, if I move here, it will require a lot of resources. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Wang Xinghe shook his head with a wry smile. What are you saying, Lin family head? If you were to move your family here, I would certainly welcome it. The resources of Hanhai County are abundant, but it is also very dangerous here. What are you saying, Lin family head? If you were to move your family here, I would certainly welcome it. The resources of Hanhai County are abundant, but it is also very dangerous. Lin Fan nodded. He could tell that Wang Xinghe was speaking sincerely. Prefect Wang, do you know of a suitable place for me to establish my family? Seeing Lin Fan's intent to move here, Wang Xinghe was very pleased. He quickly instructed a maid to bring over a map of Hanhai County. Lin family head, this area has no Purple Mansion forces stationed. Moreover, the resources here are extremely rich, with 3 veins of mystic-grade spirit stones. If Lin family head is willing to move your family here, all the resources in this area will belong to the Lin family. Lin Fan surveyed the area. This place was also adjacent to the Shattered Star Sea and neighboring Tianhai City. The territory was vast, covering nearly 10 million square kilometers. It can be said that this territory had everything good, but the only downside was that it was close to the Shattered Star Sea, making it the first target during the Beast Tide. This was also the reason why this area had not been occupied by Purple Mansion forces over the years. However, this was not a concern for the Lin family. Even if a Beast Tide occurred, it would simply be a source of resources for the Lin family. At that moment, Wang Xinghe felt a bit anxious. He was unsure if Lin Fan would be willing to move here. Though the resources were abundant, the location was not ideal. However, now the only place in Hanhai County with unoccupied resources was here. If he were to offer other places, he suspected Lin Fan would look down upon them even more. Prefect Wang, I have decided to move here. Lin family head, are you agreeing to this? At that moment, Wang Xinghe doubted whether he had heard correctly. Prefect Wang, I am certain I will move here. Lin Fan affirmed. Haha, I welcome you in advance, Lin family head. Wang Xinghe was extremely happy at this moment. With the Lin family station here, it would definitely reduce many casualties. By the way, Lin family head, when the time comes, please provide me with a blueprint for your estate, and I will arrange for people to help build your residence. Lin Fan helped him with such a big favor, and he naturally wanted to show his appreciation. Then I will trouble Prefect Wang. Lin Fan did not refuse this. Once the residence is built, I will move over at the earliest opportunity. Alright, Lin family head, I will do my best to have your residence built quickly. After discussing important matters, the two began to chat casually. During this time, Wang Xinghe took out many spirit herbs and seeds, exchanging them for a significant amount of cultivation pills from Lin Fan. Seeing the pills in hand, Wang Xinghe was overjoyed. These pills were things that could not be bought even with spirit stones on a usual basis. Finally, after having a meal together, Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi returned to their home in Qingyun County. I must say the teleportation is incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye we returned from Hanhai County to Qingyun County. Once I have people all over the Shenhui realm, I will truly be able to go wherever I want. Alright my dear husband, stop marveling here. Now that my belly has been idle for so long, it's time to have a child. Zhao Lingxi's first child reached the lower grade of the heavenly level, so she naturally wanted to have more such talents. Upon hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, the other women responded enthusiastically, urging Lin Fan. They had not forgotten their responsibilities. Lin Fan treated them so well and allowed them to become the coveted Purple Mansion martial artists. Thus they had to give Lin Fan as many offspring as possible. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan knew he would be busy. However, he was also very willing to engage in such matters. With the Qian Kuan He Dao Ju cultivation method, he would only grow more courageous in battle. Thus 3 months passed in the main world, while in the Shenhui realm a full 21 months had gone by. During this long period, Lin Fan finally allowed them to fulfill their wishes. During this time, Lin Fan also solidified his cultivation. It must be said that upon reaching the divine platform realm, the increase in strength had become very slow. If it were the Purple Mansion realm, one could typically improve by a small realm. Naturally, if everyone were at the divine platform realm, the cultivation speed would also increase correspondingly. During this time, not only did Lin Fan benefit, but Luo Iran and the others also took this opportunity to stabilize their cultivation. Even Luo Iran's aptitude improved to the middle grade of the mystic level. Seeing their aptitude improve little by little, Luo Iran and the others were naturally overjoyed. They had begun with only top-tier yellow level aptitude. At this moment, they were already looking forward to how strong they would become in the future. On this day, within the Divine Sky realm, Li Han was reporting to Lin Fan about the developments of the Shadow Pavilion and the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Master, now that 3 months have passed, the Shadow Pavilion has established strongholds in various prefectures of the Zhao Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, and Lingxi Kingdom. Perhaps due to its lack of fame, we have only received 3 assassination orders targeting Qi Si realm practitioners, but the tasks were completed flawlessly. Another piece of good news is that Lin Run and Lin Sha have successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing that the two had reached the Purple Mansion realm. With 2 Purple Mansion realm experts stationed at the Shadow Pavilion, it could be considered a significant power. More importantly, outsiders would never suspect the connection between the Shadow Pavilion and the Lin family. Xiaohan, you should tell them that matters of the Shadow Pavilion can be handled gradually. As we complete more tasks in the future, our influence will naturally grow. Since there aren't many tasks now, let's start by collecting intelligence. As long as our intelligence is precise, it will greatly aid future assassination missions. Also, we cannot delay the matter of adopting children. Understood, Master, I will inform them. Lin Fan nodded. Xiaohan, now, let's talk about the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Master, the first Treasure Gathering Pavilion in Linhai County has already opened a month ago. On the first day of operation, the revenue reached 10 million yellow-grade spirit stones. Although subsequent business has not been as good as the first day, daily revenue has still reached hundreds of thousands of yellow-grade spirit stones. However, the existence of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion has inevitably attracted the attention of some factions, and there are even those who wish to seize it. Fortunately, after Su Mei and Wang Jia eliminated a few intruders and displayed their Purple Mansion realm strength, there has been no further trouble. I suspect that many factions are investigating the background of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, so there might be greater schemes at play. However, I have already arranged for Lin Xian, Lin Han, and Lin Yan to remain on standby in the Divine Sky realm. Now the 3 of them have also become experts in the Purple Mansion realm. As soon as the Treasure Gathering Pavilion encounters a situation, they will be able to provide support immediately. You have arranged this well. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Li Han's arrangements. However, Xiaohan, you must tell them that if they encounter an unbeatable enemy, they should abandon the Treasure Gathering Pavilion and return to the Divine Sky realm quickly. Understood, Master. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. Yes, Li Han takes his leave. After Li Han left, Lin Fan also prepared to head to the Million Mountains. He had already reached the divine. It was time to acquire that Quasi-Saint cave. Without obtaining it, he felt a sense of unease. A Quasi-Saint's collection must be quite rich, and Lin Fan looked forward to it immensely. Deciding to act, Lin Fan headed straight towards the Million Mountains. This time he traveled with the strength of the divine platform realm. In just 3 minutes, he arrived at the former home of Su Qingyuan and the others in Tianfeng City. After scanning the area, Lin Fan realized that no one had been here since they left. He then called Su Qingwan and Su Qingyuan out. The 2 sisters revealed surprised expressions upon seeing this familiar place. Husband, I didn't expect we would return here. They had grown up here, so they felt a sense of nostalgia. I'm headed to the Million Mountains and passed by here, so I came to... Upon hearing that Lin Fan was going to the Million Mountains again, the 2 were even more astonished. Husband, why are you going to the Million Mountains again? Lin Fan had not previously informed them of his intentions regarding the inheritance cave, so they were unaware of the true purpose of his trip to the Million Mountains. This time I am going to the Million Mountains to seek treasures. There is a cave left by a Kwasa Saint. Hearing about the Kwasa Saint's cave, the two immediately widened their eyes. I didn't expect that my husband had discovered a cave left by a Kwasa Saint. It must contain many valuable items. As she spoke, both of them displayed expressions of anticipation. I don't know how many good items there will be, but I hope to have a great harvest. Don't worry, husband, there will definitely be good. Su Qingyuan said confidently. I think the same. Su Qingyuan chimed in beside her. Seeing their playful expressions, Lin Fan chuckled. You two, this depends on fate. I certainly hope there will be many good things. Seeing their playful expressions, Lin Fan chuckled. You two, this depends on fate. I certainly hope there will be many good things. Just as Lin Fan decided to leave, he suddenly stopped. Lin Fan then brought out 5 members of the Shadow Pavilion from the Divine Sky Realm. This is Tianfeng City. I called you out to have you establish a stronghold for the Shadow Pavilion here. Master, rest assured, we will ensure the task is completed. You all go ahead and get busy. By the way, be careful, there are quite a few Purple Mansion Realm warriors in this city. If you notice anything amiss, return to the Divine Sky Realm immediately, but do not try to show off outside. Thank you for your concern, Master, we know what to do. Lin Fan nodded, signaling them to leave. He too was ready to depart. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Fan had already left Tianfeng City by hundreds of miles. After ensuring that no one was around, Lin Fan released his flying boat. Traveling 5 billion miles was much more convenient by flying boat. Otherwise, he would not know how many days it would take to arrive. Once Lin Fan boarded the flying boat, he controlled it to fly at the fastest speed. In just half an hour, the flying boat appeared deep within the Million Mountains, 5 billion miles in. Fast is indeed fast, but this flying boat is truly a money burner. 1,000 yellow-grade spirit stones just vanished like that. I hope this cave won't make my trip in vain. Following this, Lin Fan quickly found the location of the cave based on the information given in the rewards. As for how to enter, the method was already detailed in the rewards, which would not pose a challenge for Lin Fan. Soon he arrived inside the cave without breaking the cave's formation. Upon seeing the interior, a smile spread across Lin Fan's face. This cave was not large, only about 10 square kilometers. He had just given the cave a brief scan and discovered that there was a large medicinal field occupying about half of it. The medicinal field was filled with spiritual herbs. In addition, at the very center of the cave there stood a palace. Surely, all the valuable items must be within this palace. However, there was no rush regarding the palace. After all, there was currently no one to compete with him. Lin Fan decided to first transplant all the spiritual herbs here to the Divine Sky Realm before exploring the palace. Subsequently, Lin Fan returned to the Xinxiao realm and directly summoned over 1,000 people to assist him. However, Lin Fan did not allow Zhao Lingxi and the others to come out with him. Currently, Lin Fan was still uncertain whether there would be dangers inside this cave. He would not take the risk of bringing them out, especially since they were already pregnant. Next, these 1,000 people were responsible for digging for spiritual herbs while Lin Fan was in charge of transplanting them. Regarding the types of these spiritual herbs, Lin Fan decided to count them when he returned. However, at this moment, there was a spirit fruit tree in the spiritual field that caught his attention. Lin Fan did not recognize what kind of spirit fruit this was, but from its appearance, this spirit fruit tree was definitely extraordinary, emitting a comforting aura. Fortunately, Lin Fan was not stumped. He had the system at his disposal. Soon the information about this spirit fruit appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name: Ling Sui fruit. Grade: Saint level, lower grade. Effect: cleansing marrow and improving aptitude. Consuming one can grant a person heavenly level top tier aptitude. It was also the main ingredient for the Saint level lower grade pill, the Repair Sky pill. One Repair Sky pill could elevate anyone's aptitude to heavenly level top tier. Maturity time: 80 years to blossom, 80 years to bear fruit, 80 years to mature, with each harvest yielding 30 fruits. This was actually a holy medicine, no wonder it looked so extraordinary. Particularly the effects of these spirit fruits greatly surprised Lin Fan. Although the system had previously mentioned that the family's divine tree could also bear fruit to enhance aptitude. However, the family's divine tree showed no signs of bearing fruit, and it would likely take a long time before it did. Now, with a spirit fruit tree that could enhance aptitude appearing before him, how could he not be delighted? Looking at the 30 ripe fruits above, Lin Fan carefully picked them and stored them in the system space. The system space had no concept of time, so there was no worry about the loss of medicinal properties, allowing for permanent storage. Lin Fan decided that after he returned, he would consume one to elevate his aptitude to heavenly level top tier. The remaining 29 would also be distributed to his women. As for the matter of refining the Repair Sky pill, that would have to wait. This was a saint level pill, and it would certainly take time to refine. In that case, it was better to maximize the benefits. By the time he had the ability to refine saint-level pills, these Ling Sui fruits would have matured several times over. Moreover, the seeds within these spirit fruits could also be used as seeds. This way, passed down through generations, the Lin family would never lack Ling Sui fruits. After picking the fruits, Lin Fan directly transplanted the fruit tree into the Xinxiao realm, planting it not far from the family's divine tree. Now this Ling Sui fruit tree was the only saint-level spiritual medicine of the family. If this news got out, even saint-level forces would be alarmed. After all, who wouldn't want something that could enhance aptitude? Next, under the busy efforts of the 1,000 people, it only took half a day to transplant all these spiritual herbs into the Xinxiao realm. Alright everyone, let's return to the Xinxiao realm. Head of the family, we take our leave. After saying this, they vanished from the spot. It was good that they now had the freedom to enter and exit the Xinxiao realm. Finally, I wouldn't be bothered every time they came and went. Lin Fan sighed and walked towards the palace. Oh, I didn't expect this palace to actually be a mid-tier heavenly level treasure. This reward is truly profitable. First, let's take a look inside, and then take this palace away. When Lin Fan pushed the door open and entered, he found that there were many areas inside. There were residential areas, a library, a refining room, an alchemy room, a training room, and a treasure room. After surveying the area, Lin Fan first went to the library. When he pushed the door open, he discovered over 10 bookshelves inside. Each bookshelf held jade slips, and there were descriptions of these slips as well. Under the coverage of Lin Fan's divine sense, he quickly counted these jade slips. These jade slips recorded various cultivation methods and martial skills. The lowest grade reached the lower grade of the profound level. There were over 1,000 sets of profound level cultivation methods and martial skills combined. There were also hundreds of earth level cultivation methods and martial skills and 5 sets of heavenly level methods and skills each. The highest level cultivation method inside was the main cultivation method of Ling Shuzi, the Qing Yuanju. The name of this method seemed ordinary, but its grade reached the mid-tier saint level, capable of cultivating to the Saint King realm. Such a high-level method would be rare even in the Xintian continent. As for Ling Shuzi, he was the master of this cave. Ling Shuzi, the ancestor of the Qing Yuan sect in Qinzhou, Xintian continent, had reached the 6th level of quasi-saint. With such strength in Qinzhou, he was definitely a formidable presence. Unfortunately, later on, the Qing Yuan sect was besieged by several forces of the same level, leading to the destruction of the sect. And Ling Shuzi, the sect's ancestor, was heavily wounded after slaying a peer-level expert. He then fled here, leaving behind this legacy cave. Once the cave was established, he directly left to hunt down his enemies. At that time, he was already on his last legs and did not want to linger here in a desperate struggle. At the same time, to prevent this legacy cave from being discovered by those forces, he directly made a move to attract their attention. He also hoped that with this last bit of strength, he could take down an enemy along with him. As for the final outcome, Lin Fan did not know. However, given Ling Zu's condition at the time, it probably ended badly. The reason the Qing Yuan sect was besieged was due to the Ling Sui fruit tree that Lin Fan had just transplanted. Those several forces did not know from where they learned that the Qing Yuan sect had obtained a Ling Sui fruit tree. Faced with such a treasure, they developed greedy hearts. In order to share this spirit fruit, the several forces united to attack the Qing Yuan sect. After reading this information, Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. These forces fought fiercely, yet in the end it benefited him. When he gained strength in the future, Lin Fan decided to take revenge for the Qing Yuan sect. However, until he could crush those forces, Lin Fan would not do so. Next, Lin Fan went to several other places to count the items inside. In total, he obtained 1 million heavenly tier spirit stones and only 10 saint tier spirit stones. As for anything below heavenly tier, he did not find any. He estimated that these spirit stones should belong to Ling Shuzi personally. Otherwise, it was impossible not to have any low-tier spirit stones. Next were the weapons. The highest grade was the long sword used by Ling Shuzi, which reached the mid-tier. The rest were just over 10 earth-level weapons, which were not many. As for pills, none were found. In such a situation, they were likely consumed by Ling Shuzi. Although there were no pills, the inheritance of alchemy and weapon refining was still left behind. Of course, this inheritance needed to be learned by oneself, unlike the system rewards that could be learned directly. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this harvest. By the way, I almost forgot about this palace. With that, Lin Fan stored the palace into the Xinjiao realm. Lin Fan observed the cave dwelling once more, confirming that there was nothing left behind before preparing. I wonder how outsiders will feel when they find this cave dwelling empty years from now. Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled with pride. Then Lin Fan vanished from the spot. Now that I'm back in the Million Great Mountains, there's no rush to return. I should explore a bit first. Now that I possess a mid-grade Earth-level attack talisman, it is equivalent to a full-level divine ability strike. With such strong backing, Lin Fan felt less fearful of the Million Great Mountains. Moreover, he could leave at any time through the Xinjiao realm. But since I'm treasure hunting, I definitely need the purple lightning ferret. Saying this, Lin Fan summoned the purple lightning ferret. Master, you finally let me out. The purple lightning ferret appeared in the outside world, displaying great joy. All right, little purple, you must be cautious. We are deep in the Million Great Mountains. There's a high possibility of encountering 5th grade or even 6th grade demon beasts here. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the purple lightning ferret also fell silent. As a demon beast that had grown up in the Million Great Mountains, it naturally understood the terrors of this place. All right, little purple, we are about to start treasure hunting. Yes, master. With me around, we will surely find many treasures. Haha, then let's get moving. With that, Lin Fan and the purple lightning ferret began to traverse the Million Great Mountains. After a while, Lin Fan heard the voice of the purple lightning ferret in his mind. Master, there's something good ahead. Hearing this, Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. Soon Lin Fan discovered a transparent lotus flower emitting a fragrant aroma in the center of a pond. Name Crystal Lotus. Grade low grade, earth level. Effect detoxification. As long as the toxin does not exceed low grade, earth level 1 petal is enough to neutralize it. Growth cycle 60 years. This is truly a treasure. However, Lin Fan did not reach out immediately. There would surely be demon beasts guarding such a spiritual herb. Indeed, beneath the pond, he discovered a serpent-shaped demon beast. This creature was enormous with a body that was dark green. Lin Fan estimated it to be nearly 60 meters long with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. At that moment, the creature was staring at him from the bottom of the water. It was poised to strike at any moment. Clearly, this serpent-shaped demon beast had already regarded him as food. Lin Fan remained cautious and had the system check the information of this serpent-shaped demon beast. Species, Xian snake. Growth potential 5th grade. Power 5th grade. Talent poison. After seeing this creature's information, Lin Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, it's actually a 5th grade demon beast divine platform realm. You are truly insidious. To be this strong and still thinking of launching a sneak attack. If it weren't for my caution, I would likely have fallen for your trick. After cursing, Lin Fan sighed inwardly. As expected, this is the depths of the Million Great Mountains. Any random demon beast here is a 5th grade beast. But since I've encountered a 5th grade demon beast, I naturally have to test my own strength. Thinking of this, Lin Fan decided to store the purple lightning ferret in the Xinjiao realm. He was afraid that during the fight, he might accidentally harm the purple lightning ferret. At present, the purple lightning ferret was only 3rd grade and could not withstand the residual energy from their battle. Little purple, you go back to the Xinjiao realm for now. There's a 5th grade demon beast down here. Master, you must be careful. The purple lightning ferret knew it wouldn't be of help by staying here, and it would only distract Lin Fan, so it didn't insist on staying. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. After that, Lin Fan stored the purple lightning ferret in the Xinjiao realm and swiftly retrieved the crystal lotus into the Xinjiao realm. Such a good spiritual herb, Lin Fan naturally didn't want it to be destroyed by the residual energy from their fight. It was best to store it away first. The Xianin snake was momentarily taken aback. It had no idea Lin Fan's reaction speed was so quick. In fact, it wasn't particularly interested in the crystal lotus. After all, the crystal lotus held no value for it and could even restrain it. However, while the crystal lotus was useless to it, it made an excellent bait. Over the years, it had been tried and tested. Whenever a demon beast coveted this crystal lotus, it would end up as its meal. Who could have anticipated that today it would fail completely? In the blink of an eye, its bait had disappeared. When it came to its senses, the Xian snake was enraged. It leapt out of the water and spat a mouthful of venom at Lin Fan. Hey, mere trick, do you think you can hurt me with that? Lin Fan dodged the venom with a swift movement. He then drew his starlight sword and slashed at the Xian snake. Although the Xian snake's scales were tough, they could not withstand the assault of an earth-level weapon, resulting in a large gash being cut into its body. Roar! The Xian snake cried out in pain and launched another attack against Lin Fan. With a sweeping motion of its tail, the powerful shockwave obliterated all vegetation within 100 miles. Lin Fan naturally handled such an attack with ease. It seemed powerful, but posed no harm to him. Half an hour later, the Xian snake was already extremely weakened. Its body was covered in numerous sword wounds, and within 1,000 miles around, no vegetation could be seen. It was evident how intense the battle was between the human and the demon beast during that half hour. Take advantage of your weakness to claim your life. Lin Fan seized the opportunity and with a single sword strike beheaded the Xian snake. Phew, I finally dealt with this fellow. I must say this creature's strength is truly formidable. It is probably comparable to a late-stage warrior of the divine platform realm. Fortunately, my skills are superior, or I would have had to avoid its sharpness. Afterwards, Lin Fan stored the serpent's body in the system space. This was a 5th grade demon beast, so Lin Fan certainly wouldn't waste it. As for the snake's head, he chose not to keep it as it looked rather disgusting. Next, Lin Fan didn't linger in the area. The recent battle had surely attracted the attention of other demon beasts, so he couldn't stay here. It would be fine if a 5th grade demon beast came. If a 6th grade one showed up, he would have no choice but to return to Qingyun County through the Xinjiao realm. He had come all this way to the Million Great Mountains, and he didn't want to go back so soon. Soon Lin Fan flew 1,000,000 miles away and returned to the Xinjiao realm. Not long after Lin Fan left, a massive tiger-shaped demon beast arrived at the spot where he had just battled. It glanced at the severed head of the Xian-Yin snake and swallowed it whole. Then, after surveying the surroundings with a human-like expression, it departed. For the next few months, Lin Fan wandered through the Million Great Mountains with the purple lightning weasel. During this time, he reaped abundant rewards. One can only say that the resources deep within the Million Great Mountains are extraordinarily rich. The 10 million square kilometers of the Divine Sky realm have once again become lush and green. The plants Lin Fan gathered this time were all of at least the yellow-grade premium quality. Trees that are excellent materials for refining weapons in the 100 Nations have now become part of the greenery in the Divine Sky realm. In addition, Lin Fan also captured over 70 4th-tier demon beasts. These were meant for the beast masters in his family. However, currently no one has become a beast master yet. Lin Fan did not catch just any demon beast, otherwise he would have caught far more. Only those with at least 5th-tier potential and good appearances were captured. In fact, quite a few 4th-tier demon beasts were slain by Lin Fan and are now stored in the system's storage space. One day Lin Fan was sitting atop a tiger-shaped demon beast in the Million Great Mountains. In Lin Fan's arms was the purple lightning weasel. This tiger-shaped demon beast was the flame tiger that Lin Fan had tamed. The flame tiger is a 5th-tier demon beast divine platform realm with a growth potential that has reached the 7th tier. To tame it, Lin Fan spent a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded. Now this flame tiger has become Lin Fan's beast and has been marked by the family's divine tree. Had it not been for the need for effective communication, there would have been no need to use beast seals for control. Like the previous 2 Gale Eagles, after being marked by the family's divine tree, Lin Fan removed their beast seals. Currently, only the purple lightning weasel and the flame tiger have beast seals. With the flame tiger as his steed these days, the speed of treasure hunting has greatly increased. Master, I sense treasures in that direction. Oh, let's hurry. Upon hearing of more treasures, Lin Fan immediately perked up. Flame tiger, head in that direction. Yes, master. Soon a purple bamboo forest covering an area of 1 square kilometer appeared before Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the bamboo with a delighted expression. These bamboos look extraordinary. They even shimmer with lightning. It's uncertain whether it was the strong aura emitted by the flame tiger, but Lin Fan did not detect any traces of demon beasts here. Perhaps the demon beasts were simply uninterested in this bamboo forest. However, Lin Fan did not dwell on it too much and directly began to probe the information about these bamboos. Name: Purple Thunder Bamboo. Grade: Earth level, lower grade. The purple thunder bamboo is a natural material for forging swords imbued with lightning attributes. Maturation time: 80 years. This bamboo has actually reached Earth level, lower grade. There must be at least 1,000 stocks here. What a great harvest! Lin Fan did not hesitate, flying above the bamboo forest and drawing the flowing light sword. With several swings, he directly separated the entire bamboo forest. Due to its enormous size, it could not be collected into the Divine Sky realm all at once. Therefore, Lin Fan had to divide it into 10 sections before finally bringing the bamboo forest into the Divine Sky realm. Such a harvest made Lin Fan reluctant to leave. 3 days later, he heard the sounds of human warriors battling demon beasts from miles away. This was the first time Lin Fan discovered human warriors in the Million Great Mountains. This aura indicates a warrior of the Divine Platform realm. I wonder if this person is from the 100 Nations or from the opposing Xinjiang continent. Out of curiosity, Lin Fan decided to check it out. After putting the flame tiger and the purple lightning weasel back into the Divine Sky realm, he flew toward that direction. For Lin Fan, now a distance of miles could be covered in just a few breaths. Oh, it's actually a woman, and she seems to be injured. Let's see who you are. Name: Yulioli. Age: 60. Talent: Heaven Grade Premium. Strength: Late Stage of Divine Platform Realm. Identity: Candidate Saintess of the Qinglan Sect in Xianzhou. Favorability: 0, a unfamiliar with the host. She really is from the Xinjiang continent and a candidate saintess of the Qinglan sect. If the candidate saintess of the Qinglan sect is this strong, reaching the late stage of the Divine Platform realm at 60 years old, her talent is indeed Heaven Grade Premium. Then their sect master must be at least in the Divine Transformation realm. What about the ancestors of the sect? Are they venerables or quasi-saints? Thinking of this, Lin Fan could only say that the 100 Nations is indeed a novice village. No wonder no strong practitioners are willing to come here. The gap is just too wide. But with her strength at the Divine Platform realm, how did she manage to come here? Does she have some treasure on her? Lin Fan wasn't thinking of stealing her treasures, he was just being cautious. If she truly had treasures and suddenly attacked him, wouldn't that be dangerous? Lin Fan observed the battlefield not far away where Yi Liuli, due to her injuries, was already falling into a disadvantage. At this moment, feeling her stamina dwindling, Yi Liuli began to despair. Am I, Yi Liuli, going to die here? I am so unwilling. Xin Zhao Jiao, I never expected to be schemed against in the end, and you still won. Yi Liuli knew that in her current state, she could not possibly defeat this demon beast on her own. As for Xin Zhao Jiao, she was her rival in the sect. Both of them were candidate saintesses of the Qinglan sect. Their fierce rivalry was for the position of saintess. Now both sides had reached a point where they would stop at nothing to eliminate each other. The reason she was here was that she had been schemed against by Xin Zhao Jiao and ended up in a perilous situation. At that time in the perilous situation, she was severely injured. To escape, she used a random teleportation talisman that she obtained by chance. As a result, she was just teleported here when she encountered a fifth-tier demon beast hunting. One could say she had never been this unlucky. As Yi Liuli was about to collapse, Lin Fan spoke up. Miss, do you need my help? Who? Yi Liuli jumped at the sudden voice. Quickly she discovered Lin Fan's presence. Seeing that Yi Liuli was distracted by him, at this moment Lin Fan no longer hesitated and directly moved to take the demon beast's attack for her. Miss, you are fighting a demon beast, yet you are distracted. Are you trying to die faster? After being reprimanded by Lin Fan, Yi Liuli's face turned red. She truly should not have made such a mistake. Lin Fan paid her no mind and decided to deal with this demon beast first. He focused on the wolf-shaped demon beast before him and took the opportunity to check its information. Species Howling Moon Wolf. Potential 6th tier. Strength 5th tier. Talent Howling Moon. On a full moon night, combat power increased by 20. This demon beast is not bad, it even has combat talent. Let's capture it and see if I can tame it. Lin Fan did not want to miss such a good demon beast. Even though he might not need it himself, it would be nice for his future child to have it as a pet. The Howling Moon Wolf let out a roar of discontent at Lin Fan's sudden appearance. Angrily, it launched an attack at Lin Fan. Come on. Lin Fan raised his fist and charged forward. Since he intended to capture this Howling Moon Wolf, he had no plans to use weapons. Otherwise, he feared he might lose control and kill the Howling Moon Wolf. The wolf let out a cry of pain as Lin Fan landed a punch. He not bad at taking hits, let's keep going. With that, Lin Fan threw another punch. For the next half an hour, the sound of the Howling Moon Wolf's wails echoed intermittently. By the end, the Howling Moon Wolf lay on the ground, unwilling to move. Although it hadn't sustained any fatal injuries, it truly did not want to resist any longer. It could have been killed outright, yet it was subjected to such humiliation. This was truly too much. It had never felt so wronged. Nearby, Yi Liuli stood frozen for quite some time watching this scene. She had never witnessed such a battle where no martial techniques were used, only pure physical blows. It was simply brutal. She even felt a bit of sympathy for the Howling Moon Wolf. If such attacks were inflicted upon her, she would have wished for death. Seeing the wolf no longer wanting to move, Lin Fan also came to a stop and then collected it into the divine celestial realm. He then restrained it and did not pay further attention. Now was not the time to subdue it. Yi Liuli was quite surprised by this scene. Being able to take the still-living Howling Moon Wolf away, she speculated that Lin Fan must be a beast master. Only a beast master would carry a beast storage bag with them. She was familiar with beast masters as there was such a sect in Qianzhou. Yi Liuli composed herself and walked up to Lin Fan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving my life. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. No need to be polite, Miss Yi. I noticed that you seem to be injured. How did you end up in the Million Great Mountains? Young Master, you say this is the Million Great Mountains? Yi Liuli exclaimed in surprise. She was quite taken aback by her presence in the Million Great Mountains. To be honest, she had no idea where this place was before. Moreover, encountering a beast as soon as she arrived here was truly frustrating. Had it not been for Lin Fan's timely arrival, she would have surely met her demise. Thus, she was filled with gratitude towards Lin Fan. Miss Yi, judging by your expression, it seems you don't know where this is. How did you end up here? Young Master, it's like this. Yi Liuli then recounted the events leading to her arrival. Lin Fan saved her life, so she did not intend to hide anything from him. I see. Lin Fan finally understood why Yi Liuli, with her divine platform realm power, could safely reach this place. At the same time, he secretly thought that the random teleportation talisman was unreliable. Had he not discovered the situation here, Yi Liuli would probably have perished. While Lin Fan was contemplating, Yi Liuli spoke up. Young Master, may I ask your esteemed name? My name is Lin Fan, with the Lin character of 2 trees and the Fan of ordinary. Lin Fan. Yi Liuli softly repeated the name. Unfortunately, she had no impression of this name. Logically, with Lin Fan's strength, he should be well known in Qianzhou. She should have heard of him. Or perhaps Lin Fan was not from Qianzhou, but from another state. Seeing Yi Liuli muttering his name, Lin Fan felt confused. Miss Yi, is there something wrong with my name? No. Yi Liuli hurriedly shook her head. You misunderstood, young Master Lin. I'm just a bit curious. Given your strength, I'm surprised I haven't heard of your name, which feels a bit strange. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally understood the situation. He had been in the 100 Nations, so it would indeed be strange for Yi Liuli to have heard of him. Miss Yi, it's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of me, as I'm not from Qianzhou. Just as I thought, no wonder I hadn't heard of young Master Lin's name. By the way, from which state do you hail? Miss Yi, how should I put it? The place I'm from is also considered part of Qianzhou. It's just isolated from the world. Why do you say that, young Master Lin? Yi Liuli was somewhat puzzled by Lin Fan's words. Because the place I'm from is in the 100 Nations on the other side of the Million Great Mountains. I wonder if you have heard. What? Yi Liuli was shocked by this news. She wouldn't have been teleported to the other side of the Million Great Mountains, would she? She had heard of the 100 Nations. It was not a secret in Qianzhou. This place was remote, and getting there meant crossing the Million Great Mountains, compounded by the scarcity of resources in the 100 Nations. This led to a lack of interest in it. But if that's the case, how would she return? The center of the Million Great Mountains was home to 6th-tier monsters which were far beyond her ability to deal with. Young Master Lin, where exactly are we in the Million Great Mountains? Though she had an answer in her heart, Yi Liuli was still somewhat reluctant to accept it. As I just mentioned, this is the other side of the Million Great Mountains. The distance to the 100 Nations is less than 500 million miles. At this moment, Yi Liuli felt deflated. Without breaking through to the Divine Ability realm, she wouldn't dream of returning to the Qinglan sect. And even if she did break through to the Divine Ability realm and return, it might take 100 years, assuming she had sufficient training resources. Though she had reached the late stage of the Divine Platform realm, breaking through to the Divine Ability realm was not easy. The gap between each realm was simply too vast. If she waited 100 years to return, Xinjiaojiao would have long since become the holy maiden of the Qinglan sect. By then, if she returned, Xinjiaojiao would definitely not tolerate her, and no one in the sect would speak up for her. In that case, with Shun Jiaojiao's status as the holy maiden, it would be easy for her to secretly kill her without leaving any traces. Thinking of this, Yi Liuli felt a bit lost as she didn't know what to do next. Miss Yi, what's wrong? Young Master. Yi Liuli forced a smile. Lin Fan did not press further. He directly took out a healing pill. Miss Yi, you're seriously injured. This is a top-grade healing pill. Please take it to heal. Thank you, young Master Lin. Saying this, Yi Liuli took the pill. Young Master Lin, please protect my law for a moment. Of course, Miss Yi. I'll be here. Thank you, young Master Lin. After saying this, Yi Liuli consumed the pill and began her healing. She was currently severely injured, and her condition was deteriorating. If she didn't heal quickly, it would definitely affect her foundation. By then, not only would breaking through to the Divine Ability realm take 100 years, there was a chance she might never achieve it in this lifetime. An hour later, Yi Liuli awoke. Although her injuries had not yet healed, they had stabilized, and would know. Thank you, young Master Lin, for protecting me. Yi Liuli expressed her gratitude to Lin Fan once more. By the way, young Master Lin, I am not familiar with this place. May I accompany you from now on? At this point, Yi Liuli looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. Lin Fan not only saved her life, but also assisted her in healing, which filled her with affection for him. Moreover, she was alone in this place and did not know where to go, so following Lin Fan was the most suitable choice. If Miss Yi is willing, I certainly have no objections. To be honest, he never intended to let Yi Liuli leave. How could he miss out on such an outstanding woman? It wasn't that he was lecherous, but he wanted to find an excellent mother for the child that had yet to be born. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Yi Liuli was very happy. Then I will trouble young Master Lin to take care of me from now on. Thus Lin Fan led Yi Liuli as they wandered once more through the Million Great Mountains. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Yi Liuli was very happy. Then I will trouble young Master Lin to take care of me from now on. Thus Lin Fan led Yi Liuli. Liuli, I am going to take you to a place, he said. What place? You're being so mysterious. Though she said this, Yi Liuli's eyes were filled with curiosity. Close your eyes first and don't resist. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yi Liuli obediently shut her eyes. Then with a thought, Lin Fan transported both Yi Liuli and the Flame Tiger back to the Divine Sky Realm. Liuli, you can open your eyes now. So soon. I didn't feel anything at all. As she spoke, Yi Liuli opened. Oh, where is this place? Upon seeing herself in an unfamiliar location, Yi Liuli displayed an expression of surprise. Don't worry, let me explain it to you slowly. Then Lin Fan explained the matters of the Divine Sky Realm to Yi Liuli. After listening to his explanation, Yi Liuli was utterly dumbfounded. Even with her knowledge, she had never heard of anyone being able to carry a small world that could grow alongside. Although there were some powerful treasures that could house people, they were incomparable to the Divine Sky Realm. More importantly, the 7-fold time flow rate was simply incredible. Fan, you aren't a reincarnated immortal, are you? In her view, even an emperor could not possess such a small world. Really, whether or not I am a reincarnated immortal is not important. What matters is that I will be your husband in the future. How annoying. At this moment, Yi Liuli became somewhat shy. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan laughed heartily and then took Yi Liuli to his residence. A month later, Lin Fan returned to Qingyun County. This trip to the Million Great Mountains was quite rewarding, not to mention the vast number of spiritual herbs he had obtained. He had captured over 100 4th-tier demon beasts, as well as 2 5th-tier demon beasts. These demon beasts were all the combat power of the family. With the current strength of the Lin family, they had surpassed most of the forces in the 100 Kingdoms. Take the Zhao Kingdom, for example. They openly had only one ancestor at the initial stage of the divine platform. The neighboring Chu Kingdom was similar. As for whether there were hidden ones, Lin Fan believed there were. However, having 1 or 2 divine platform experts hidden would be the absolute limit. As for the Lin family, they now had 4 combatants at the divine platform level: Flame Tiger, Howling Moon Wolf, Yi Liuli, and himself. The only thing missing was an expert in the divine transformation realm. As for the Lin family, they now had 4 combatants at the divine platform level: Flame Tiger, Howling Moon Wolf, Yi Liuli, and himself. The only thing missing was After seeing that everyone had arrived, Lin Fan took out 29 spirit core fruits. He had already eaten his share. Now Lin Fan's aptitude had reached the earth-level peak. Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Here are 29 spirit core fruits. The reason I called you all here today is to see how you want to divide them." This, while others had no immediate reaction, Yi Liuli gasped in surprise. She had heard of the renowned spirit core fruit. Although she was already certain in her heart, she couldn't help but ask Lin Fan, "Husband, is this the low-grade sacred-level spirit core fruit?" "That's right, it seems you have heard of this spirit fruit, Liuli." "Of course. This fruit can enhance one's aptitude and is extremely rare throughout the entire Xiantian continent." Then Yi Liuli shared all the information she knew. After listening to her explanation, except for Zhao Lingxi, everyone else looked at the spirit core fruit with burning eyes. "All right, now that everyone knows the effects of these spirit fruits, how do you think we should divide them?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, everyone fell silent. No one wanted to miss out on such a spirit fruit. Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhao Lingxi knew it was time for her to step forward. After all, it was quite difficult for her husband to make the division. "Husband, how about this? Let's distribute them in order of arrival so that everyone won't feel put on the spot." Upon hearing Zhao Lingxi's suggestion, Lin Fan nodded in approval. He then asked everyone, "Does anyone have any objections to distributing them as Lingxi suggested?" "Husband, we have no objections." "Good, then let's proceed with this distribution. But you all mustn't say I am biased." The others couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Fan's words. "Iran, you start first, and everyone take 1 to refine." "Thank you, husband." Luo Iran said. After everyone had dispersed, Lin Fan planted the cores of the 30 spirit core fruits beside the spirit core fruit tree. At that moment, Yi Liuli came to Lin Fan's side. "Husband, is this the spirit core fruit tree?" "Indeed. You truly are a person of great fortune. But husband, remember, the news about the spirit core fruit must not be disclosed to the outside world. You must understand that even a sacred master cannot guarantee that his offspring will have a high cultivation talent. If the news about the spirit core fruit leaks out, it will surely drive those forces mad." In Xianzhou, Yi Liuli was also accustomed to such matters. The act of killing for treasures happened every day. "Liuli, don't worry. Do you think your husband is that foolish?" "That's true, my husband is the smartest." Haha, Lin Fan chuckled, not expecting that Yi Liuli had such a side. And so another month had passed. During this time, Yi Liuli finally achieved her wish and had her own child. As for the saintess of the Qinglan sect, she had long since discarded that thought. The saintess of Qinglan sect was not allowed to marry outsiders. However, after following Lin Fan, Yi Liuli had already lost interest in the position of saintess. To be honest, she even felt a bit grateful towards Shen Jiaojiao. If it weren't for Shen Jiaojiao's scheme, how could she have met Lin Fan? Yi Liuli decided to give Shen Jiaojiao a quick resolution in gratitude. After acquiring Yi Liuli, Lin Fan naturally received system rewards. The first was 1,000 days worth of spirit stones. Lin Fan actually found this amount of spirit stones insignificant considering he had obtained 1 million spirit stones in the Semi-Saint Cave. But it was better than nothing. Next, the reward was a top-tier heavenly formation, the Divine Mechanism Heavenly. This formation can autonomously absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to operate without consuming other resources. Furthermore, its power is formidable, seamlessly integrating offense and defense, and can only be broken by those above the Saint King level. For a saint to enter, it would be a near-death experience. This reward was still not useful for Lin Fan at the moment. It would only come in handy once he arrived in Qianzhou. One day, Lin Fan accompanied Yi Liuli on a leisurely stroll in the Divine Sky Realm. "Liuli, tell me about the situation in Qianzhou." Yi Liuli nodded, knowing that with Lin Fan's abilities, he would eventually head to Qianzhou, making it necessary to understand the place. "Husband, Qianzhou is vast, the Million Great Mountains, and this place together occupy only about 1% of Qianzhou. The strongest power in Qianzhou is the Qianyuan Holy Land. The The Lord of the Qianyuan Holy Land is a semi-saint level powerhouse, while the Grand Elder is a saint level cultivator. It is said that several saint kings still live among them. Of course there must be saint kings, otherwise it wouldn't be called a holy land. However, how many saint kings there are? Next there are the four major powers: the Luoyan sect, the Qingshu Pavilion, the Tianma Valley, and the Yuming Palace. All four of these powers have saint-level powerhouses in command. Below that are powers like the Qinglan sect at the semi-saint level with more than 20 of them. As for powers of the Venerable Realm, there are even more. Hearing that Qianzhou is so vast, Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. Qianzhou is merely one of the 9 states in the eastern region of the Xinjiang continent. Lily, do you know about the situation in the other states? I don't know much about that. I only know that Qianzhou ranks 7th in overall strength among the 9 states in the eastern region, and its area ranks 8th. Alright, Lin Fan didn't know what to say. The area is indeed too vast. Husband, we don't need to rush, we should develop discreetly. With the divine sky realm here, it is only a matter of time before our Lin family becomes a colossal force. Yi Liuli was filled with confidence in Lin Fan. Haha, you are right, Liuli. Our Lin family will definitely become a colossal force. Lin Fan held on to this. After returning to their residence, Lin Fan gathered everyone together again. He then took out a jade slip. Ladies, this jade slip contains the inherited cultivation method of our Lin family, the Imperial Void Classic. From now on, you all will cultivate this method. Husband, what level of cultivation method is the Imperial Void Classic? Yi Liuli asked curiously. As a candidate for Saintess, she was currently cultivating the low-tier heavenly method of the Qinglan sect. Unfortunately, it couldn't be passed on, otherwise she would have perished instantly. The inherited methods from other sects usually had such restrictions. This was to prevent the leakage of the sect's methods. If it could be passed on, Yi Liuli would have given it to Lin Fan long ago. At this moment, upon hearing Yi Liuli's inquiry, everyone turned to Lin Fan. They were also curious about what level of cultivation method this was. But they knew that since it could be the family's inherited method, it must be extraordinary. This cultivation method allows you all to cultivate up to the Emperor realm. Lin Fan did not tell them that this method was currently only the first volume. After all, being able to cultivate to the Emperor realm was already the highest level of cultivation method. Everyone gasped in surprise. They never expected that this was actually an Emperor-level cultivation method. Yi Liuli at this moment even suspected she was dreaming. What kind of celestial husband had she married? Shen Jiao, you are truly a good person. Yi Liuli felt like thanking Shen Jiao's ancestors for providing her with such a great opportunity. Alright everyone, don't be surprised, quickly start cultivating this method. Yes, husband. Half a month later, everyone completed the cultivation transition. One day, Li Huan found Lin Fan again to report. Head of the family, the Shadow Pavilion, has sent word that they have gathered 1,000 children with qualifications above the Xian level, including 10 with Earth level qualifications. Good, I understand. I will head over shortly. Lin Fan then took the time to gather these 1,000 children into the Divine Sky Realm. At the same time, Lin Fan ordered that any idol maidens form teams to search. The Qianzhou in the eastern region of the Xinjiang continent was frighteningly vast. He needed to cultivate more manpower. Thus the Lin family began to develop discreetly. Over the next few months, Luo Ran and the others successively gave birth to children. The population of the Lin family increased by 64. Among them, there were 34 boys and 30 girls. The qualifications of the 29 women Luo Ran and the others had risen to Earth-level top tier. As a result, their children's qualifications also reached Earth-level top tier. If they had improved their qualifications earlier, perhaps all these children could have reached the low-tier heavenly level. Just like Zhao Lingxi, her child born this time again achieved low-tier heavenly qualifications. Currently, only Yi Liuli had not given birth yet. Due to her later pregnancy, her child would still need several months to be born. Next came the system rewards that Lin Fan was most looking forward to. After checking the rewards, Lin Fan felt a bit gloomy. He did not see any special rewards. The 100 arts he had anticipated did not appear. The rewards were all weapons and spiritual medicines. Of course, Lin Fan was not disdainful of these items. He just felt disappointed that what he had hoped for did not show up. Fortunately, among these rewards, there was a top-tier Earth-level defensive formation and a top-tier Earth-level attacking Jade Talisman. The destructive power of this attacking Jade Talisman was equivalent to the full-force strike of a perfected Venerable. Although it was a one-time use item, having this as a trump card would allow him to severely injure a Venerable if caught off. If it were a Venerable in the early stages without any defensive treasures, it might even be possible to kill them. As for that low-tier heavenly reward, it was an upgrade of the previously rewarded Trial Tower to low-tier heavenly. Overall, this reward was still quite good. On that day, Lin Fan received news from Wang Xinghe, the governor of Hanhai County, informing him that the construction of his family's residence was completed and he could move in at any time. Lin Fan did not expect Governor Wang's efficiency to be so high. He thought it would take at least 2 years to finish. It seems that Governor Wang put a lot of thought into helping me build my mansion. After all, that mansion occupies an area of 100 square kilometers. Unlike Lin Fan in the Xinxiao realm, they did not possess the ability to manifest their thoughts instantly. However, this is a fantasy world, and the construction speed is still quite fast. This world is not lacking in people, and as long as sufficient spirit stones are offered, martial artists at the opening realm will come to earn this money. After all, there is no danger in earning this money. This is much easier than those who hunt monsters for spirit stones. Lin Fan knew that the mansion could be built so quickly because Wang Xinghe had certainly hired many martial artists. Since Wang Xinghe is so considerate, Lin Fan decided to move immediately. Staying in Qingyun County indeed holds little significance. However, Lin Fan would not give up on Qingyun County. Though it lacks resources, it can be used to train his children in the future. Otherwise, he truly would not value the limited resources of Qingyun County. Just the corpse of the Xianyin serpent he killed in the Million Great Mountains is worth more than the entirety of Qingyun County. Before leaving, Lin Fan summoned the heads of the new 5 major families. I've met the family head. The 5 bowed respectfully upon seeing Lin Fan. Since they allied with the Lin family, the strength of the 5 major families has undergone tremendous changes. They have been very proactive during this time, so Lin Fan has given them many pills as rewards. Take these 5 for example. They have all broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Additionally, each family has also added 6 martial artists at the early stage of the Qi realm. Compared to when each family only had 1 martial artist at the early stage of the Qi realm, their overall strength has multiplied several times. Thus, they hold immense loyalty and respect for Lin Fan. Looking at the 5 before him, Lin Fan gestured for them to not be overly formal. After a while, Lin Fan spoke. I have called you 5 here today to inform you of something. We, the Lin family, are moving to Hanhai County. Upon hearing that the Lin family was moving, the 5 immediately panicked. If the Lin family moved away, they would return to the days of no pills for cultivation. Now accustomed to a life of abundance, they did not want to return to the hardships of the past. At that moment, they looked at Lin Fan, hesitating to speak. All right, there is no need for you to panic. Although the Lin family will move away, we will not abandon Qingyun County. Don't forget, my son Hao Yang is still the Marquis of Qingyun. Therefore, I will still leave people here to manage things. Your tasks will remain the same, to manage the family business here well. I do not wish to see any problems arise here. If you encounter any unsolvable issues, you can also seek help from the people I leave behind. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the 5 were overjoyed. Rest assured, family head, as long as our 5 major families are still here, we will absolutely protect your interests. Lin Fan nodded at the 5. Although their strength was lacking, they could still accomplish many tasks. The spirit stone mines of the Lin family in Qingyun County are all managed by these families. Alright, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Family head, we take our leave. Once the 5 family heads departed, Lin Fan prepared to leave as well. However, before leaving, Lin Fan found by Qingyan. Qingyan, your father has yet to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Take this barrier-breaking pill back to give to him. By the way, you should also visit home. You can inform your family about your strength. If they ask about my strength, just tell them I have already broken through to the perfected Purple Mansion realm. After all, Bai Qingyan's father is also his father-in-law. Initially, the Bai family was the first to seek a marriage alliance with him. Therefore, he should lend a helping hand. Without resources, it is not easy to break through from the Qi to the Purple Mansion realm. Lin Fan was also preparing to publicly reveal that he had become a lower-grade alchemist. So at this time, sending the pill over would not raise any concerns about leaking information. Bai Qingyan looked at the pill in her hand, feeling very touched. Husband, thank you. All right, hurry and go. You can head straight back to the Xinxiao realm without needing to come here. I am preparing to go to Hanhai County soon. Okay, husband, I understand. After Bai Qingyan left, Lin Fan left 100 people to manage the mansion and then directly arrived at Hanhai County through the Xinxiao realm. He had left quite a few people in Hanhai County. Thus, there was no need for him to fly back and forth. In fact, these 100 people left by the Lin family could all freely enter and exit the Xinxiao realm. Therefore, they only needed to manage the mansion during the day and could return to the Xinxiao realm to cultivate at night. With the formation in place, outsiders would not know what was happening inside. Bai Qingyan, with her strength in the Purple Mansion realm, quickly returned to the Bai family in the county. I have seen the young lady. The guards at the door hurriedly bowed when they saw Bai Qingyan return. Bai Qingyan nodded in acknowledgement and walked straight in. Soon Bai Qingyan found her second uncle Bai Yuanqing in the study. Second uncle, I'm back to see you. Qingyan. Bai Yuanqing was quite surprised by Bai Qingyan's sudden appearance. Why can't I come back to see you? Bai Qingyan asked with a smile. Haha, of course you can, but why didn't you bring Fenger back to see us? Fenger, as mentioned by Bai Yuanqing, is naturally Bai Qingyan's first child, whom Lin Fan named Lin Haofeng. Second uncle, the child is still too young, and the journey is not safe. Bai Qingyan said vaguely. There was no way it was not that she did not want to bring him back. Her eldest son's actual age was just over a year old. However, due to the time discrepancies in the Shenxiao realm, he now appeared to be 6 or 7 years old. If she brought him back, she wouldn't know how to explain. As for her second child being a daughter, she could have brought her son back as a cover. None of her family members had seen. The news of her second child's birth was even less known. Bai Yuanqing understood Bai Qingyan's explanation and did not think much of it. He then asked Bai Qingyan, with concern, "Qingyan, how have you been at the Lin family?" "Second uncle, rest assured my husband treats me very well." Seeing the sincere smile on Bai Qingyan's face, Bai Yuanqing knew that his niece was not lying. Thus he, "By the way, second uncle, I actually came back for an important matter to see father. Come with me." "All right." Bai Yuanqing agreed without asking anything. Bai Qingyan's return at this time clearly indicated that Lin Fan had instructed her. He did not wish to ask too much about Lin Fan, lest it cause discomfort. Soon the two arrived at the place where Bai Yuanming was in seclusion. Bai Yuanqing stood outside the secret chamber and called out, "Elder brother Qingyan has returned. She needs to speak with you. Come in." Quickly, Bai Yuanming's voice echoed from within the chamber. The two did not hesitate and walked. "Father." After such a long time apart, she missed her father dearly. "Qingyan has returned. It has been hard on you for the family." Thinking about my daughter becoming someone else's concubine, Bai Yuanming felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Although he was in seclusion at that time, Bai Yuanqing still informed him of this news immediately. However, for the sake of the family's development, he did not step forward to stop it. This filled his heart with guilt towards Bai Qingyan. What he did was great for the family, but for his daughter he was not a competent father. Bai Qingyan sensed her father's thoughts and hurriedly said, "Father, don't say that. I am doing very well and my husband treats me kindly. If you don't believe me, why not take a look at my strength first?" After saying this, Bai Qingyan directly revealed her power. Both Bai Yuanming and Bai Yuanqing were completely stunned as they felt the oppressive force emanating from Bai Qingyan. "Qingyan, have you already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm?" Although it was hard for the two to believe the pressure Bai Qingyan exerted was real, only someone in the Purple Mansion realm could bring such immense pressure upon them. "Father, second uncle, you are not mistaken. I have indeed broken through to the Purple Mansion realm." Since Lin Fan said she could reveal her strength, there was no need to hide it. "How is this possible? Qingyan, how did you manage that?" Although it was difficult to believe, the facts were undeniable. It should be noted that Bai Yuanming had been in seclusion for over 10 years and had yet to find a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. Breaking through from the Qi Si to the Purple Mansion was incredibly difficult. Yet Bai Qingyan had been in the early Qi Si realm just before her marriage. Now in just 2 years, she had reached the Purple Mansion realm. With such a rapid breakthrough speed, how could they not feel shocked? Seeing the incredulous looks on their faces, Bai Qingyan smiled and explained, "I could break through so quickly, of course, thanks to my husband. Now my husband has already become a low-grade alchemist. He gave me a low-grade breakthrough pill, and I directly broke through to the Purple Mansion realm." "What? Qingyan, are you sure you're not teasing us? The head of the Lin family has truly become a low-grade alchemist." "It's absolutely true. How could I joke about something like this? Doesn't my current strength speak for itself?" At this point, Bai Qingyan revealed a confident smile. Confirming the truth of this matter, both men were This was a low-grade alchemist. The emergence of a low-grade alchemist meant that breaking through from the Qi Si to the Purple Mansion would be much easier than before. Of course, it was necessary to have the corresponding alchemy recipes. Without recipes, it would be difficult for an alchemist to produce the right pills. Naturally, it was possible to create new recipes, but such alchemists were rare. It was feared that among 1,000 talented alchemists, not one could create a new recipe. The recipes currently circulating had been accumulated over countless epochs. However, it was evident that Bai Qingyan had broken through thanks to the breakthrough pill given by Lin Fan. This meant that Lin Fan had mastered this recipe. After realizing this, the two became even more ecstatic. They were also happy for Bai Qingyan's breakthrough. After a while, Bai Yuanming spoke up, "Qingyan, seeing you doing well in the Lin family, I can finally rest easy." Bai Qingyan was clever and naturally understood the meaning of her father's words. "Father, don't think too much. It was my own choice, and no one in the family forced me. Looking back, my choice was very wise, otherwise how could I have such an opportunity? So father, you need not feel guilty, you should be happy for me." Saying this, Bai Qingyan took out a small jade bottle from her storage bag. "Father, my husband heard that you have been in seclusion trying to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, so he asked me to bring you a pill." As she spoke, Bai Qingyan placed the jade bottle in Bai Yuanming's hand. "Qingyan, is this jade bottle containing the breakthrough pill?" At this point, Bai Yuanming's hand holding the jade bottle began to tremble. Bai Qingyan smiled and nodded. "Father, you guessed correctly, it indeed contains the breakthrough pill. Qingyan, this is far too precious." At this moment, Bai Yuanming's voice began to tremble. With this pill, the Purple Mansion realm was already within his grasp. Beside him, Bai Yuanqing was equally excited. As long as they accepted this pill, their Bai family could become a Purple Mansion power. "All right, father, just accept it with peace of mind. This is from my husband for you." "Good, I will accept this pill." Qingyan, when you return, be sure to thank the head of the Lin family for me. Such a pill was something Bai Yuanming truly could not bear to refuse. It pertained to his own strength and the fate of the family. Rest assured, father, I know what to do. Bai Qingyan was quite knowledgeable about how to express her gratitude. Alright, father, just focus on your seclusion and break through to the Purple Mansion realm as soon as possible. I'll go chat with mother for a while and then head back. Good, go ahead. Once Bai Qingyan left, Bai Yuanqing suppressed his excitement and said, elder brother, just focus on your seclusion, I will guard you here. Alright. Over here, after Bai Qingyan had a meal with her mother, she bid farewell and left. After departing from the Bai residence, Bai Qingyan found a deserted spot and directly returned to the Divine Sky realm. As for Lin Fan, he visited the governor's office to chat with Wang Xinghe for a while before arriving at the newly built residence. After surveying the new residence, Lin Fan felt quite satisfied. The materials used for this residence were at least of the mid-grade yellow level. To construct the entire residence, it would take more than 10 million yellow-grade spirit stones, or it simply would not be possible. However, these spirit stones were not from Wang Xing's own family. He used public funds which would later be reimbursed by the court. Since Lin Fan moved his family to such a dangerous place, Emperor Zhao naturally had to show his support. Moreover, this amount of spirit stones was nothing to the national treasury. Subsequently, Lin Fan inspected the nearly 10 million square kilometers of land. This would soon become the territory of the Lin family. Currently, there were no forces present in this area. As for the common people, they were even more absent. Because this area was near the coastline, during every beast tide, the demon beasts would land from these places. Ordinary people could not survive here. In fact, aside from the abundance of minerals here, spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare. This is not due to the land's inability to grow them, but rather because the spiritual herbs lack the time to mature. Whenever a few do sprout, they are immediately destroyed by overwhelming beast tides. However, this problem is no challenge for Lin Fan, who has just acquired an earth-level formation perfectly suited for this area. Without delay, Lin Fan began to set up the formation. After spending about half a day, the formation was finally completed. The moment the formation was finished, a vast amount of heavenly and earthly essence was absorbed. This continued for a considerable time before finally settling down. Such a significant disturbance naturally caught the attention of the various Purple Mansion forces in Hanhai County. At the county governor's office, Wang Xinghe murmured to himself, while looking in the direction of the Lin family, this commotion must be caused by the activation of a formation. However, such a magnitude of disturbance is clearly not from a simple formation. The head of the Lin family is indeed unfathomable. My Wang family can only strive to befriend him and must absolutely not offend him. Unfortunately, his family lacks any women of Earth-level qualifications, thus preventing an alliance through marriage with Lin Fan. With a spiritual root of mysterious grade, he was quite embarrassed to propose a marriage alliance with Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the other two Purple Mansion forces in Hanhai County, the Tian family and the Luyun sect, made the same decision. Even if they couldn't form an alliance, they certainly must avoid conflict with the Lin family. Lin Fan, unaware of their thoughts, led everyone out after completing the formation. Alright, this will be our Lin family's official residence from now on. Everyone can take a look around here and select their living quarters. Okay, husband. After they left, Lin Fan instructed Li Han to prepare for a housewarming banquet. Of course, it was just a celebration for family members, and Lin Fan did not intend to invite outsiders. And so 3 months passed. Yi Luli's child finally arrived, and it was a boy. Lin Fan had been looking forward to this child for a long time. One should know that Yi Luli's talent is of the heavenly grade. If nothing unexpected occurs, this child's potential could reach the saintly grade. Husband, quickly take a look at our child. He is so adorable. The moment Yi Luli saw Lin Fan enter, she beamed with joy and started to show off. Our child is definitely adorable. Yi Luli nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Husband, hurry and give our child a name. How about naming him Lin Haoqian? After pondering for a moment, Yi Luli nodded. Qian symbolizes heaven's sun and strength. This name is quite good. Yi Luli was very satisfied with this name. At this moment, Lin Fan began to check his son's information. Name Lin Haoqian. Age newly born. Qualification lower saint level. Physique flame yang divine body activated after cultivation. Realm none. As expected, Lin Haoqian's qualification indeed reached the lower saint level, which surprised Lin Fan. Even more, Lin Haoqian turned out to be a divine body, which made things interesting. At this moment, Yi Luli also began to check Lin Haoqian's qualifications. As a divine platform realm cultivator, it was quite easy for her to assess a person's qualifications without needing any testing tools. After discovering her child's qualifications, Yi Luli was thrilled. Husband Haoqian's qualification has actually reached the lower saint level. If the occasion were different, Yi Luli would have wanted to cheer out loud. Fortunately, she held it back. Lili, you actually missed one thing. Of our child is not just of lower saint level qualification. Haoqian also possesses the flame yang divine body, which has yet to be activated. Once Hao Qian begins cultivating his divine body will be activated. Upon hearing that her child is also a divine body, Yi Liuli became even more excited. Husband, I want to have another child. With such excellent genes, it would be a pity not to have more. If all our children can reach the saint level, it would be terrifying even if they do not have divine bodies. Seeing Yi Liuli so excited, Lin Fan hurriedly stopped her. Alright Liuli, don't get too excited. You still need some time to recover. We have plenty of time and you can have as many children as you want in the future. Okay. Yi Liuli realized that she was too anxious. Next, Lin Fan accompanied Yi Liuli for a while before returning to his residence. System opened the gift pack. Lin Fan was looking forward to this reward. Ding. Gift pack opened successfully, obtained 1,000 saint-level spirit stones, and acquired a saint-grade top-tier defensive treasure, the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. The Linglong Treasure Pagoda stands above the head, impervious to attacks below the sacred realm. However, the host needs to be cautious as using the Linglong Treasure Pagoda consumes a significant amount. At the host's current power level, using the Linglong Treasure Pagoda can only withstand a full-force strike from a saint-level expert, after which it will deplete all of the host's spirit energy. Therefore, the host is advised to use it wisely. To think it's a defensive treasure, that's quite good. Moreover, with my current strength, I can already withstand a full-force strike from a saint. That's already very powerful. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this treasure. Time flew by, and a year quickly passed. During this time, Lin Fan finally helped everyone conceive again. In addition, Lin Haochen and the other firstborn children have already begun their cultivation. Their strength has now broken through to the Kaiyuan realm. Since their strength is still too weak, their cultivation progress does not significantly affect Lin Fan. Fortunately, Lin Fan himself has been diligently training, and he has raised his strength to mid-divine platform stage. Luo Iran and the others have also made considerable progress, all having broken through to mid-purple mansion stage. As for Yi Liuli, she is still at the late divine platform stage. Breaking through the divine platform stage is not as easy as it is for the purple mansion stage. Next comes the development of the Shadow Pavilion and the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Shadow Pavilion now has outposts in every county city of Zhaochu and Lingxi countries. They have also flawlessly completed hundreds of assassination missions. Although they only targeted some Kaiyuan and Qihai realm martial artists, it has gradually given Shadow Pavilion a reputation in these three countries. Currently, the strength of Shadow Pavilion has greatly improved. Aside from Lin Ren and Lin Sha, the two at the Purple Mansion stage, all other 5,000 members have broken through to the Qihai realm. Some members of the Shadow Pavilion's management are also about to break through to the Purple Mansion stage. Furthermore, during this year, Shadow Pavilion has helped the Lin family find 30,000 talented children. Although most of them possess extraordinary qualifications of mysterious grade, there are still over 100 with Earth-level qualifications. Once these individuals grow up, they will become a significant asset for the Lin family. Next comes the development of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The 700 people in the pavilion have now reached the realm of Qi Si and above. Of course, not everyone is currently working in the pavilion. At present, the Treasure Gathering Pavilion does not require so many people to work. Therefore, most of them remain in the Divine Sky realm to cultivate. Occasionally, they venture out to scout for talent for their families. In the past year, the Treasure Gathering Pavilion has opened branches in 6 county cities within the Lingxi Kingdom. They are now preparing to expand into other countries. As for the small towns below the county cities, they are not the target of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. However, this rapid expansion has drawn the attention of the royal family of the Lingxi Kingdom and all the powers of the Purple Mansion realm within it. After noticing these forces stirring, the Treasure Gathering Pavilion revealed 5 powerful figures from the Purple Mansion realm: Wang, Jia, Su, Mei Lin Xian, Lin Han, and Lin Yan, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing the strength of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, these forces no longer dared to act rashly. They understood that what was displayed was not the true strength of the pavilion. The pavilion can offer a substantial amount of yellow-grade premium pills for sale, indicating that there are exceptional alchemists behind it. Therefore, until they uncover the pavilion's full strength, these forces dare not covet it. Whenever the pavilion sells premium pills and weapons, these forces are always the first to support them. Although the Treasure Gathering Pavilion is like a tempting piece of meat, it is not something just anyone can take a bite out of. In fact, the Baibao building has also noticed the existence of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, but they have no intention of suppressing it. Although they are competitors, the pavilion has not yet affected their business. Currently, the scale of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion is still small, and the variety of items sold is limited. Those who cannot obtain resources will still go to Baibao building to make purchases. Moreover, the prices at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion are the same as theirs, and they have not engaged in a price war. Thus, Baibao building has even less reason to intervene. Furthermore, Baibao building has always advocated for neutral development and does not engage in conflicts with any forces provided they are not provoked. Therefore, they cannot possibly squeeze the treasure-gathering pavilion at this time, as it is a fair competition. Of course, there will certainly be investigations conducted in secret. They may even think about how to poach talent from the treasure-gathering pavilion. They are particularly interested in the alchemists behind the pavilion. It can only be said that their plans are doomed to fail. Currently, the total monthly revenue of the treasure-gathering pavilion has stabilized at over 10 million yellow-grade spirit stones. The business is extremely booming. Currently, the resources that are supplied without limit in the store are crescent rice medium and lower-grade yellow-grade weapons and medium and lower-grade yellow-grade pills. As for upper-grade yellow-grade pills, each store has a monthly limit of 100 pieces. For premium yellow-grade pills, each store has a monthly limit of 10 pieces with a total of 5 varieties, 2 pieces each. Next, there are upper-grade yellow-grade weapons with each store having a monthly limit of 10 pieces. For premium yellow-grade weapons, each store has an annual limit of 5 pieces. Refining masters are also a scarce profession, so the weapons in the market are equally in demand. Among these items, crescent rice has the highest sales. Crescent rice is economical and affordable. While selling products, the treasure-gathering pavilion has also acquired many items from outside. The most common are spiritual herbs and their seeds, which Lin Fan has emphasized. The divine sky realm is now too vast, it cannot all be planted with crescent rice. However, apart from crescent rice, the previously cultivated mystic-grade premium purple crystal rice has also begun mass production. Although it takes longer for purple crystal rice to mature, the main world can yield 2 harvests in a year. With a wide planting area, the yield of purple crystal rice remains high. However, in the land of 100 nations, Lin Fan will not sell purple crystal rice to the outside world. He will consider this matter only after reaching the Xinjiang continent. Currently, Lin's staple food has been completely replaced with purple crystal rice. Most importantly, purple crystal rice has a gentle energy that can be consumed by ordinary people and children. Regular consumption of purple crystal rice can enhance physical strength. Even if an ordinary person has never practiced cultivation, as long as they eat it continuously for 3 years, their physical quality can absolutely rival that of a perfected body tempering realm practitioner. Of course, ordinary people definitely cannot afford it. If it is used to lay a foundation for children, it would be even better. When the time comes, they can become opening realm warriors with just a bit of cultivation. If the outside world knew that even a maid from the Lin family eats purple crystal rice at every meal, who knows what they would think? They might even wish to die from jealousy. Besides the development of these forces, Lin Fan has also made some plans for the divine sky realm. The 4 continents in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest remain unchanged, and now each continent covers an area of 1.4 million square kilometers. What Lin Fan plans to develop are the 7 islands Tian Shu, Tian Xin, Tian Ji, Tian, Huanyuhong, Kai Yang, and Yaoguang. Among them, the largest Tian Shu Island is also the island where Lin Fan and his companions reside, which now covers an area of 4.0 square kilometers. Of course, the 4.0 square kilometers includes 4.0 square kilometers of spiritual lakes. The remaining 6 islands also cover an area of 1.0 square kilometers each, including 1.0 square kilometers of spiritual lakes. After the planning, Lin Fan reserved 9.0 square kilometers of land and 1.0 square kilometers of spiritual lakes for Tian Shu Island. The other 6 islands were left with 4.5 square kilometers of land and 500 square kilometers of spiritual lakes. The remaining territories were directly divided into 960 islands of 1.0 square kilometers each, including small islands with 100 square kilometers of spiritual lakes. Now the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion has moved to a small island which Lin Fan named Shadow Pavilion Island. The headquarters of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion also occupies a small island which Lin Fan named Treasure Gathering Island. The place for training boys has also moved to a small island which Lin Fan named Chin Island. The place for training girls was named Kuin Island by Lin Fan. In addition to these, yellow-grade spiritual herbs are now planted across 20 islands. The main yellow-grade spiritual herbs mature quickly, allowing for rapid reproduction. In the main world, yellow-grade spiritual herbs can produce seeds multiple times in a year. The mystic-grade spiritual herbs are a bit lacking, as not a single island has been fully planted. The mystic-grade premium spiritual fruit, the red pattern peach, discovered on that island last time, was individually planted on an island by Lin Fan, which he named Red Pattern Island. Spiritual plants can also evolve, and under such favorable conditions, the probability of the red pattern peach evolving is quite high. Lin Fan hopes that the red pattern peach will eventually evolve into a terrestrial-level spiritual fruit, which would yield even better effects. As for the other spiritual fruits, regardless of their grade, they have all been uniformly planted on an island which Lin Fan directly named Spiritual Fruit Island. The upcoming terrestrial-level spiritual herbs are even scarcer, with only 1,000 acres available. Having this much is largely thanks to the Croissant Cave. Additionally, there are nearly 50 acres of heavenly-grade spiritual herbs also harvested from the Kwasasink Cave. Previously, they found the lower-grade terrestrial-level purple thunder bamboo in the Million Mountain. Lin Fan also transplanted it to an island, which he named Purple Thunder Island. The remaining islands have only 2 that are fully planted with purple crystal rice. The other islands have not yet been touched. As for crescent rice, it has already been fully planted in the eastern continent. Each harvest of crescent rice yields astronomical figures. Lin Fan does not even know how much crescent rice is stored in the storage space. There is another terrifying growth to mention, which is the previously rewarded amethyst bee. With the abundant resources of the divine sky realm, various spiritual fruits and herbal medicines continue to bloom, greatly benefiting the amethyst bees. The previous queen bee, although only the size of an adult's fist, has already reached the 4th tier comparable to the Purple Mansion realm. Additionally, 8 new queen bees have been cultivated, creating 8 new colonies for the amethyst bees. Currently, these 8 new queens are only at the 3rd tier. Efforts are currently underway to expand their colonies, which now number only in the tens of thousands. Meanwhile, the old queen bee's colony has grown tremendously. The number of male bees has surpassed 500, all reaching the 3rd tier Chi-Si realm. The worker bees have increased to 1 million, and their strength has also risen to the 2nd tier Kaiyuan realm. If the amethyst bee colony were to be unleashed, it would instill fear in any Purple Mansion force. Just imagine the overwhelming swarm of amethyst bees attacking, how despairing it would be for those martial artists. Lin Fan reflects on the strength of the insect race, truly deserving of being called one of the 4 great calamities, with an astonishing reproductive speed. Moreover, the lifespan of the amethyst bees is exceedingly long, comparable to that of martial artists of the same realm. Fortunately, all these amethyst bees are under his control, and his status among them is even higher than that of the queen. As long as they are properly nurtured, these amethyst bees will undoubtedly form a formidable combat power in the future. Additionally, the honey produced by amethyst bees is a rare treasure. Thus, Lin Fan does not impose too many restrictions on the amethyst bees in the divine sky realm. They can fly wherever they please. He has long issued commands that they must not harm the inhabitants of the divine sky realm. In Qingyun County, the Bai family has become exceptionally lively today. After a whole year, the head of the Bai family, Bai Yuanming, has finally succeeded in breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. This news has attracted numerous Chi-Si forces to come and congratulate him. Even the royal Zhao family has sent representatives. After all, Bai Yuanming is the governor of Qingyun County and a vassal of the Zhao kingdom. As royalty, they naturally must show their presence. As for the other Purple Mansion forces, none of them have come. The Bai family is not like Lin Fan, who has the identity of an alchemist. Therefore, the other Purple Mansion forces are merely observing. At this moment, Bai Yuanming stands on the high platform, brimming with confidence. I would like to thank everyone for coming from afar to celebrate with me. In fact, my breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm is entirely thanks to Master Lin. Upon hearing Bai Yuanming's words, everyone present became intrigued. They wanted to know what connection there was between Bai Yuanming's breakthrough and Lin Fan. Governor Bai, could you elaborate on what kind of help Master Lin provided for your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm? No one present was indifferent to the prospect of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Everyone, my breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm was made possible because Master Lin sent my daughter Bai Qingyan a low-grade, Xian-level breaking barrier pill. With this pill, I successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. Bai Yuanming had previously inquired with Bai Qingyan if she could disclose that Lin Fan had become a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist. Bai Qingyan had replied that she could freely disclose it. After receiving that news, Bai Yuanming naturally had no reservations. Having gained such a significant benefit from Lin Fan, he certainly wanted to enhance Lin Fan's reputation. As soon as Bai Yuanming's words were spoken, the crowd erupted in surprise. Everyone looked at Bai Yuanming with envy. This was a low-grade, Xian-level pill, and moreover it was a pill that helped others break through to the Purple Mansion realm. This is far more precious than other pills of the same tier. In any Chi-Si family, it could change their fate, allowing them to leap to become a Purple Mansion force, a prominent existence in the Zhao kingdom. Even among Purple Mansion forces, it is extraordinarily valuable. Who wouldn't want an additional Purple Mansion expert in their ranks? Yet unexpectedly, Lin Fan casually gifted it away, which is truly generous. The reason Bai Yuanming received such a significant benefit is that his daughter has become Lin Fan's concubine. At this moment, they are all regretting why there were no such excellent women in their own families. Otherwise, such an opportunity could have been theirs. However, soon the royal representative reacted. He quickly inquired of Bai Yuanming, Governor Bai, is it true that Master Lin has become a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist? In his view, only if Lin Fan had become a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist could he afford to give away Xian-level pills so freely. As soon as the royal representative's words were spoken, the venue fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Bai Yuanming. This is a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist, a being that only appears within the realms of those with supernatural powers. If Lin Fan truly became a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist, it would undoubtedly be tremendous news for the Zhao Kingdom. Seeing the eager looks from everyone, Bai Yuanming nodded. You are not mistaken. Master Lin has indeed become a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist. With this confirmation, the scene became lively again. Everyone began to discuss fervently. It's actually true. Master Lin has become a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist. Now the Zhao Kingdom will undergo a transformation, and even several nearby countries will take notice. After confirming this news, the royal representative immediately began to inform Zhao Huang. Some who had connections with Purple Mansion forces also started to relay the message without delay. At this moment, Zhao Huang, upon receiving the news, stood up in shock. Sitting across from Zhao Huang, the Empress, who is Zhao Lingxi's mother, Ling Wanshu, was taken aback upon seeing Zhao Huang's unusual behavior. Your Majesty, what is wrong? My beloved, you may not know, but Lin Zai's husband, that Master Lin, has now become a low-grade, Xian-level alchemist. What? Is this true? Ling Wanshu was also shocked at this moment. Being able to become the Empress of Zhao Huang, her identity is naturally not simple. She is a princess of the Lingxi Kingdom, and now the Emperor of the Lingxi Kingdom is her brother. Her strength is also not weak, having reached the peak of the Qi-Si realm. Due to Zhao Lingxi's favored status, her position in the Zhao Kingdom remains high. Beloved, this matter is absolutely true. The reason the governor of Qingyun County was able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm is because Master Lin sent him a low-grade, Xian-level breaking barrier pill. He just publicly acknowledged this. With the authenticity of this matter confirmed, Ling Wanshu became excited. She is currently struggling to find any opportunity to break through. If she could acquire a breaking barrier pill from Lin Fan, she too could break through to the Purple Mansion realm. The only challenge is how to approach the subject. Would mentioning this to her daughter put her in an awkward position? Seeing Ling Wanshu's troubled expression, Zhao Qingyun guessed her thoughts. My love, you need not worry. With our relationship with the head of the Lin family, acquiring a pill should pose no problem. However, before Ling Wanshu could respond, a eunuch's voice called from outside. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Ling consort, the 6th princess, has returned. Your Majesty, it is Ling Shi who has returned. Ling Wanshu exclaimed with great joy. Zhao Qingyun was equally excited and blurted out, quickly summon the 6th princess. Soon Zhao Lingxi appeared before them. I have seen father, and I have seen mother. Upon seeing this, Ling Wanshu hurriedly pulled Zhao Lingxi and said, All right, Lingxi, no need for excessive formalities, let mother have a look. As Ling Wanshu held Zhao Lingxi's hand, she immediately sensed something unusual. Oh, Lingxi, are you pregnant again? Ling Wanshu said in surprise. At that moment, Zhao Chunyun looked at Zhao Lingxi with a face full of joy. His daughter had previously given birth to a child with Earth-level top-tier qualifications. If she were to have another with the same qualifications, their status in the Lin family would be incredibly secure. Currently, Lin Fan was a mystical grade alchemist, and the Zhao family needed to maintain a good relationship with them. Little did Zhao Huang know that Zhao Lingxi was actually pregnant with her 3rd child. Moreover, the first 2 children were both of heaven-level inferior qualifications. At this moment, Zhao Lingxi smiled and said, I still can't hide it from mother. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. You girl being pregnant and still running around. It's a long journey from Hanhai County to here. What if you encounter some bad people or demon beasts along the way? Zhao Lingxi felt very happy with her mother's concern. Mother, you need not worry about me. Just take a look at my strength. Saying this, Zhao Lingxi released a hint of her aura. However, she did not fully display her strength. She was currently in the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and what she was showing was only the early stage. Feeling his daughter's strength, Zhao Qingyun was astonished. He then eagerly asked, Lingxi, have you broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? Ling Wanshu was equally shocked as she looked at her daughter. Seeing the astonished expressions on both their faces, Zhao Lingxi smiled and nodded. Father, you are correct. With my husband's help, I have already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Now you understand why I dared to return alone, right? Ha, good. This is truly wonderful. At that moment, Zhao Qingyun laughed heartily. Ling Wanshu beside him was also happy for her daughter. When her daughter was to become someone else's concubine, she had countless reservations in her heart. After all, her daughter was a princess. How could she lower herself to become a concubine? But that was the Zhao Emperor's decision, and she was powerless to change it. Now she was very grateful that Zhao Qingyun did not heed her advice back then. Otherwise, her daughter's opportunity would have been ruined by her. After chatting idly for a while, Zhao Qingyun brought up a serious matter. Lingxi, I wonder if you have returned alone for any particular reason. Father, my husband heard that mother is currently attempting to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, so he asked me to bring a pill back with me. Saying this, Zhao Lingxi directly took out a jade bottle. Mother, this is the pill my husband prepared for you. Ling Wanshu trembled as she took the jade bottle that Zhao Lingxi handed over. Lingxi, could this be the breakthrough pill of mystical grade inferior quality? Zhao Qingyun looked at Zhao Lingxi with eager anticipation. In truth, he already knew this was the breakthrough pill without needing Zhao Lingxi to explain. They had just been thinking about this pill, and in the blink of an eye it appeared before them. This was indeed something he had not. It seems Mother already knows this news. Yes, this is indeed the breakthrough pill. With this pill, I believe Mother will be able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm within a year. Great. Mother will surely not disappoint you. On the other side, the residence of Minister Wen was also filled with joy. Wen Ruoshi had also returned to the Wen family with a pill. Seeing this pill brought immense joy to the people of the Wen residence. Though it was meant for Wen Ruoxi's mother, her mother's breakthrough would also enhance the strength of the Wen family. However, the Wei residence was different. At this moment, Wei Shuxian had just returned to the Wei residence and happened to encounter her rival Wei Shuyuan. The moment Wei Shuyuan saw Wei Shuxian, she immediately displayed an arrogant attitude. She looked at Wei Shuxian with disdain and said, "Oh, isn't this the little concubine of the Lin family? Why are you back at this time? Did the Lin family kick you out? If I were you, I would just hang myself. How could you still have the face to return?" Hearing Wei Shuyuan's words, Wei Shuxian's expression turned cold. In the past, she wouldn't have bothered to deal with such a clown. But now, as Lin Fan's concubine, being out in public represented Lin Fan's dignity. How could she endure such insults without retaliating? Thus she immediately appeared before Wei Shuyuan and slapped her, sending her flying. Of course, Wei Shuxian held back, otherwise with her mid-stage Purple Mansion realm strength, a single slap could have turned her to ashes. After being sent flying, half of Wei Shuyuan's face instantly swelled up. "Wei Shuxian, you dare to hit me?" At this moment, Wei Shuyuan looked at Wei Shuxian in disbelief. What made her even more incredulous was Wei Shuxian's strength. In that situation, just now, she couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. "Wei Xian, remember to keep your mouth in check. If there's a next time, I won't just dare to hit you, I'll dare to kill you," Wei Shuxian said lightly, but it sent chills down Wei Shuyuan's spine. This inevitably instilled a sense of fear in her towards Wei Shuxian. "Wei Shuxian, how dare you speak to me like this? Whether I dare or not, you can try and see." Upon hearing Wei Shuxian's words, she instantly fell silent. Wei Shuyuan felt as if Wei Shuxian would definitely dare to kill her. She couldn't understand why Wei Shuxian had changed so much. The commotion soon attracted the attention of others. Before long, Wei Changqing arrived with a group of people. Seeing Wei Changqing's arrival, Wei Shuyuan felt as if she had found a lifeline and quickly ran to his side. She began to cry. "Father, the moment Wei Shuxian returned, she hit me. You must stand up for me." Wei Changqing, however, did not seem to believe her. He was well aware of the personalities of his two daughters. It was clear that Wei Shuyuan must have said something unpleasant, provoking Wei Shuxian. However, just then Wei Shuyuan's mother spoke up. "Shuxian, what exactly happened? Why did you hit Shuyuan? She is your sister. Look at how you hit her. Your strikes were neither light nor heavy. Master, can't you control?" Saying this, she looked at her daughter with some concern. Meanwhile, Wei Shuxian's mother gazed at her with a worried expression. Seeing this, Wei Shuxian gave her mother a reassuring look. Wei Changqing witnessed this scene and helplessly glanced at Wei Shuxian. "Shuxian, tell me what exactly is going on." "It's nothing. This guy just deserves a beating," Wei Shuxian replied calmly. Upon hearing her words, Wei Xian's mother could no longer endure it. "Master, you must manage her. She is merely going to the Lin family as a concubine, yet she behaves so lawlessly as if she doesn't regard you at all." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Wei Shuxian directly slapped her across the face. Like Wei Xian, she too was sent flying by the slap. This slap from Wei Shuxian left everyone present in shock. They truly did not expect Wei Shuxian to have such a violent temper now. "This is outrageous. Master, will you just stand by and watch us being bullied? What kind of sin have we committed?" Wei Xian's mother's wail instantly awakened everyone. At this moment, Wei Shuxian coldly stared at Wei Xian's mother. "You'd better shut up. This slap is a lesson for you. If I hear any more unpleasant words, I won't hesitate to make your face symmetrical. Don't forget you are also a concubine. And I am the eldest daughter of the Wei family. What right do you have to put on a face in front of me?" As soon as Wei Shuxian finished speaking, Wei Xian's mother immediately fell silent. At this moment, she truly felt a bit afraid of Wei Shuxian. Moreover, in terms of status, Wei Shuxian indeed ranked higher in the household. Wei Changqing took a deep breath upon seeing this. Then he waved his hand at a few servants behind him. "Take these two away, or don't leave them here to be an eyesore." As this mother and daughter were taken away, the scene became quiet. At this moment, everyone looked at Wei Shuxian. These people were all high-ranking members of the Wei family. However, since Wei Changqing did not speak, they naturally would not say anything either. Only Wei Shuxian's mother looked at her with a worried expression. After a while, Wei Changqing spoke. "Shuxian, have you broken through to the Purple Mansion realm?" Just the speed at which Wei Shuxian acted just now was not something a Qi Si realm cultivator could achieve. It was precisely because of this that Wei Changqing did not blame Wei Shuxian for acting in front of him. The two women were simply incomparable to Wei Shuxian. It was not that he was cold-blooded. As the head of the family, he had to consider the entire family's interests. He had also given Wei Shuyan an opportunity, but she did not cherish it. Father, you are right. I have indeed broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Wei Shuxian was not surprised that her father noticed her strength. After all, her father was also a martial artist of the Purple Mansion realm. Wei Shuxian's answer shocked everyone present, especially Wei Shuxian's mother, who was now extremely excited. At this moment, Wei Changqing also revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. It seems that sending you to the Lin family was indeed a very correct choice. I wonder if you have returned today for any particular reason. I presume father has also received news that my husband has become a low-grade alchemist. I have returned today to deliver a pill to my mother to help her become a martial artist of the Purple Mansion realm. Upon hearing about the pill, the hearts of everyone present started to burn with excitement. They naturally desired to possess such a pill that could elevate a perfected Qi realm cultivator to the Purple Mansion realm. At this moment, except for Wei Changqing, who among them was not a perfected Qi realm cultivator, although it seemed like they were just one step away from the Purple Mansion realm. However, crossing that final step might be something they would never encounter in their lifetime. However, knowing that Wei Shuxian intended to give this pill to her mother, the spirits of those present instantly deflated. They no longer dared to offend Wei Shuxian and naturally would not covet this pill. However, they had to build a good relationship with Wei Shuxian. In the future, when Wei Shuxian had more pills, perhaps she would consider them. Upon hearing that Wei Shuxian was going to give this pill to her mother, Wei Changqing frowned. However, he quickly relaxed. Regardless, this would enhance the strength of the Wei family. If he were to intervene now, their father-daughter relationship would likely become strained. After all, with Wei Shuxian around, there would be plenty of opportunities to obtain such pills in the future. Thus, in the end, Wei Changqing tacitly approved of this matter. Afterward, Wei Shuxian had a meal with her parents in the Wei family before leaving. In fact, the few of them had planned to return to the imperial city together today. They had even agreed on the time of departure. After gathering, they all returned to the Divine Sky realm, Wei residence. After Wei Shuxian left, Wei Changqing found Wei Shuyan and her mother. Father, Master. Looking at the two, Wei Changqing spoke solemnly. Do you know what you did wrong? Father Shuyan does not understand why you favor Wei Shuxian. It seems you still have not recognized your mistake. Do you know that Shuxian's husband has already become a low-grade alchemist? With such a status, even the royal family's ancestors would greet him politely. Moreover, with the help of her husband, Shuxian has already become a martial artist of the Purple Mansion realm. What? This is impossible. How could she become a martial artist of the Purple Mansion realm? Upon hearing this news, Wei Shuyan felt as if she had been stabbed. Meanwhile, her mother stood frozen in place upon hearing the news. She did not expect Wei Shuxian to have become so powerful. Seeing that Wei Shuyan was still unrepentant, Wei Changqing's mood worsened. Wei Changqing snorted coldly. There is nothing impossible. I once gave you this opportunity, but you did not cherish it. Also, I do not wish for you to maintain this attitude when Shuxian returns in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me for enforcing family law. After saying this, Wei Changqing left directly. Seeing her father leave, Wei Shuyan fell weakly to the ground. She looked at her mother and muttered, Mother, was it really my fault? I actually missed such a heaven-defying opportunity. How otherwise it would have been me breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, but now it has gone to Wei Shuxian. But soon she became serious again. Mother, do you think I still have a chance? Shuyan, listen to your mother. Do not think about this matter anymore. Just focus on your cultivation, and when you see Wei Shuxian, just avoid her. I know my daughter's character too well. If she really marries over, I fear that the head of the Lin family would directly. But mother, I really feel very unwilling. This was clearly my opportunity. Upon thinking of this, Wei Shuyan's heart was filled with regret. Had it been her who married over back, then it would be her who was victorious now. What does it matter if you feel unwilling? Missing it is missing it. In the future, focus on your cultivation at home. With your talent, there is still a chance to become a martial artist of the Purple Mansion realm. Also, do not provoke Wei Shuxian again, or your father will definitely not spare you next time. For the sake of the family's development, he will not care that you are his daughter. Mother, I understand you. I will avoid her. The news of Lin Fan becoming a low-grade alchemist of the Xian level quickly spread among the various factions of the Zhao Kingdom. Those factions that had not formed alliances with Lin Fan displayed expressions of envy upon learning that he had gifted each family a low-grade breaking barrier pill. Due to Ling Wan's identity as the princess of the Lingxi Kingdom, she directly informed her brother, the Emperor Ling Zhao, of this news. Of course, this was also tacitly approved by Zhao Qingyun. Otherwise, Ling Wan wouldn't have relayed the news. After receiving this news, Ling Zhao did not rush to inform his ministers. He decided to first discuss this matter with the clan elders. Zhao, I wonder what brings you here. Father, I have urgent matters to discuss with the clan elders. Zhao, do share what it is, but the elders are currently in seclusion and should not be disturbed unless it is of great importance. Though he had stepped back from the throne, the authority of the former emperor still surpassed that of Emperor Ling Zhao. Father, no nation has declared war on our Lingxi kingdom. It is the emergence of a low-grade alchemist in the Zhao kingdom. This news was told to me by my royal sister. What? Such a thing exists? The former emperor was stunned. The appearance of a low-grade alchemist was indeed a significant event. Take the Zhao kingdom for instance. With Lin Fan's assistance, they would soon have several experts at the Purple Mansion realm within a year. In such a scenario, the balance of power would be disrupted, and war could very likely ensue. This is the ambition that strength brings. Zhao, wait here. I will notify the clan elders. Soon several white-haired elders appeared beside Ling Zhao. Though their hair had turned white, their skin still resembled that of the young. Greetings, respected clan elders. These individuals are the stabilizing force of the Lin family. Even Emperor Ling Zhao holds them in high esteem. Zhao, no need for excessive courtesy. As the ruler of a nation, you must maintain your authority. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elders. Several elders nodded, their expressions turning serious. Zhao, do you have concrete information regarding this low-grade alchemist? Such matters cannot be taken lightly. Hearing the elders' inquiries, Ling Zhao solemnly nodded. Esteemed elders, this matter is absolutely true. It was conveyed to me directly by my royal sister. Currently, my niece is the concubine of this alchemist. Just today, she brought a low-grade breaking barrier pill to my royal sister. My royal sister is currently in seclusion. I fear she will reach the Purple Mansion realm within a year. Upon hearing Ling Zhao's account, the clan elders finally believed in the existence of a low-grade alchemist in the Zhao kingdom. At this moment, the former emperor spoke. Zhao, what do you know about this low-grade alchemist? Father, I don't know much, as I just learned of this news. In fact, this alchemist has only been in the Zhao kingdom for a few years. Previously, he was merely a top-tier yellow-level alchemist. Now this alchemist has established a family in the Zhao kingdom. Currently, the family's population is quite small, consisting mainly of a few maidservants. There are only over 10 concubines, and a bit more than 10 newborn children. As for the matter of Zhao Lingxi breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, Ling Wan did not disclose it. Ling Wan was no fool, as she understood well what should and should not be said. Upon hearing that the alchemist had established a family, and that the population was so scarce, the elders exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Seeing this, the former emperor said to Ling Zhao, the only way to establish a good relationship with this alchemist is through marriage. If I heard correctly, my granddaughter is indeed the concubine of this low-grade alchemist, right? With this connection, it will be easier for us to approach him. Thus, Zhao, my suggestion is to send Qianqian to marry him. Of course, you are the emperor, and the decision is ultimately yours. We merely propose this suggestion. Ling Qianqian, one of Ling Zhao's daughters, possessed talent that, while not as good as Zhao Lingxi's top-tier Earth level, had still reached the mid-tier Earth level. Now 22 years old, she had already broken through to the initial stage of the Qi realm. Her cultivation speed was not at all slower than that of Zhao Lingxi back in the day. After a moment of silence, Ling Zhao finally nodded. Father, I understand what needs to be done. I will prepare right away. Seeing his son so resolute, the former emperor nodded in satisfaction. As an emperor, one must understand the importance of choices. Zhao, this matter is of utmost importance. Do not take it lightly. You must clearly communicate the pros and cons of this matter to Qianqian. Once this matter is confirmed, I will personally accompany Qianqian. Understood, father. I take my leave. With that, Ling Zhao departed. Upon returning to his palace, Ling Zhao summoned Ling Qianqian and detailed everything that had transpired. After listening to Ling Zhao's account, Ling Qianqian felt somewhat bewildered. She never expected to become a pawn in a marriage alliance. However, considering the other party's identity, it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, he was a low-grade alchemist, a status even higher than that of her father. Being the concubine of such a person was not a disgrace. Moreover, her cousin Zhao Lingxi was also there. Though they had not met often, this relationship could provide mutual support in the future. Having thought this through, Ling Qianqian no longer hesitated. Father, I agree to this matter. Alas, it truly is a burden for you. However, Ling Qianqian shook her head. Father, do not say that. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Father, think about it. This Master Lin can even gift low-grade pills to outsiders. Do you think he would mistreat me once I become his concubine? That is indeed true. Ling Zhao acknowledged Ling Qianqian's reasoning. I just wonder what this Master Lin looks like. If he has white hair, that would truly be a bit difficult for me. Hearing his daughter's words, Ling Zhao couldn't help but feel. The next day, outside the new mansion of the Lin family, an old man with white hair and a beautiful young woman arrived. The visitors were none other than the Supreme Emperor Ling Zhan from Lingxi and the Princess Ling Qianqian of Lingxi Kingdom. After taking a glance around, Ling Qianqian curiously asked Ling Zhan, Grandfather, is this the Lin family? Why are there no guards at the entrance? This is because Lin Fan has hidden the formation of his territory. Only the formation of the mansion operates continuously. If the territorial formation were always active, outsiders would never reach his doorstep. When someone visits, it would also become a troublesome matter. Thus, the formation encompassing the entire territory usually remains hidden. It is only activated when external enemies invade. Ling Zhan initially felt puzzled. After all, how could a prominent family like the Lin family lack guards? However, upon closer inspection, he discovered the truth. Qianqian, this mansion is protected by a formation, so there is naturally no need for guards. At this moment, Ling Zhan's regard for the Lin family rose significantly. With just this formation, the Lin family was already in an invincible position. Although he was unaware of the specific level of this formation, he knew that by himself, he posed no threat to it. It is worth noting that he was a powerful expert approaching the perfection of the Purple Mansion realm. He could ascertain that even at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, one would be helpless against this formation. As for whether the Divine Platform realm could breach it, he was uncertain. After all, the Purple Mansion realm and the Divine Platform realm were in entirely different worlds with a vast gap between them. Even a novice in the Divine Platform realm could suppress multiple experts at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Ling Qianqian was not as contemplative as Ling Zhan. She was only considering how they should enter the Lin family mansion, given its protective formation. Grandfather, what should we do next? We can't just barge in, can we? Ling Zhan felt a headache coming on. He needed to have the strength to do so. Qianqian, don't rush. Let's see what grandfather does. Saying this, Ling Zhan called out, "This is Ling Zhan from Lingxi Kingdom, here to visit with my granddaughter Ling Qianqian. I hope the head of the Lin family can meet us." As this voice echoed, a maid monitoring the formation inside noticed their presence and immediately reported to Li Han. Upon receiving the news, Li Han promptly sought out Lin Fan. Reporting to the head of the family, there is a person claiming to be Ling Zhan from Lingxi Kingdom, accompanied by his granddaughter Ling Qianqian, here to pay a visit. Hearing their names, Zhao Lingxi, who stood beside Lin Fan, was also quite surprised. Lin Fan noticed Zhao Lingxi's unusual reaction at that moment. "Lingxi, you seem to know them. Husband Ling Zhan is my maternal grandfather and the former emperor of Lingxi. As for Ling Qianqian, she is my cousin, and her qualifications are quite good, being of mid-grade at the earth level. As for her looks, she is not inferior to me. Since they have come at this time, they must be looking for a marriage alliance." Zhao Lingxi was not surprised by the Ling family's intentions. After all, their Zhao family had once done the same. Upon hearing that it was yet another marriage proposal, Lin Fan immediately became interested. "Lingxi, I didn't expect you to have such a connection. Let's meet them." Saying this, Lin Fan instructed Li Han, "Please take our guests to the living room, Lingxi, and I will join you shortly." "Master, I will handle it right away." Soon Li Han arrived outside the mansion. Ling Zhan and Ling Qianqian were quietly standing there waiting. Upon seeing them, Li Han smiled and said, "Hello to you both. I am Li Han, the steward of the Lin residence. The head of the family is inviting you." "Then thank you, stewardly," Ling Zhan said with a smile. Following Li Han, Ling Zhan's heart was anything. Because Li Han had not concealed his strength, Ling Zhan could already tell that Li Han was a master of the Purple Mansion realm. A steward at the Purple Mansion realm, and such a young one at that. This clearly indicated how terrifying a high-level alchemist could be. Even someone with mediocre talent could be trained into a master. Upon entering the mansion, Ling Zhan saw maids at the opening Yuan realm and the Qi Si realm everywhere. He could only lament that the Lin family was indeed too extravagant. It is worth noting that in their royal palace, only a few female officials among the palace maids possessed the strength of the Qi Si realm. Most maids were merely at the body refinement realm. Compared to the Lin family, the disparity was simply too great. Soon they were brought into the living room. "You two please sit down and have some tea. Our head of the family will be here shortly." After Li Han left, Ling Zhan looked at Ling Qianqian beside him. "Qianqian, you seem a bit nervous." Ling Zhan asked with a smile. "Grandfather, I'm just worried about how the head of the Lin family looks." "Oh, what kind of appearance do you hope for me to have, Princess Qianqian?" With this voice, Zhao Lingxi approached, linking her arm with Lin Fan. "Greetings, grandfather and cousin Qianqian." Zhao Lingxi greeted with a smile upon seeing the two. Ling Zhan's spirits lifted upon seeing them. Lin Fan gave him an ordinary feeling. He could not sense any martial aura from Lin Fan. However, the more ordinary Lin Fan appeared, the more terrifying Ling Zhan felt he was. As for his granddaughter, he could also tell that she was now a martial artist at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Witnessing this made Ling Zhan more resolute about the marriage alliance. However, Ling Zhan quickly regained his composure. "Greetings to the head of the Lin family. I apologize for the sudden intrusion today. Oh, please do not hold it against me." In front of Lin Fan, Ling Zhan dared not act arrogantly. "You are too polite, Ling Huang. You are Lingxi's grandfather, and I am delighted to have you as a guest in my Lin family. There is no reason for me to be upset." Hearing Lin Fan say this, Ling Zhan felt relieved. Then he smiled and looked at Zhao Lingxi. "Lingxi, it has been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect you to have become a master of the Purple Mansion realm. Your grandfather is very happy for you." Hearing that her cousin had already become a master of the Purple Mansion realm, Ling Qianqian's eyes widened immediately. This news was truly shocking to her. Grandfather, this is all thanks to my husband, otherwise I wouldn't have such great capabilities. At this moment Lin Fan also spoke up. Lingxi, don't say that. If you hadn't worked hard in your cultivation, I wouldn't have been able to help you improve so much. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingxi's face turned slightly red. She knew all too well what Lin Fan meant by working hard. To divert the topic, she hurriedly looked at her cousin Ling Qianqian. Cousin Qianqian, I just heard you worrying about how my husband looks. Now that you've seen him, what do you think? Hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, Ling Qianqian lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. She felt quite embarrassed to have her thoughts overheard. However, she was certainly satisfied with Lin Fan's appearance. Haha, I didn't expect you, cousin Qianqian, to be so shy. Lin Fan chuckled and said to Zhao Lingxi, Lingxi, don't tease Qianqian anymore. Why don't you show her around the Lin residence? You two sisters haven't seen each other in a long time, so it's a good opportunity to chat. All right, husband. After Zhao Lingxi and Ling Qianqian left, Lin Fan also got to the point. Master Lin, I won't beat around the bush. Do I believe you have guessed my intentions? So what does Master Lin think of Qianqian? Naturally, Lin Fan was satisfied with Ling Qianqian. He just did not expect Ling Zhan to be so straightforward. Dealing with someone like him was quite comfortable without so much circumlocution. Of course, it was also possible that Ling Zhan was assessing people based on circumstances. Lin Fan did not think too much. He smiled and said to Ling Zhan, since the Ling Emperor is willing to part with her, how could I refuse? After all, it's a sure profit for me. At this time, Lin Fan made a suitable joke. Ling Zhan laughed heartily. Master Lin is straightforward. Then this marriage is settled. From now on, Qianqian will be a member of the Lin family, and I hope Master Lin will treat her well. Mainly, Qianqian is spoiled in the Ling family. If there are any shortcomings, please bear with her, Master Lin. There's no way around it. Qianqian is a princess in Lingxi Kingdom, and every day she faces the flattery of eunuchs and palace maids. He was somewhat worried that Ling Qianqian wouldn't adapt here, thus angering Lin Fan. Don't worry, Ling Emperor, I would never mistreat my own woman. Good with your word, Master Lin, I can rest assured. As for the wedding, Ling Zhan did not mention it. After all, Lin Fan had already held one with Zhao Lingxi before. This was also the reason he brought Ling Qianqian directly. After the main matters were resolved, the two began to chat casually. Outside, Ling Qianqian was also asking Zhao Lingxi about Lin Fan's background. Cousin, how is Master Lin's character? Looking at the somewhat shy Ling Qianqian, Zhao Lingxi couldn't help but tease. So you're already inquiring about your future husband. Hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, Ling Qianqian's face turned red. However, she still said seriously, cousin, please don't tease me. You know, given our status, we have no say in such matters. Zhao Lingxi deeply resonated with Ling Qianqian's words. She had similarly been in such a situation before. Fortunately for her, it was a great opportunity. She was lucky, and her cousin was equally fortunate. Qianqian, don't worry, your husband treats people very well. Look at me, I am now at the Purple Mansion realm. Once you enter the Lin family, it won't be long before you achieve the same. As for other matters, I can't elaborate much now, but you definitely won't regret it. Cousin, with your words, I feel it. Naturally, Ling Qianqian looked forward to the Purple Mansion realm. If she were to rely on her own cultivation, it would take at least several decades. Next, the two chatted about some interesting past events. After estimating for a while, Zhao Lingxi said to Ling Qianqian, Qianqian, I think they have finished talking. Oh, let's go take a look. All right. When Lin Fan saw the two return, he smiled and called out, Lingxi, Qianqian, you've come back just in time, or I was about to send someone to call you. Dinner is about to be served. It seems we really arrived at the right time. After a hearty meal, Ling Zhan also planned to leave. He stood up and said to Ling Qianqian, Qianqian, your grandpa is going back. From now on, do not act spoiled here. Hearing this, Ling Qianqian felt a bit sad. Grandpa, take care. I will come back to see you often. Haha, hearing that makes your grandpa very happy. Saying this, Ling Zhan looked at Lin Fan. Master Lin, I will take my leave now. All right, Ling Emperor, take care. As for the betrothal gifts, Lin Fan had not held back. He had given them to Ling Zhan earlier. After all, the reason for sending the daughter over for a marriage alliance was precisely for this. Thus, in this regard, Lin Fan was not stingy. After all, he would never suffer a loss. Lingxi, I will take Qianqian back to the Divine Sky Realm. First, you can go in and explain things to her. All right, husband. After Zhao Lingxi and Ling Qianqian arrived at the Divine Sky Realm, Lin Fan began to review the family's cultivation methods and the inheritance of various arts. Currently, aside from his main cultivation method and the inherited techniques of the family, the highest grade method he possessed was the Qing Yuan formula, obtained from the Quasi Saint Cave, which reached the middle grade of the Saint level. There were relatively more methods below the Saint level. Besides the rewards from the system, Lin Fan had obtained many techniques in the Quasi Saint Cave. Heavenly level techniques: top grade 0, upper grade 1, middle grade 1, lower grade 3. Heavenly level martial arts: top grade 1, upper grade 0, middle grade 2, lower grade 2. Earth level techniques: top grade 33, upper grade 47, middle grade 73, lower grade 128. Earth level martial arts top grade 36, upper grade 52, middle grade 81, lower grade 145. Mysterious level techniques top grade 263, upper grade 325, middle grade 562, lower grade 681. Mysterious level martial arts top grade 282, upper grade 389, middle grade 627, lower grade 833. As for yellow level techniques and martial arts, Lin Fan simply omitted them. The number was much less than that of the mysterious level, as Lin Fan hadn't found any yellow level techniques or martial arts in the Croix-Saint cave. Next up was the inheritance of various arts. Among them, the inheritance of alchemists reached the lower grade of the heavenly level, which came from the Croix-Saint cave, so it required self-study. The inheritance of weapon refiners was also lower grade of the heavenly level and also came from the Croix-Saint cave. Next was the inheritance of beast tamers, which was of middle grade at the earth level. The inheritance of winemakers was of top grade at the mysterious level. Currently, the Lin family's inheritance of various arts only consisted of these four. Now the Lin family's weapon refiners were managed by Su Qingwan. She herself was a top-grade weapon refiner at the mysterious level. Under her there were over 1,000 apprentices, including 300 lower-grade yellow-level refiners, 160 middle-grade yellow-level refiners, 35 upper-grade yellow-level refiners, and 5 top-grade yellow-level refiners. Aside from Su Qingwan, there were currently no weapon refiners above the mysterious level. Next, alchemy was managed by Su Qingyan. She was a top-grade alchemist at the mysterious level. Under her management, the number of apprentices reached 2,000. In addition, there were also 500 lower-grade yellow-level alchemists, 190 middle-grade yellow-level alchemists, 95 upper-grade yellow-level alchemists, and 15 top-grade yellow-level alchemists. Most of the pills and weapons sold at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion came from their hands. Especially the alchemists who had unlimited supplies of materials would progress very quickly. As for the beast tamers, they were just starting their training, so everyone had not yet entered the industry. There were also quite a few winemakers, and under Lin Fan's personal guidance, the number of lower-grade yellow-level winemakers reached 700, with 350 in the middle grade, 135 in the upper grade, and 20 in the top grade. Fortunately, one person had already reached the lower grade of the mysterious level, and that was Mu Shishua. She worked hard to help Lin Fan, which allowed her to be the first to reach the mysterious level. Currently, these winemakers were all managed by Mu Shishua. Once these individuals grow up, they will bring a steady stream of income to the Lin family.